Uh-oh. Gonna give myself 20 seconds more. Oh my god, 20 seconds might not be enough either. I'm a failure. I can't even math. Oh. He done it. He kind of done it. What up? You didn't see the soon. We were here in time. What's up? Happy Wednesday. Look at that. See? We bring the treats. Who would have thought it? We're actually live today. Big poggers. Because we've got some fun ones coming up, guys. So, pretty busy day. We've got a few different things to actually do. We've got to cover the quarterfinals. And then we're going to get into the semifinals on the upper side there. So B semifinals going to play today. So we'll open up with, I believe did I choose Louis MT versus Wham? I chose Louis MT versus Wham. We're going to open up with Louis MT versus Wham. And then we'll be hopping across into MarineLorD up against Numudan. Following into MarineLorD or Numudan's series against B. So pretty busy day, potentially 15 games. Honestly, I would expect with these matchups, probably about 12 maybe? I can see 12 being realistic. Will we see Wolves? Wham did pick Mongols. So yes, we'll see Wolves. There's a high probability of Wolves, even when he picks Mongols. If you think about it, the game we watched yesterday of Wham playing Mongols against Voldemar, he technically done a type of walling. It was just tower walling. You know, he literally just built a stone wall of towers that you could not penetrate. So I think that's pretty conclusive. Even when he has a civ that should not be able to wall, Wham somehow finds a way to wall. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I'm just going to chug some Red Bull and hope I feel better. My taste buds are getting there. I reckon one more day and we can go back to drinking Gummy Bear Red Bull. All right, so game number one, going to be Open Gorge. It's going to be Delhi versus Mongols. Oh no. Yes, this series was played earlier in the week. I'm gonna spoil it for you. Even MLord's French coverage was not live. But you like entertaining games, and preferably in a language you can understand. We've got you covered. All right, so let's get into it. One and all, we are right now watching probably the only player who can find a way to wall with the Mongols. That's right, we are here for Wham versus Louis MT. This might end up being the series with more tiles of walls placed in it than the entirety of Midweek Muster 18 combined. These two are either a blessing or a nightmare, depending on what kind of gameplay you like to watch when they clash. The late game between these two is some sort of crazy Takeshi's Castle mind games, if I've ever seen it. But we open up with Delhi versus Mongols. In theory, a matchup that should be more about aggression. Now, the reason I say that this man is capable of walling the Mongols, we actually watched in the round of 16 up against Voldemar, where Wham basically done as close to walling as Mongols can do, just outpost spamming and staying in his base, and going for a pseudo semi-fast Imperial build. That build has been growing in popularity, but I don't really know if you can play it against Delhi. Delhi, to me, is just setting a tempo that forces you to be present on the map. So even though usually the Mongol builds involved a bit of Magadai, a bit of Keshik, and then you Imperial anyway, the reality is I actually think that what Wham has to do in this game is going to be a lot more expansive in terms of presence. Otherwise, the threat of Sacred Sites could just wash him away. Well, if you only speak French, then you should turn subtitles on. I can put on a French accent if that helps. Oh, I almost forgot. Thank you, Mr. Firepants. Appreciate the sub. The finals are not going to be today. We are going to be doing double quarterfinals into one semifinals today. So yeah, kind of a rare occasion here. Usually we look to be live Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. But while we get back into the balance of things, we've gone live on a Wednesday. Who knows? Maybe we'll have to up the days we're live when the expansion drops. Because we've got T-minus 2 weeks? Yeah, T-minus 2 weeks until the Knights of the Roses and Cross, or Cross and Roses is here. This is curious. We actually have a Rax opener against Delhi. Guys, you don't really tend to see that. Delhi is probably one of the most impossible to like rush in any meaningful way Civ in the game. Up there with English. English obviously can just short bow you away. With the Delhi, because they have the Scholar, you can't really do damage with spears. And anything you'd outpost up is usually going to be outposted too late for them to truly care. In theory, with the Dome of Faith build, there is like a timing where you can slow down their scale into Scholars, which impacts them a bit. Whether it's worth the cost of the Spearman investment is a whole other debate. And yeah, it is going to be the outpost rush. Okay. So, Louis, we'll pull away quick enough here. Gold gathered, not enough for additional Scholars. So it is going to be a little bit of a pain point for him. This could actually bode well for Wham. I think Louis didn't actually react accordingly. He scouted this out at a reasonable timing by the looks of it. He would have got eyeballs on, but instead of pulling more villagers to gold and then just blowing up to get like a second Scholar, maybe a third, he pretty much just sacked it. And this is actually rough because it has a knock-on effect. Look at the deer location. This is kind of sick. I know I said like Mongol outpost rushes are very non-impactful against Delhi, but like with this map, with this spawn, this is probably like the best outpost rush you're going to ever see a Mongol player do against a Delhi player. But you can see Louis is going to contest. You can tell because he's pulled a villager to repair. You wouldn't do this unless you wanted to actually fight him over the mining camp. So likely we'll see Louis MT just start blowing up into Ghazi, maybe a few archers to assist, and then he'll look to deny the outpost and re-access. Mongol still has to open Tower Rush? I think there are some alternate plays with the like Deerstone build into a few Magadai, potentially. It's all about trying to force your opponent off of Ghazi. I think that's the biggest value. It's not just the outpost, it's more the fact that I have Spearmen, so you can't go Ghazi. That's the thought process here. So Deerstone's going to be on the way. Louis, plenty of wood to work with. Likely going to be looking at archery range beginning, just to keep harassment off of the gold. Alternatively, you could just blow Ghazi, but like it's very slow if you do it that way. So yeah, archers first. Ghazi will likely follow this up very swiftly. You're probably looking at like 2 to 3 archers maximum. The whole goal is you want to have enough Ghazi to kill the outpost, and when the spearmen come out, the archers can snipe them. And if you have 3 archers, it only takes 3 volleys to kill a spearman. And yeah, the villager is hanging around for deer. You're not going to be able to go here. That's 100 wood investment. It's just not worth it. I think what Wham's doing is just staying here in case his services are still needed. And now that he realizes they're not, he can walk home. This does have an impact, by the way. If he plans to rush Wheelbarrow, it means that he can actually like have it kick in halfway walking home. Okay, Wham just doesn't seem to know what he wants to do now. Is he thinking of adding in production on the front side? Because that would be kind of wild. No, he's going for another outpost, right? Maybe on the secondary deer? This just looks like a hell load of I don't know what to do with this guy right now. So pretty much walks around in a circle, and then finally turns the sat-nav on, makes his way home. Unfortunately, no. Oh, that's sick, Louis. What a timing there. He finds the villager running back. I can't actually believe that. That was sick. Wham should be able to get away with the Yam, but he actually misstepped a little bit there. New speed arrow does not work on the villager. Luckily, it looks like the Khan did absorb the arrows, which would have guaranteed the kill. I can't believe how lucky he got there. That is wild. He's actually going to stay here. We have a go. Okay, like... I mean, he could have technically went wide to get home, but this villager is on a journey. All right, like this is going to be a named character. There's going to be a sequel, a prequel, an origin story. It will definitely not be worse than the Wolverine origin story. So, like, you know, only maybe the second worst origin story ever made in the history of origin stories. But this right here is Bob. Bob has been through some stuff. Okay, Bob has basically just been walking around in the meadows for like the last 2 years with a giant slab of dead meat in his pocket. But don't worry, if you salt it enough, someone will still buy it. So he drops off the food, is going to hang around here. Spearmen are trying to get the kill in the mining camp, but Louis should be able to guard it with the archers now. We do have the arrow slits, which is making things a little bit more awkward. And Louis, instead of going for the Ghazi, it is just going to be a switch in the spears now, because this is taking way too long. And it's all Bob's fault. Dude, Bob's got a job for life. birthed as a builder and lives as a huntsman. It's kind of crazy the impact this has as well, because like down the line, Louis wants those deer. So you're actually stripping away something he needs. No, Bob was a builder. And now he's a butcher. So Bob the Builder Butcher. This is definitely not your usual Delhi experience. Having no Ghazi feels really bad. It's the backbone of Delhi play. It's like the best unit for most of the game. Wham is going to have the diversification of Archer plus Keshik's coming. And remember, he can go in for the Khan Hunter eventually. With Yam, like, this is a big deal. So this outpost, honestly, even if the outpost wasn't here, this is still a high-value outpost. If you put the outpost here, the reason is Wham wants the aura. By having the Yam here, he can basically just choose how he engages on the Archer mass. So Louis is on a timer here. He needs to remove the threat. He needs to be swift about it. Okay, so what is Louis' timing here? Probably undermesh. I think he's going to keep lobbing until he has undermesh and then go. That feels really bad though. Like Louis, he lost the scholar. Actually, how did he lose the scholar? What? Did he? No, he didn't get caught running out. I think he tried to heal. Did he actually walk it forward and just lose it casually? Oh my god. That's huge. Yeah, so Louis' tech timings are abysmal here. He's not enough. He's going to go for the dive. And this is actually a good timing. The archers aren't here yet. Wham held them back, and that greedy choice may actually come to bite him. He did want to reveal that he got mass archers. That is crazy, though. I still can't believe he lost the scholar. That's such a big deal. Means that actually, like, when you look at the blacksmith timing, we're still a minute away from undermesh, and Wham's now prepping his own. Unfortunately, I think Wham just kind of missed the timing here, not having the archers funnel out. Looks like he was maybe worried about interception, but he waited a little bit too long here. As a result now, Louis MT has an opportunity to break out. Do you have berry gathering? Looks like he's going to have to actually protect himself here. Yeah, because the 4 berries. The Keshiks are harassing, so he had to pull away. Those Keshiks are heavily injured now. Archer mass looks like it's in favor of Louis. Yeah, 1 extra archer. The Spearman's going to muddy the fight a little bit. The Keshik count needs to be a bit better than this. Wham, the 4th one not here. But Louis, dude, he doesn't want this at all. This is kind of crazy. I think this is maybe the best fight opportunity he has right now. So the fact he's backing away is giving Wham full dominance and pressure. This is crazy. I'm impressed, man. Wham has played a very, very clean Mongol game here. It's not easy to do against Delhi. Like I mentioned, Delhi is just kind of a cruise mode sieve in a lot of ways right now. So the fact that he's navigated this so well is impressive. And we do finally have scholar production. Yeah, things are just getting better and better now for Louis. He needs to find a way into the sacred sites to be really content with the state of the game. What is a bit worrisome is the way he's going to be playing flank resources. But remember, he prepped pro scouts now, so he can take these deer away. On Wham's final resources, he's got deer on the backside. Like, there's no pressure, so there's no threat. He can just play wide. Louis needs to get out of the bind. Out of the proverbial chokehold, and look at the archer count. He should be able to. Wham. Overstaying is welcome here. He was looking for the timing around Steeled Arrow. Unfortunately, fight happened a few seconds too soon. Yeah, the speed count is kind of worrisome here. It's big enough that it distracts long enough for the archers to potentially win. I think Wham probably needs more Keshiks here. Also, no Khan Hunter. So, just not really able to get that initial volley out in favor. This guy is still just a little bit of a nuisance. So, the reason this guy is actually quite important is it lets Wham know when Louis is actually going to go for the Pro Scouts play. He knows he's going to have it by now. He should have it by now. It's 11.5 minutes in. And not just that. Gets a nice hit here. Might even find more. Keshiks? Going in for the dive. That's going to be 2 worker kills. The rest haven't pulled away. And Louis not really in position to counterattack. No. So, a bit worrisome here. Small differences make the mile, right? Like, you're in a game where you still can't capture sacred sites. You need to fix that now. Louis is going to be moving out for the center. Numbers are heavily in his favor here. Bob. I think he just ran all the way home, by the way. He never died. Bob is still alive. Bob is probably this guy here. I think he's just committed his life to the butcheries now. Wow, he's just trying to clear the spears. It's just so many. Scholar healing, just actually helping out a little bit. Right now, I'm a bit concerned. Where did Louis' archer count go? What? He got pulled. He got pulled south side. So the Keshiks are now going to arrive at the tail end of the fight. Spear count is still looking good. A little bit of a mishap there. Wham jumping in too soon. But a momentous moment for him. Advantage gained there. He's going to be able to shove back. Sacred Site will not be captured. Louis' game continues to trend in a dangerous direction here. I can't believe this. Wham, like in theory, should have just been fully outnumbered on that archer count. But no, somehow just finds the rabbit in the hat. Hasn't been greedy at least. He's got just enough villagers out on the outposts. But no. Does he know? Wham is moving like a guy who knows. Oh my god, he's going to see it. He's going to see the brambles. Okay, so there is a dive opportunity here. You just need to hit in and get out. So Louis respects it, does back away. Okay, so like, what is the win condition in Louis' mind here? This is a no Sacred Site Delhi feudal long feudal. I think he's got some way to go. Like, that's the good news. He still actually has, like, a lot of blacksmith techs to take advantage of. I don't think Wham's going to want to hang around in the age of that long, though. Like, we'll probably see him blow up to about 60 military and then start to think about Castle Age. Especially with this little trickle of kills. That's twice now, 2 kills on the gold. Yeah, he just doesn't look for the direct fight. It's just raiding him to death. And this is a pristine masterclass of what happens when you push Mongols off of Ghazi. He's trying to fix that now. But, like, I'm glad he's at least realized, but you see what the problem is here, folks, right? It's that there's been zero pressure on Wham's economy. He's got to dictate entire flow of the game. No threat, no pressure whatsoever. So what that means is he doesn't really need to keep much out here to protect him. He's pretty much just free to roam the lands. Meanwhile, you've got Louis experiencing idle times, chip raids, which are getting kills. Like, this is just slow death right now. It's so difficult to contain the Delhi like this. Because the issue is when you push too far forward, their production rates stomp you in the gut. But the difference here in this game, remember, is the scholars were not there at the very beginning. Like, that slowdown completely crippled Louis' ability to bloat fast enough to be dominant. It's going to be a dive in towards the outpost location. It's already a force back here. Louis pulls to the other berries, but that's 14 workers out on berries now. Ghazi is still roaming, looking for targets. He has at least got the deer coming home. I gotta give him credit as well. Like, did you notice the other thing about this game, guys? This is a no pro scouts game for the Mongols. I'm pretty impressed. It's nice to actually see pro scouts losing, right? Because technically Delhi did go pro scouts. It was free, but they technically did get pro scouts. Louis hasn't lost. He may not have lost, but he's in a really bad position right now. If you think that Wham isn't currently winning in this game state, then, like, we're looking at very different games. For Wham, we're kind of trending towards that 18-minute castle timing. And with mass archers plus Kurotai, that's just a dominant win in a fight. Like, Louis needs so many Ghazi to answer that. Ghazi are not going to have a fun time up against Keshiks. New speed arrow is going to be used. Wham, maybe slight overextension here. Keshiks recommitting, but the Ghazi count doing decent damage. So many spears to get through. The Keshiks, like, the problem here is no Yam. Has got more reinforcements coming. We do now have the Khan Hunter arriving. It needs to actually get the distance for that to matter. Keshiks do scare him away. Louis MT shying away from the engagement in the end. Yeah, he saw that second wave and he freaked out. And for good reason. The spear count is down to 5. He could actually just lose the game right here if he doesn't retreat. So has to go for the full pullback. He looks to turn. This is not a good fight to take. Snipes out the Khan. Why? Why are we so obsessed with the Khan kill? Keshik plus Ghazi should be able to actually get their hands on the underbelly, but instead Wham defense. So pulls back. Keshiks are the big MVP here. Everything else is just going to die, but the Keshiks will remain. And that's scary because the Keshiks are the perfect thing to go for Castle Age with. Oh, man. Worrisome fight there for Louis. Just imagine how different this game looks if he'd been scaling Ghazi a lot earlier. Cannot emphasize enough how much the cavalry dynamic mattered on both sides of this game. I think Wham is getting a little bit low on food now. So he's got the final deer pack. He's going to go play for the ball. Yeah, so he's got a lot of lifeline. I think he's got, what, 4k? Then he's got the berries. So he's got like 6k food. About actually 7.5, 8k food. So plenty to work with to end this game. Doesn't really have to worry about forcing pastures. He has got one, but that was earlier on in the game. Also, like, another thing to praise Wham with, we kind of memed on him for being this, you know, it's the closest you can get to building walls, but he does it when he plays Mongols, from what we saw against Voldemar. But we did mention in that game, in that series, Wham is definitely a more defensive player, but he played overly defensive in response to his opponent's playstyle, right? He felt confident there. The interesting part is how he changed his approach here. Like, part of it is definitely Civ fueled, but it's also Louis fueled. You don't want to force the late game against Louis. You want to try to be ahead of him. And we gotta remember, Louis, just fresh off of LAN, is used to like low ping. So clearly, the OP maneuver is to force pressure onto him when he's still recalibrating. Finally, we do have a worker kill in favor of the deli there. Khan is back, does have the arrow. Could be a big one here with 38 archers. Louis starting to save up a little bit. But this isn't an intent to go castle yet. We don't have him moving on to gold whatsoever. Wham's just looking for the kill. He knows this is just turning into an infinite spam game. And the issue there for Delhi is like they have no upside. They've lost workers, they don't have sacred sites. They're behind. And the longer we go in Feudal Age, the worse it feels for Louis because he gets no value out of scholars anymore. This is the final tech. 40 seconds and then he's reached his peak. And then he just has scholars that do nothing. What's the ball KD through the history of the game? It depends whose replays you're watching, you know. These sweaty pros, they barely ever lose a villager. Wham's probably going to blame that one villager loss on ping. You see, that's where Wham made his mistake. If he downloaded Opera GX, like you guys should do, he could have signed into one of the VPNs from a location that's more favorable to him. So, like, basically, you sign in looking like you're in the UK, and then you show your ping to the US server after Louis shows his and say, look, this is a balanced ping between the two of us. And then the admin's like, that's fair, Wham. We're going to have to play on the NA server. Had he done that and then switched the VPN off, he wouldn't have lost that villager to the ball. And that, folks, is why you should use Opera GX. Boom. You would be more efficient with your villagers than Wham. Wham just lost another 2, by the way. Yes, Gazire definitely found a wallop. But now Wham is looking for the punch to the throat. Step read out on the way with 12. Hey, this should just end the game. Louis only has 5 scholars. Even if he techs up, his unlock speeds are going to be kind of underwhelming. You know, 2 minutes plus for each. And the Keshik, Wham isn't hanging around. No, he's going in. 21 heavy cav. He'll probably have to just buffer away from this, seeing the spear count. It is a bit ludicrous. We're up to 32 spears now. A little bit surprised by the step readout. I do think it gives Louis an opportunity to fight. And he kind of found the best way to do so. The arch is left alone. They do have Yam, so disengage is going to be reasonable. Ghazi, overall, like, should trade out reasonably well here. Does get confirmation of the tech up. Keshiks are on the way home. He's bringing the Spearman along as well, but there is a risk that Ghazi can get pinned. So Louis has to back away. In fairness to him, he does have a military lead right now. But the veterancies are kicking in fast. 20 seconds out for the Keshiks, 50 seconds for the archers. He's quick about it with Yam. He can pin him. Ghazi, Louis? I do not know what that pathing was. That was pathing to the afterlife. That was a recall to hell right there. Loses most of the Fort Ghazi. Secondary group at least comes in alongside the Spearman. But the numbers are now higher. And the Keshiks did just get upgraded. Attack speed array is going to get activated. Wham just needs to give over the outpost. The problem is he's got 5 villagers in there, so he's reluctant to do so. But if he jumps this too soon, he could end up losing the game. Veterancy coming in 10 seconds. And Louis backing off now at the worst possible time. I think he knows that veterancy is coming through soon. It may be the thing that kills him. There we go. Pings in. Yamora means he can chase you. There's no getting away anymore. He's stuck. Louis MT is going to be grinded down. Spearmen get left behind to deal with the archers. Guards get mopped up. And Wham is going to cleanly execute the deli in game number 1. Whew. Well played. Excuse me. What do we call that one? I think that's like a pretty cool game for the other game, right? It's like the story of one builder and his life's work. Meat Bob. Just have a Meat Bob written on the thumbnail. Okay, so basin for game number 2 is going to be Byzantines versus Ayu. Delhi versus Mongols. Win for Mongol. And we'll hop in. Okay. Huh. One and all, this is quite the sight, actually. I don't think I've cast a game of Basin in over 1.5 years. It's back. That's right. Midweek Muster 18 brings back this classic from Avali because he changed it a little bit. The sacred sites on this map used to be infamously close to the TCs. That change enabled me to say, okay, fair enough. Let's have a look at it. And it's going to be a fun one here, folks. We've got Wham on his Iabids going up against Louis MT on the Byzantines. This matchup has been quite enjoyable to watch, actually, recently. With the Dervish builds in particular, I think there's been a new breath of life. It's a little bit dangerous against Byzantines, but there is a needle to be threaded here when you play as IU. We're going to slow down off the 2x speed now. But the whole concept is with the Dervish, if you play it early enough and aggressively enough, you can sidestep the timing of like longbow jav. You have to be very careful about it, though. I think if you want to play that build, you know your opponents like to go in javelins, so you want to try to lean into horsemen. The reason is that javelins destroy Desirators. Was this not the opening map last week? No. Opening map last week was Sacred Grove, which is a map that I coordinated with Caillou to make. So this map appeared in the Garrison plan, but I did not have any part to play in that one. I was working the AW2 event, remember? So I didn't cast any Basin. I haven't cast any Basin in a very long time. The last time I would have been casting this, it was like China, Delhi, all the time. They'd wall up, they'd trade. It was horrible. You may be noticing the trade posts are tending to lean more aggressively located, so a bit harder to use these days. Yeah, I'm actually chuckling a bit because I just thought back to the early days. You guys remember we used to get corner trade? Oh, God. I'm glad we as a society, we as a community learn about the silliness of corner trading. At least in most cases. It's not really often that you see new maps designed with corner trade included now. You have time to watch any of the BC Louis finals? Not really. So obviously I was very busy working when I was there, and then when I got back, I feel like I've just been playing Eternal catch-up. Like, it's been a pretty crazy day. A pretty crazy week. What was corner trade and what was the issue? The issue of corner trade is it's way too safe. Like, when you put trade posts back here, how am I meant to get to you? Like, in most cases on maps, that means I have to go past your base to actually stop your trade. And trade is meant to be higher risk, higher reward. But instead, like, when you have corner trading, it's low risk, high reward. It's very bad game design. Or rather, I'd say very bad map design when that is included. So, we do have the tech ups. It's going to be Grand Winery going up against Growthwing. So, Wham! This might just be a fast castle build. There's a few possibilities, right? Like, you can do fast castle, but you can also play aggro with the extra economy. I think ego channeling Byzantine economy and feudal is quite dangerous here. So wouldn't be surprised if Wham just opens up with, say, like a few horsemen and bypasses, but looking at his economy, I actually think we've got a Pro Scouts game. Now, that is curious. Looking at the deer spread, I don't think it's entirely ideal. Wham does know where they are. But part of the thought process here is, Byzantines aren't going to play pro scouts ever. Like, this is... If I had to list every Civ in the game by priority pro scouting, Byzantine is probably like bottom 2 rather, or bottom 3. They just don't do it. I've seen Abbasas do pro scouts more than I've seen Byzantines. Because the olive oil is way too good. And there it is. Confirmation in. Yeah, so Wham is going to be going for the pro scout build. And already prepping the archery range. So no Limiton air coming. This should be Javelin follow-up. But remember, the cool thing about this now is you can play pro scouts, build scouts out of the stables, and then you can go for horsemen afterwards. I'm trying to think if I've seen IABID pro scouts win much. In the politest way possible. Not often, no. Like, excuse me. God, I'm not 100%. I'm still recovered. I gotta stop making myself laugh. I feel like every time I watch Pro Scout IABID, it's just a womp-womp. It seems really cool in theory because the timing you can get it at. So we've seen a few different builds. For example, MSN in particular loves the Advancement Wing build, where you pay less and you tech quicker, and then you rush Pro Scouts. I'm not crazy about it. I don't think it really is that good. It's also very linear. It makes you way, 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 way predictable. The thought process on why it could be good, in theory at least, is that you're able to get your scouts out really fast at a point in the game where people won't have a counter. But the trade-off is your IABIDs and you just kind of played a style of tempo, but sacrificed a lot in response, right? Like when you're playing IABIDs, it's all about being efficient with the timings. And this is crazy, guys. I can't believe Wham's doing this. This is wild. We've got mass desert. Okay, thank God he's... Whew. I was about to have a heart attack. Yeah, like the mass desert raiders against Byzantines is not a great idea. The javelins kill you. They destroy you. So it looks like Wham isn't still going to be going fast castle. I like this a lot more. So the whole concept is he can try to snatch away some of the deer and then come back for his own, so he gets at least 2 deer packs out of this. Louis' response is classic Louis. I'm not crazy about this usually, but the timing actually makes it good. The Desert Raiders went in, but the Scouts didn't really. Like, there was an initial grab of deer, but that was it. There's still actually a lot of food left behind over here. The reason why this is usually not a great play, guys, is that walls just take way too long. Like, in the old patch on Season 8, at this point in this walling, he would have done this whole area already and be over here. You got hit pretty hard by the nerfs. In fact, like, I want to really praise Louis MT because I think with the changes we saw in Season 9, nerfing walling, if there was a player that came to mind that was going to be most negatively impacted by those changes, I would say it was Louis. But in fairness to him, credit to him, I think he's adjusted quite bloody well. As we saw on the LAN, as we've seen in the weeklies and on the ladder. Yeah, it turns out if you can't wall, but you have, like, God tier APM, you can just offset all problems. Yeah, so I was thinking about this, actually. It would be kind of sick if we had an offline mode for Age of Empires 4 that we could use at LANs. Because what I'm thinking here is, like, we've always called Age of Empires 4 the old man RTS. It's the retirement home, and APM's not as important. But then there's just players like Louis, who just flew halfway around the world and proved the absolute opposite. The APM is insanely important, and you can hard flex with micro to overcome your opponents when you remove that ping issue. So it looks like some of the deer are at least getting denied, but remember, tech up's already on the way. It is going to be logistics. Interesting. He's doing it because of the design of the map. So Louis has a very linear comp. He doesn't want to spread out. The stealth forests make it very hard to see this coming. This should be quite an easy snatch and grab for 3 relics. Did Louis really win with micro and APM? I think it played a part. I caught like 1 or 2 glimpses of certain body blocks he done in games. Like, I would say for stylistically the way a player like Louis plays, yes, micro matters. If you've ever watched like Louis over a reasonable period of time, like, you know, a few weeks, you will see him do these subtle little moves a lot more than most players. For For example, using his scout to body block. Most players don't bother body blocking because it's just like a high APM investment with limited gains because of how bad body blocking is in AoE4. Especially when you add in the ping. But like Louis still somehow, even on ping, finds a way to make that work. So pressure backside. Wall is up though. Louis is a little bit stuck. Ironically, the thing that he done first, Wham, kind of done better. This one wall just does a lot. It stops the counter rotation all the way around. So now the dervishes can run out the front side of the base before the army intercepts. Louis, of course, not to be left behind, now already in castle age as well. He's going to keep scaling Javelin for the time being. He's going to need to switch up. Varangian should do quite well here against Ghoulems because Ghoulems hate heavily melee armored units because of the double strike. And remember, Varangian offset 2 damage extra compared to Numudan arms as a result of that. It's one of the few matchups where like being a Varangian instead of a men at arms doesn't feel bad, I'd say. 1-on-1, Ghoulems should still win because buff stats and cost, but in the grand scheme of things for like full resource investment, Ghoulems fare well. Do you have Sacred Sites now being capped? But that is just by accident. Wham just revealed where he went. Bad news for Louis, though. He can't really intercept. No. His army is just a little bit too split. Remember, he went for the wide rotation on the east side. And I don't feel like he got anything for it. No. It looked like he was just trying to get his army away safely. But as a result, this could end up very easily being a 5-relic Ibid game. I think Louis has 1 relic in mind that he could feasibly get, and that's going to be the west side one. But everything else looks like it's thumbs up Wham. I don't know, like I'm looking at this army and I'm wondering what the thought process was for Louis. I think he was super paranoid about getting intercepted, so he played ultra safe. But Wham went Ghoulems. Had Wham gone mass Camelots, I think going wider and hiding made sense. But Wham's choice to go Ghoulems should have left him pretty immobile, I want to say. Looks like Wham... Wait, what happened here? I feel like he should have moved further home. Did he stop off for something? Relic is going to get denied. Okay. So still 2 home. This is actually probably the best Louis could have asked for right now. His army's way too big for Wham to fight directly. Especially with the split. In fact, Wham, it looks like he might be lacking production. Double racks? Maybe a triple's worth it here. I don't know. I feel like Wham fumbled there. That relic should have been all the way home, right? And then you just build a gate and you sneak out the west side and get the 4. Instead, there is a realm of existence in which Louis gets like 3 relics. I think it's going to end up being 2 though. Okay, so this game went from like high probability of Wham just winning to now I'd say a fairly even game. You have to remember that Wham, he has got a 3 villager lead due to his age up. He is probably going to end up with 3 relics to the 2. But in response, Louis MT should start to get olive groves coming in soon. Even without that, he's going to have systems. In fact, wait, what? No. Okay, he's actually harvesting the deer. So no olive groves at all. So this is just a pure Varangian spam. Now that is interesting from Louis, because what that means is like the javelin count is not really replaceable. He's incredibly finite in his quality backline. If Wham can take 1 good fight, it means Louis just scrambled. That's kind of sick. If Wham realizes what's happened here and he goes like, you know, triple Manjanique, there's a very big threat to Louis in the next engagement. Louis new number 1. Well, he's got to try to like topple MarineLorD, right? Because remember, MarineLorD is our reigning champion here in the weeklies, because he was able to oust B who took out our former champion Beastie 3-0. If you haven't seen that YouTube video, I highly recommend looking at it. A series so brutal it made him quit the league. We do have the Manjanique now revealed. So Louis has to be a little bit careful about this. You can spread wide to still engage. It's only a single Manjanique. If it was free, you're freaking out, but 1 is pretty contained. We still have 0 olive groves. Instead, we're going to be getting 2 TC from Louis now. It's weird because, like, in some ways, he's not playing Byzantine at all. In other ways, he is. He's still getting the javelins, but at the heart of it, the core of it, the Greeks love their olives. And yet, he has completely circumvented it time and time again. The only all he's getting is berries. The only mercs beyond that, the Golden Horn Tower. Wow, second Manjanique on the way. I'd say 4 is the golden number, 3 is workable. Remember what we said about Louis' ability to micro? There's going to be a key detail here. In fact, both of these guys have quite a bit of renown around micro. Wham, one of the most infamous players for his mango dodges, back when mangoes were actually hard to dodge. Louis? That might be a freebie. Get poke. We'll have to think about backing off. Yeah, javelins are always just so sneaky like that. You look away for a second, you look back, mango gone. Now, one concern is going to be the fact he cannot repair this. Doesn't have villagers on the front side. Rax infrastructure is also going to suffer. Like, yeah, oh, wow. So to be efficient on getting his Rax units out, he clustered at the front side next to the system, but this is a negative right now. He's also not using Presidium to minimize the damage. He's sticking to Conscriptio. So expensive infrastructure losses on the front side of Louis' base. We do not have a Mango Tower either. Wham is going to keep pressuring. Third Manjanique is now being built. Okay, awkward position right now for Louis. We do at least have a little bit of a flank raid coming in. Shiv's going to be gotten out, but that proves to be a mistake. Limits on a very freaking tanky Spearman, actually. 120 HP per, 10 extra than standard. Imagine it. Okay, that worked out perfectly, like Incendiary, double Incendiary into Kinetic. Pretty much wipes the 4. Louis MT is going to get chased all the way. That is greedy from Wham. What? Wait. What are we doing here? That's a little bit of a freak out. That wasn't intended. It's going to bait the attention. Needs to be respectful here. Louis MC doesn't really have that many camel riders. It's kind of unfortunate, actually. He's rolling poorly. In this position, you actually want more camels. Because the camel riders counter camel lances pretty hard. And on top of that, they'll be your answer to Manjaniques. Remember, they get double damage against Manjaniques. So it's really actually bad luck for Louis that he's been consistently rolling javelins. Like, I think this is the 3rd javelin roll. He's only had 1 camel. And no, Louis is not building olive still. He's still got deer left. If there's deer icons on the map, do not expect olive groves. Instead, what he's focused on doing is just getting Vikings to flood. Right now, Louis definitely has numbers on his side. Bam, just a little bit sticky, though. Difficult to engage with. Looks like he's trying to cut reinforcements. I actually like this move from Louis. Wham's playing a static comp, so if he rushes the base now, the Manjanique's going to be unguarded. So instead, he has to react to the backstab. And Louis is going to pull him further and further away. This is pretty crafty. And yes, Camel Riders do most definitely counter Camel Lances. It's like a very, very hard counter. Not as hard as like spears, but quite high up. Because remember, Camel Rider has a better attack speed, hits for 28. You hit for only 22 sword. So the 4 armor difference, like, it doesn't matter. You're getting out DPS, and they have a better attack speed as well as more health. Like, it is just, it's not even close. I think, like, if you had a Camel Rider and a Camel Lancer fight, the Camel Rider would still have about, like, 35% health. Maybe fight. Louis? Reluctant to turn around here. He's forced to fight really far away. The Manjaniques actually aren't here right now. This would, in theory, be the like perfect moment to go for the clash, but I think he's just continuing to bait until he can see them. Spearman, Varangian are looking from behind here. This could be a waffle on top of a waffle on top of a waffle that we're about to see. With streaks of bacon in between. Unfortunately, instead, Louis MT, he doesn't go chasing, no. He goes after the economy instead. What? He actually is going to be able to dodge this all the way around. So earlier in the game, this wide east rotation ruined Louis' momentum. This time, it just saved his bacon from getting cooked. So what's Louis' win condition in his mind now? I guess he just wants to avoid the direct army and just look for poke raids now. Remember, he's 2TC. So for Louis, there's no rush to the end state of the game. We do finally have olive groves being rushed in. This is a critical point. This is why Louis is doing this on the flanks. The whole concept now is if you come and react to me, I get away with greed. And Wham seems to be aware that something is wrong with this. He starts to posture again, but there's a looming threat here. A group that could actually do quite a lot of damage. Especially considering the lack of a tree line to hide behind. It looks like the outpost is going to give the early warning, so we'll be able to break away. But Louis now knows what's up. He'll look to pivot inwards here. Once again, he's just doing everything he can to force him out of the base. And Wham has had enough. What is that large phallic structure I see on my screen? See, this is where Faye, Faye, you got to get up to date. Apparently, like, your 1,000+ games is not keeping you well iterated here. When in doubt, you don't make more fire mangoes. When in doubt, you make Tower of the Salt. To make them Tower of the Salties. So there's going to be a Lancer raid, so nice little bit of damage done there. Meanwhile, Louis, a little bit slow. I feel like he slow rolled this. He tagged the house, he tagged the outpost. Gave Wham way too much time to build up an army to defend home with. Let it begin. I don't see the gifted subs coming in, so I'm getting ready to hit follow camera on the Tower of the Sultan. Oh. Oh. Do you guys like the cinematic experience? We're off-road now. Dude, Louis has played this in such a weird way. The last 6 or 7 minutes has just been him running around in circles in the center of the map. Looking to just bait Wham to not engage. Lancers are still trying to flank raid, but like the build is leaning in favor of Louis now. He's almost 10 eco ahead. He's got system level 5! Okay, this is ridiculous. His economy is just so much better. Wham has to go now. He's out of time. Louis takes this opportunity to intercept reinforcements. Cuts him down. No, get in there. Look, all right, pep talk moment. Mr. Tower of Sultan, you think you're a big tower? You think you're big and huge, and have you seen this tower? David versus Goliath, baby. It's time to show him who's the bigger tower. Who would win? The Golden Horn Tower or the Tower of the Sultan? I think this is an unfair fight. The Golden Horn Tower has been sold out by his team. Flash is coming in. Limitane are going to afford this. Javelin's in a bit of a weird position, but the army is coming home. And Wham, he doesn't have eyeballs on it. The Stealth Forest is actually going to grief him. Look at the timing on this. It's going to be a revelation. He gets a glimpse. He knows it's about to hit. But he's stuck now. The villagers get pulled as well. Everything to protect the tower. Golden Horn Tower is going to go down. But everything that Wham has will die alongside it here. It's going to be a wipe of the army, a full backstab. And Louis MT with a swift strike back here. Man, what a crazy game number 2. This dance to death for so long. Wham is trying to just get the best trade he can, but the Manjaniques just aren't finding high-value targets. All siege gets taken down. Louis did lose a lot of villagers with that pull. But remember, he's 2 TC versus 1. And now, he's a full army up. That was wild. Okay, so map control is now a worrisome factor for Wham. It looks like he was gathering stone, getting ready for a keep drop. He's going to need it. He needs to block the front of his base, but my concern now is like long-term gold access. You've got 2.5k here. You've only got 3 relics. Everything else doesn't feel safe. And Louis, although he took a hit, remember, like the trade-off is he's already prepped for the late-game economy, and he's got 2 TC to rebolster. Right now, it's 24 farms compared to 36. So how does Wham come back in this now? I mean, the siege mass is going to be difficult because of the lack of gold we just talked about. He needs bio. Mass Gulems, your opponent has Varangian like we talked about before. It doesn't really solve your problem. Louis doesn't at least discover the keeps there. He's just going to rotate around the other flank. He could easily just go after the walls here. In fact, we've got Wham. Okay, we have double keep. And that is a Wham wall if I've ever seen one. What the... Anyone else would look at this wall and go, what is the purpose of that? He has a plan. He's like, you guys like the trailer where the walls connected into the keep? I'm going to do it too. Well, one thing feels certain. I think we're going to have quite a tight and long series between these two. Interesting that after what happened with that backstab, Wham just didn't call it straight away. I think it's because he doesn't know it's 2TC. No, stop making me laugh. I just saw the walls on the map. I told you, these two love one thing and one thing only. Their favorite Disney movie is very obvious. It's WALL-E. Not because they love robots or anything, just because it sounds like Wall. Like, you know, a lot of people didn't like that. There was that... What was the movie called? It was the one with not Mark Wahlberg. Matt Damon. Where he has to defend the Great Wall of China against demons. And people didn't like it because, like, they whitewashed the actors, right? These two love that movie. Like, are you kidding me? 80% of the movie takes place on a wall. What's not to love? Was it actually called The Great Wall? There you go. Boom. You exposed yourself for watching that movie. Anyway, we do have a keep drop coming in. Wow, gonna lose several villages in the process. We'll get the garrison at the end, but the army's gonna get wiped again. And Louis is ready for Imperial. Okay, this is just kind of depressing. You've gone keep drop, keep drop, keep drop, and your opponent is now gonna get Royal Cannon. You know, there's like rock, paper, scissor, and then there's like rock, paper, scissor, nuclear weapon. The Royal Cannon's the nuclear weapon. And look at a whole bunch of steps bringing in his big nukes. I appreciate that. Thank you much for the sub, mate. Welcome back to the Swarm. Do you think that maybe these two's favorite Nintendo character is Waluigi because it just has wall in it? I'm going to go through all these now. This is going to be my whole life. At least you can't buy a Great Bombard. I mean, who wants a Great Bombard? Okay, one's if you think Great Bombard is the best siege weapon. Two, if you think that Royal Cannon is the best siege weapon. Three, if you think Nesta Bees is the best siege weapon. Four, if you think Tower of the Sultan's the best weapon. We have a consensus. I cannot help you all be right. The best is actually Royal Cannons. Royal Cannons? I can't believe it. Like, they're actually kind of borderline busted. But I know what people are going to say. Why would you build Red Palace then? Because Red Palace protects you easily. And also, like, the playstyle doesn't really fit for French if it's a lot better for Byzantines. Royal Cannons are insane. It's like having the old Springalds in a meta where no one else does. On top of that, like, cannons are the best bombard type in general because of the pack-up, deploy time, and their damage. They have great damage, great attack speed, and they have no deploy time whatsoever. They just wheel, drop, shoot. And they're pretty fast. Like, there's not really much that's negative about Royal Cannons. Like, Nesta Bees, like, you're baiting yourself because, yes, in Castle Age, but, like, if I'm at the stage where I can get my hands on Royal Cannons are better. Remember, Nesta Bees are, like, overtuned in Castle Age, but quite when you get to Imperial. Remember the Great Bombard meta? I do, but like that's like going, hey, you know, like Springles are OP. Do you remember like 2021 Springles? They had their time. But nowadays, it's all about Giga Royal Cannons. So we do have some flank raids from Wham. He's just basically just trying to shrink the economy. I think at this stage, alarm bells are going off and he thinks it's 2TC. But he wasn't aware straight away. There's no way. Colv's outrange cannons. Okay? Are you playing the same game that I am? Because they don't. You're in the wrong meta, mate. That's the anti-siege meta. Culverins are now cannons, remember. Bombards, cannons, culverins are all designed for the same purpose with slightly different stats. Let me double check. So, like, culverin, if it is increased range, it's so minimal that it doesn't matter. Yeah, sorry, you're right. 10.5. But here's the thing with, like, the 10.5. So here's the thing, guys. If you have, like, a culverin, the culverin, I feel like they just get ran down. Because if I remember correctly, they're 0.77? In fact, remind me, I actually totally forgot about the 10.5 tile. But, like, I generally still rate royal cannons higher. Because they'll chase you, and they'll kill you. They have better damage, right? Culvs are super slow. They have lower base damage, because culverins are, I believe, 40 base. Like, there's no way. There's no way you escape. Culverins do at least have, like, a comparative deploy time to royal cannons, but you just can't run away. Like, these things are insane. Speaking of which, big cannonballs coming in, and I think we might be at the end here. Wham has somehow found the resource to get to Imperial Age. What's the Desert Raider wing? No way he wins this, right? It's 42 it's 42 culverins? Jeez. 42 Varangajin, and he has no answer to them. Yes, like, I agree there are niche situations where culverin will be better than cannon, like you mentioned Repulse. But, like, I'm talking, if you're looking for a jack of all trade, it feels like royal cannons can do no wrong. They tick so many boxes as the top tier, and then any other role is like the second or third best. It's insane. So Clash coming in. This is Wham's last stand. There's no way he survives this. There's more cannons on the way. The castles are barely holding on as it is. Louis has got late game economy, and he's not letting up. The sacred sides are also ticking down while we've been having this long conversation. We're down to 3.5 minutes. I reckon Wham will try for the decap. The theory here is, like, with the Desert Raider wing in Imperial Age, you get 630 resources for free per minute, which is a lot. If you got 633 resources per minute, you're almost matching the Byzantine economy. You're still behind, but you're getting close. And then if you can play late enough and you get your hands on Golden Age 5, those Desert Raiders can actually dominate, especially with biology, instant arrows. Remember, the crazy thing about the Desert Raiders is the fact that they, like, as a hyper late game unit, are probably one of the best scaling units in Age of Empires 4. They are decent population efficiency. They have multiple university techs which affect them. And they have a lot of utility around them. They have the unease they provide. They then also benefit from getting extra armor with nearby allies, putting them up to maximum 13 melee armor. There's a lot of good things. But to get there is difficult here. The flood is going to keep coming, and what makes matters worse is you're now scaling Desert Raiders into javelins. Remember how we began this game. You can't do this against javelins. Desert Raiders get annihilated by them. Push continues to make matters worse, even as his own camel given the orange. GG's going to get called. Series is going to get some distance, and I warned you guys that these type of walls would be happening throughout. What the hell was this? Oh my god, dude. Like, Wham and Louis. Wham and freaking Louis. Always with those two. So Basin win. It's going to be Byzantines versus IU. Left side win. Yeah, you see what I mean? Like, thank you for reminding me of this. I actually did forget about the 0.5 extra tile range of culverins because I just feel like it very rarely matters because of all the other details. Like, yeah, I would say, like, royal cannons are the best siege weapon in the game. They do so many things. And I feel like they're very hard to counter. All right, let's get ready for the next game. The layout of the KPMM is weird. What do you mean by weird? I'm going to need more context than that. Oh, yeah, the layout is broken. Is Jim here? I don't know what's happened there. Is that like a Liquipedia wide issue? I'm having a look. No, that's just something with our page. Thank you for letting me know. I'll message him. It was fine this morning, so I don't know what the hell happened. But we'll get that fixed. Thank you, thank you. Oh no, dude, it's like... this is going to be an hour-long game. All right, one and all, welcome back to the Louis MT Wham series. The Wall of Fun, if you will. They've got the two civs that kind of laugh at the Season 9 nerfs because they still build everything fast, including walls. Last time I watched these two play Chinese versus Sushi, the game was, I think, 54 minutes long and involved the most heinous flank raid you could imagine in a game of Age of Empires 4. And that was on Lipany. Dry Arabia's a little bit more open. We'll have to see how this one leans. Sushi versus Chinese is kind of interesting. Very similar civs, but some noteworthy differences. With the focus on going Castle Age at the current meta, I kind of lean China a little bit because of the Imperial Academy inflation. Yes, Sushi should get there a little bit quicker with the Shaolin Monk timing, but China should then have better economy to flood because of all the taxmen without sacrificing villages. So there is another way this can play out, and it is feudal focus. With the feudal focus, Sushi actually have an edge, folks. The idea with the Sushi is that they can get into Shuganu at such an early point that they can be 8 Shuganu up in a Shuganu spam off. To make matters even better in the current meta, if you want to lean Horsemen because of Pro Scouts, Sushi also win there. China's advantage in the other game, mid-game, is economy. And actually late game. But militarily, Sushi are better. Dali horses for their ponies to win. Shuganu sooner. Like, there's not really much that feels bad for Sushi early on. And let's also not forget the timings. Oh my... What? Just on your doorstep. That just exists on your doorstep. How? All right, so we've got 36 food, 50 stone, 25 gold. And it's literally next to his base on Dry Arabia. I don't know, man. I'm just going to say it. If Wham had been in that grand finals for Red Bull Wall instead of his brother, with this type of RNG on spawns, MarineLorD might have been toast. That's kind of crazy. I think he should be able to get the stone. It looks tight, but he has got the corner, so should end up with it. That's like a wild spawn. And yeah, to the debate around like siege is very interesting actually with China versus Sushi. China has more tanky siege, yes, but Sushi in the hyper late game can win because of divine defense. The interesting thing about divine defense while scaling Nesta Bs is it also holds China hostage from their best unit because not only will they lose with siege, they'll also end up losing with hand cannons. Very interesting dynamics. The other thing is if both players go siege, Sushi also have another edge, folks, and that is the fact that they have better cavalry. We already mentioned Dali horses, but outside of Dali horses, remember they also do have the better raw military units in terms of Imperial Guard, and the Yuan Raiders. In China, both players go PG. Yeah, but in this matchup, it's different. Because if you go PG as Sushi, China has better Palace Guard. So, like, if you want to do PG as Sushi, the only way you can really do it is Feudal and then Tech Castle. Because otherwise, the Chinese ones will be better thanks to Battle Hardened with the extra plus 30 health. I think Wham is looking for timings here. He wants to try and play pseudo-aggressive, so fast into Castle and then fast to Flood. Because if this gets to like hyper late game, China's eco is kind of ridiculous. With Great Wall Gatehouse to protect the farms, they feel impenetrable. And we already talked about some of the premium. It's like that's why I think China Sushi is quite an interesting matchup. Is it's a matchup that I think once you get midway through Castle, you've got this kind of up and down. It's a complete roller coaster ride of like who's better off. So Pro Scout's later for Louis. Quite a bit later, actually. No, like there's no difference here. Well, he went. I'm pretty sure he went for the no IO start because I know Louis is a big fan of that. So that may have slowed him down a little bit. And looking at the deer spawns, it could actually end up hurting him. He got double deer forward. So Wham can take this deer first and then contest yours. Looks like instead, though, he might just play it full safe. Now, this is interesting. We talked about the PG and Feudal Age. That's where Wham's going. It's pretty smart here. Against Spim, and Louis can't contest that. He also can't get Shignu because he needs to get Barbican. you are going to want to dive the enemy base, but like on the deer location, the whole goal now is the PG can distract the spearmen so your scouts can walk away with the goodies. It's not really about your PG killing enemy scouts. It's more about them distracting the spears. And Conf in the end. Oh, wait, what? How did he not get that? Okay, that's kind of outrageous. I feel like he should have got that. So he chose an extra 12 food over 25 stone. I swear to God, I see this all the time where this is like complete hit or miss. Like, look at, you see the line, right? I'm pretty sure like the connect point is this stone here. I think if you're that deep on the line, you end up getting it. It's ridiculously tight. All right, ones if you think Louis is going to win this game, twos if you think Wham is. I feel like Wham's in a pretty good position right now. The PG is not really someone Louis wants to try and answer directly. He's just trying to flood more scouts now to get what he can. But the way this has been played, Wham can like maybe take away 1 or 2 deer and get all his own. So 50-50 split. Remember, both sides are going to have the same amount of food because both have got supervision. Louis does have some edges here in terms of Imperial Academy. If this gets into Lancer spam, there is a timing that Louis can aim for where he floods more. But the thing you have to be careful of is as both of you flood and flood deeper, if you get to like 15 or 20 Lancers on even footing, Shushi with Dali Horses can then win. I'm wondering if for that reason Louis MT might open a few Lancers and then switch over to, say, crossbows. I'm not sure if they fixed the bug where the UI would show incorrectly. Because for those that don't know, we can't see it, but when Wham went to place this, there would have been a UI tooltip popping up showing all the resources he would have gained. Honestly, it kind of feels like map hacking sometimes, because what you can do is you can drag it around in the fog area that you haven't scouted yet. Right? So like if you have like this area scouted, but this area is not, you can check with the meditation garden to see if there's resources here. Okay, so neck and neck on timings. Louis probably going to be going Imperial Palace here. The thought process is like both of you should be going Lancers, so you don't really have much use for Clock Tower and STBs. Clock Tower Springles could be sick if you think your opponent's going to go PG though. And okay, there we go. So he thinks he's going to be up against infantry. Mount Luke. Whoa. They're both... Okay, this is kind of wild. So like the idea here is meant to be like Lancer spam on both sides. Louis is expecting something other than Lancers. And Wham is super paranoid about Lancers. But I don't know if Louis is intending mass Lancers here. Okay, there we go. We get confirmation. Second stable's in. So he's going to look to just try and pull this away from cavalry and then use the clock tower as a end statement for the game. Yeah, we just haven't really seen much clock tower anymore. The thing about clock tower is it kind of sucks for multiple reasons. So for a start, nested bees can be really frustrating, but you have to scale them first. That takes time. But the other really big detail, in the current meta with Pro Scouts, it means that players have a lot of food. And with a lot of food, gives you the ability to go into cavalry, to go into men-at-arms. These are things that nested bees do not handle well at all. These are things that counter nested bees. So that's a very big part about why you don't really see clock tower as much anymore. A lot more people have actually been going towards the Imperial Palace. Now, I think part of the reason why Wham went Mount Luke Academy over Shaolin Monastery here is that he wants to try and elongate his food. In a Lancer spam off, every little counts. So the fact that now you're able to collect the tax quicker and gain food as well as gold means he shouldn't run out of resources as quickly. And then on top of that, when it does come time to rush relics, because you now have a normal monastery, unlike a Shaolin monastery, you can actually supervise that. So you can pump out your monks much quicker. Scout War here is kind of comedial. Lancers are going to start trying to clear house. Louis was being a nuisance there, though. He was burning a lot, and he was also removing the passive resources due to the disturbance. I think Louis might be a little bit at risk here. Numbers look good right now, but they're deceptive because of the scout count. Relics are at least even. Distribution-wise, they're fairly balanced as well. We do have some camping on the east side from Louis, so in theory, you should be able to get more. But like my concern is what the pump looks like in the next 2 minutes. We talked about the gold gen that you're going to have, but like what Wham has done here with the Mountain Academy is quite crafty. He knows he can't compete with Imperial Academy's gold gen. You'll lose. You'll always lose. But you can compete with China's food because of that Mountain Academy perk we talked about. So that's what he's turned it into, is he knows he'll never win the gold game. But food is just as, if not more important for Lancer spam. A little bit of back and forth here. Lancer. Oh, that's kind of awkward. You have to go for the snipe there and it doesn't feel good. What is up, Jackano? Thank you much for the raid. Hope you have a good stream. Hope you had a good time. Perfect time to catch up on some of the top players on Wednesday. So it looks like he's going to win the Relic War over on the east side. It's going to be a divide between the two, and there's one Relic remaining, so it looks like Louis MT actually in a good position to get the split. Yeah, Wham, he needed to basically pull his troops onto the independent Lancers. He's falling behind because of this split and the way it played. And now with Chicken New to follow this up. Why? Now that's curious to me. Chicken New, and there isn't a single reason. Okay, there we go. It was a misclick. It must have been a misclick. There's only logical thought there. It's like your opponent has a handful of spears, but that doesn't matter. So Wham is just trying to get ahead of the threat, but this is now worrisome because Louis has got that clock tower, remember. The Barbican also coming up. Tells you that Louis is feeling a lot more confident about his position now. So Song Dynasty to start insulating. She can start building an economy lead. He's blocked the relic win condition for Wham. Getting 2 relics doesn't feel great here. Wham has like 1 good strike in him, and then he's dead. Otherwise, the other way you can play this is just try to play greedy. Like, you're eventually going to have the stone to go 2 TC. I think that's very risky against China. You've got 4 stone, so your opponent will know if you're doing it. Like, you can wait for the passive gen, but it takes so long. Yeah, really unfortunate, actually. Had this been the double stone we talked about, Wham would already have the stone to go for 2 TC. And he'd do so masked. Like, Louis wouldn't have any confirmation of it unless he found it. Louis just needs to take a chill pill. He just got the info on the crossbows. We do have Clock Tower and Nest of Bees being queued up. He can kind of just semi-hunker down now. Food is going to become a problem soon. You can see he's on the berries. We are seeing the walls coming up from Wham already. And so it begins. Dun-dun-dun-dun. It began with 1 wall. It will end with 1,500. So what's Wham's way out of this bind? I think for Wham, he's probably going to have to turn this into a macro game. It's just so difficult to dive Nest of Bees. There is something ironic about this after the way that he dismantled Voldemar's all-in with Nest of Bees. It might be about to happen to him. Like, your counterplay here, because you lost the food meat grinder, is like you have to go towards ranged. And usually ranged is great. Right? You know, most matchups, I say range can, like, dominate this now. Usually most players are trying to get towards crossbows. It's why crossbows got nerfed again recently, where they went from 12 base down to 11. But this exception to the rule is the Chinese civs, especially this one with the clock tower. These Nest of Bees are infuriatingly tanky. 195 HP is just not easy to kill. Range units are dog crap, Louis knows. Well, that's technically not true, because this is technically a range unit. Checkmate. There's just lots of mini little range units in there, you see them? Also, can we just, like, focus on the fact that Wham thought that he could pick Shushi into Chinese, basically forcing a Chinese matchup against a Chinese person? Are you insane, man? See, this is the unfairness actually for Wham, is that Canada doesn't exist in the game. That's the issue we face. When can Nadia get added? Question mark. Louis' best civ is Ottomans? No, I'd say his best civ is actually probably English. I think most people would agree the way he plays English is like so frustrating. If there is a player you don't want to have to play English against, I think it's Louis. What is up, Fat Blop? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Appreciate you. Because like the thing with the way Louis plays English, he can be insanely defensive, but also he always finds a way of worming into the mass men-at-arms phase of the game. And I've never seen someone so proficient at flank raiding with men-at-arms as Louis on English. Like, it just doesn't make sense. They're so slow, they shouldn't be able to do it. Every time he finds a way. Canada's just England/France with extra steps. Yeah, but dude, like, you're missing an opportunity here. How many people brought Total War Warhammer 3 because Kislev had bears? So what if we just gave bear cavalry to Canada? I'd buy it. Don't act like you wouldn't buy it as well. Like, we willingly paid $20 for that. If the only difference was like, yeah, they have like bears that they ride. I know. At least 50,000 people are buying that DLC. Oof. Now, if you tried to sell to me the idea that Wham's going to win this game, I would not buy that. 5 nested bees. At this point, Wham is like, just get me out of the game. Landmark's been getting wrecked all game. Remember the days where you couldn't wreck it because if it got rebuilt, it captured the resources again? Whew. Moose Cav? I would also accept Moose Cav. And what? Do we give them like Mounties that are just like gunpowder units in Castle Age? Yo, that realization that actually what Janissaries do would make more sense for Canadian Mounties. SB siege begins. This feels like a painfully slow death. But don't worry, Papa Louis is here to speed it up. Lumberjack men-at-arms, of course. More two-handed. I mean, think about it, right? We've got the two-handed maces. We're about to get the two-handed hammers. Two-handed axes just make sense. Your first mistake was exposed. I mean, dude, like, you lost the Lancer War, right? I was saying, I think, like, your issue was you spread a bit wide with your Lancers. Maybe you just needed to, like, forfeit some of the map and overwhelm in certain locations. I like the idea of what you were doing with the Mount Lu Academy, where it's like, oh, I can get more food, and he'll run out of food first. Louis, now with the dive in. Nesta Bees are getting backstabbed. Villagers are trying to repair. Wham! An admirable last stand here. But it just feels like he hasn't got enough cavalry. Yeah, this is rough. He's actually... Wait, you're trying to play Nesta Bees into Nesta Bees? Are you mad, man? 50% more health, by the way. Have fun with that. Oh my god. Like, it's not just the fact they have 50% more health, it's that Wham is now building Nesta Bees to counter... Like, nothing. It's to counter the Nesta Bees. Whereas, like, your whole army, or half your army, rather, gets countered by knobs. A little bit of an awkward repair attempt. Knobs might actually get cleared. Oh, no. Well, pour one out for Kanukistan. Looks like he's going to be going down to Louis up to match point. It's the best of 5, so there's still more games to come, but this just felt like a rough one. Lancers will at least not find the gold. He actually doesn't know about that at all. But you're just pinned, and after Louis does his frequels, he's like, Wham, what's happening? You haven't finished your wall, bro. Let me help you with your walls. Good guy, Louis. What a nice guy. You want Ottomans to get buffed for siege? Please stop. Oh, no. Oh, no. No, 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 no. I mean, at this point, you can't even be mad at him. I mean, that is one decisive way to force an endgame for sure. Holy crap. So Louis MT now 2-1 with the Chinese win over Shuji. Excuse me. Whoa. Next game, we're going to Sacred Grove. Jean versus Ottomans. Ooh. No. Can we say this Vil group got Fortnited? No, because considering the average age of my audience, to even admit that statement out loud, I could easily just lose 90% of people that watch me. It's not worth the risk. 1 second. Alright, there we go. Switch into game. Sorry, I'm just having a message about something. One of my influencers is like live, but he literally has a YouTube video that he's meant to be posting today. Nothing like making my life interesting. Deep breaths into a bag. Oh, I need to flip the score, don't we? Am I the only one who gets a smile on my face when I watch Ottomans play at the moment? Wanna know, they're back! And it's Louis MT on them this time. Ottomans up against Wham Jean. Now, this matchup used to be super toxic for Jean because you would just get outpost and blocked. I'm not even exaggerating. Like, I still remember it was Mr. versus MarineLorD when the expansion first came out, when Jean was like an unstoppable force. And the whole plan got unraveled because MarineLorD built a single outpost. Things are a little bit deeper these days. I'd say Jean can actually force you into a really annoying state. The interesting thing about this matchup is, like, on paper, Ottomans are really good against Jean because of Janissary. You're an anti-cav Civ against a Civ that only wants to build cavalry. That is a jackpot win. But the problem right now is getting to the Janissaries. Most Ottoman players have been dying prematurely before they actually develop into that threatening late game force. Part of it due to Jean's pressure, part of it due to the fact that we're in a Pro Scouts meta, which Ottomans have not really played that well so far. We've seen some experimental builds. B comes to mind. He's a really big lover of the Sultani trade network into Pro Scouts. I'm expecting Sultani trade network here. Louis MT historically has liked that landmark longer than almost any player. In fact, if you guys remember, about a year, yeah, I think it was a year ago, we were casting Louis MT on ladder doing this really funky 2TC Sultani trade network build, fast imping. Map, by the way, is going to be Sacred Grove. You might remember this as the home map of last week. What do you guys think of this map? I think it's interesting. There is some notable differences to just your standard Dry Arabia. It's very subtle, but impactful. And what I mean by that is it's the spread of resources. Like, there's this very open ground for you to try and navigate past your initial resources. So you have safe resource, dangerous, and then theoretically safer again when you get to the big tree lines. On top of that, there's this cool divider, which creates like a 3-lane scenario, which might be music to the ears of anyone who likes MOBAs. But I love this. I said that he's a big believer in Sultani Trade Network, but Louis MT takes a different direction. We've actually got Madrasa. Yeah, Madrasa, we talked about this in some previous casts, that Madrasa is kind of being slept on. It's really good for being present. You can still use it to go for like a fast imp build. That's just a given. That's on the table. But the logic is that if you need to be present at Feudal Age, this will equip you adequately. And where it gets really important, why it's so important, is in Feudal Age, I don't feel like, if you want to play Feudal Pressure, I don't think you want to go for Anatolian Hills. Anatolian Hills has kind of just turned into a bit of a bait, like a default instinctual thing you do, like, oh yeah, it's good, I'll just build it. But players over time have realized that that sacrifice of going Anatolian removes a lot of pressure play. The tech up's starting to come through. Jean already getting the first knights out. In fact, we can actually speed up for a minute or two just this early game. Let's get the first units out. Louis going to lame the deer. He should be looking to shove his own deer in. This is the value of going for the military school, as it gives you spearmen for free to push. And then the spearmen are also going to be valuable against Jean herself. But Wham has discovered what's up. We'll deny it. We're not getting pro scouts, though. Right? Not with that gold income, no. This is going to be him scaling military schools. So he's playing anti-pro scout. Okay. Very interesting. What do people get instead of Anno? City Skylines? Like, wait, what do you mean Anno? You are talking about the Anno, like, Ubisoft games, right? I really need to find a contact over at the Ubisoft influencer team, because they got multiple games this year that I actually want to check out on the launch. I'd love to do some sponsor streams around, like, Anno, also Heroes Might Magic. Oh, Anatolian Hills? Ugh, barely know him. I don't know if, like, Anatolian Hills went down well in the end. Conceptually, what it's trying to do is cool. I think that new map that's coming with the expansion, where you've got the water dividers, is going to achieve something similar to Anatolian Hills that might actually be a better version. Which, by the way, I smiled when I saw this. I thought about adding it to KPMM. So I believe the map's called Waterlines. It's already in the game. Hussein actually created it in-game. The DLC doesn't come out for like another 2 weeks, and he already added it. So I'd normally agree that fighting Jean in this age is a really bad idea, if it wasn't for this. Range gets destroyed by Sipahi. Like, it's actually very difficult for Wham to fight this. If Louis gets his timing right and waits for a blob of Sipahi, he can just flood and kill. And the thing is, Sipahi is so tanky that Knights won't kill him fast enough. This is where the Imam point goes real hard. I think Louis, because of the state of this game, you can see he had to go Anatolian. It's kind of unfortunate, because he didn't play Pro Scouts. He is, however, going to sneak out on the west side with an outpost drop. Anno games are good. Yeah, so I actually, like, realized this the other day. I really enjoyed Anno... Oh, which one was it? Was it 1600? No, 1600 is the one. 1800, right? Was the last one. Yeah, 1800. I played a lot of Anno 1800 when it came out, but I never bothered with any of the DLCs. And there's been like 4 years worth of DLC. But they never actually put them on sale in a way that feels like it's worth it. But I am looking forward to the new Anno game, because I am a big history nerd. So, but the areas of history that I've enjoyed a lot is, of course, around like the Roman Greek times. So the new Anno, which I think is called, like, is it 14.4 or something, will hit perfectly, or 104 will hit perfectly. I am just as hyped for the new Heroes of Might Magic. I don't know, there's some really cool strategy games this year. There's probably other ones I haven't noticed as well on top of that. You guys ready for the new Stormgate update? Okay, I'm going to stop. Let's just focus on the K. Louis MT, more Sipahi on the way, Spimmin as well. Wow, just sticking Knights. This is interesting. Louis, you'd think Sipahi are bad, but if you just hide them behind the spears, very impactful even against Knights. And the goal here is to have like probably about 8 or 9. 8 or 9 can just almost immediately remove Jean from the fight. And then you just focus on Spearman scaling. But at the same time, this protects your Spearman, because Wham's going to see Sipahi and say, building archers is the dumbest thing I could do this game. It would kill me. So he just wants to build even more Knights. Guys, what are you laughing about? Are you not excited for the... No, I'm not going to get that again. I mean, what else we got? Like, Battle Aces. I want Battle Aces to get it right so badly, but I know they're just going to pay to win themselves out of the market. Well, I'm just trying for a freebie. Louis has got the meta on the way. Really big deal here. Sipahi also... Uh-oh. That's an overextension. Wham! Look at the damage already! If you press Divine Restoration, you die anyway. Like, there's no getting away from this. I like that he didn't waste it. You might as well save it for the buyback. That is brutal. But this is the thing about Sipahi. They hit for 24 damage per strike, and they have an attack speed buffer. That was just sick. Great read by Louis. And I wonder, does he consider going for Castle now? It's going to be a buyback. Wham doesn't want to wait. Yeah, he thinks he can farm XP now because he's got the Knights together. And the spear count is a little bit lacking. Also, when you're this close to your base, it's much harder for Sipahi to backstab you. You can just hide in the choke points. So Clash going to come in. XP farm galore. Louis with the Sapar, he's doing questionable things. Yeah, he's not going after Jean. He wasted a lot of time on the scout. A scout is now turning to fight him back. Night count is a little bit low. Lost spearmen have been thrown away, but the Sapahi will live. Okay, so decent amount of XP given over. Louis will probably feel like that was worthwhile to keep the night count pinned. I am still surprised he didn't go for the sniper on Shah, but like we mentioned, when you're this close to the base, your worry is that if you dive her, she walks back here, she gets a garrison, and you're just dead. So Louis was a bit more methodical, calculated about it. It's like, okay, if I do want that Jean kill, it's probably going to cost me the game. And yes, the new DLC for AoE4 should be on the 8th. Maybe I'll need to organize some show matches. We need to restock the funds for that, don't we? Sorry, excuse me. So, like, when new series release, it's kind of the one time where it's actually interesting to do, like, mirror matches, actually. I think Knights Templar will be quite intriguing for a mirror matchup, like, tournament. House of Lancaster, not so much. Wait, did they actually confirm that Battle Ace is going to make you pay for units? That's terrible if so. I'm so gutted. I warned them multiple times about this. You're creating a competitive RTS. You can't paywall units. It's like the worst idea ever. Like, if you're at least a PvE RTS, you could actually get away with it. Okay, so a little bit of an overextension here from Wham. I don't like the way he's splitting up. Like, ideally, you usually want to be raiding with knights, but right now it's about getting the XP churn. He's going to be way too late on it, though. Look what's happening. Louis getting ready for Castle Age. Louis played this really well, guys. This is not your orthodox method of playing Ottomans against Jean. At least, not how most people perceive it. Historically, this matchup has been Ottomans camp in their base and Jean tries to kill you. And you either get Castle Age and kill her, or you die. But Louis has shown you guys just how valuable Sipahi are. I still think that this is actually the best unit Ottomans have. People have been misled. People say Greek Bombards, they say Janissaries all the time. There's one person who's probably saying Akinji, their name is Faye. But if you've played enough Ottomans or watched enough high-level Ottomans, even when you watch Sipahi lose, you see the potential of them. The problem is most people are scared to play them because they're very fragile. Very high DPS, but if you go into a counter unit type, you just get erased. And it feels so much worse than if it was a horseman dying because you paid 33% more. You say Sipahi your top 3 unit in the game general, right? But Akinji is your top 1, right? Faye? Right? I mean, just imagine Akinji with Byzantine economy. Alright, I should stop. That sounds actually broken. Guildhall coming in. Well, I'm not going to be too far behind on this Castle Age timing. He knows this is going to go deeper, so Imperial is going to become the name of the game. I don't know if Louis is going to rush it. Likely we'll see him open with a few Lancers. Because the whole concept is you're reaching a phase in the game where Wham's going to play flanks. Like, Pro Scouts is only going to last so much longer, right? It's probably got about, like, what, 4 or 5 minutes? But even without the Pro Scouts detail, the gold is becoming threatening. Yeah, people giving their opinions on the Sipahi. Oh, here's the other one we talked about. Janissary is now coming in. Interesting that he didn't open 2 or 3 Lancers. I guess his feeling is like, considering the player he's up against, everything's probably going to be walled. Remember, guys, we're 14 minutes in the game. Usually around the 11-minute mark, if there's no wall tiles placed by Wham or Louis, they start to get like this insufferable rash they start scratching out on their chest. And it gets worse. Every 10 seconds, they don't build a wall. So right now, Wham is like blotched up to the point that he looks like he's been attacked by a swarm of bees. So he's looking to get rid of that allergy. Louis MT has so much blotchy skin from all the itches. At this point, he looks worse than Violet in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. But he'll fix that soon, don't worry. Why can we still not see the Vizier points? Because it keeps things exciting. But like in all seriousness, capture age needs to be updated. It's times like this I honestly quite highly rate going back for the meta point to get the movement speed. I don't think he's going to do it, but like I've seen so many players, like you're 15 minutes in, that point is still so valuable for getting your army across the map. Wow, he did get the early info. I think he glanced the Janissaries. We do have Arbitrary switch. Guys, this doesn't win as hard as you think anymore. Arbitrary used to be able to annihilate Janissaries, but that was back when Janissaries were taking bonus damage from all ranged. That got fixed now. They basically get extra damage tagged against them from archers. The Arbitrary, meanwhile, now not only do they not have the extra 50% damage, to make matters worse, they have lower base damage than when this matchup used to happen. And look at that. Myriad coming in. Louis makes autos look busted. Myriad should know. Myriad was a prolific ultimate spammer back when Great Bombards were being birthed at a higher rate than a baby boom in the 90s. I still, like, honestly, I think, like, most players need to be double-checking ultimates and learning Sipahi. I think Sipahi are one of the highest skill execution and skill expression units in the game. Wow. Skill expression comes in with the meta detail. But these things are sick. I think people got way too used to the idea of Ottomans being a boom sieve and didn't respect their aggression. And now people are kind of waking up to it. Last nights from Wham. I may have really good timing here, actually. No, this is doomed. Look what Louis is doing. He's waiting. He's waiting for the fight to come, and then when it happens, he's going to dive into the tree line because Wham's going to be distracted. This is sick. So Spearmen arrive, push him away. Sipahi going, good reactions by Wham. The problem, however, is that is a lot of cavalry. He could even dive onto the Arbitrary mass right now. He's got to be considering it. French army still being chased away. It looks like instead he's going to back out. So yeah, a little bit awkward. The meta was getting sniped low, and that deterred Louis from continuing to dive. Meanwhile, hello. Wham. Has he threaded the needle? Wraps around, comes in anyway. Villagers will have to hide. Janissaries start to spawn. Remember, no raw bloodlines. So this Mass Knight is not as threatening as you'd normally see at this state of the game. Sipahi are still waiting on the flank, looking for targets. And looks like the boar has been discovered. Wham, we'll have to vacate the area. Knights, meanwhile in the base, are going to start finding workers. Can he get past? Oh, he can! Sick grab, Wham, sticks to the target. No textiles either. So Ottoman villagers dropping like flies. He can even turn onto the springles afterwards. This is like a jackpot. Wow, like, you know, when you win once and you just keep rolling. Like, wow, I think this slots machine might be broken. Only no RNG, just skill here. Wham now with a worthy villager lead. It's a bit deceptive because you are up against military school production. Plus, relics coming home. Yeah, Louis been kind of crazy with this. I can't believe this. Despite the damage done, look at the relic state. It's almost like nothing happened. Now, Wham does still have upsides. The guild hall is accruing. He will eventually find his way into Imperial. But Louis, I still think is in a very good position here. That's about to get better. Yo, he gets the hit! 3 workers down, 2 more to fall. Sean is reacting, but it doesn't look like it's going to be quick enough. Villagers can get sniped, all but 1 dying. Jean's champions? I'd hope so. Yeah, it's champions. You don't really want to be building the riders against Ottomans. I think, like, Ottos might be the single worst civ to build John riders against. But imagine how giga-charred you'd look if you beat your opponent with them. Right? Right? You got to do it for the star points, guys. Come on. The hard flex. It's just trying to sneak in. The walls are going up, though. This is going to get linear, and that's where things get bad for Wham. It's good that he's prepping for it, though. He's already switching arbitrary. The Knights are going to become less impactful. 4 relics now for Louis. Oh, he even gets a Knight. Oh. Jackpot. Don't mind if I do. The Sipahi have just been so dictatorial in this game. I don't know, like, I'm looking at the state of the Knights, and yes, I know Wham got more worker kills, but I feel like the Sipahi have been more valuable to the state of this game than these Knights. Wham looks like he's going to try to just consolidate some positions here. I imagine we'll be looking at keep drop on the 8k vein. Oh no, this is kind of different. Like, he's setting up farms east, and then he needs to go west for gold. Like, he can fix that. He can do red pass plus a castle drop, but, like, it does feel weird that you're not, like, leaning your farms west to hunker down in one location. Yeah, especially with mass arbitrary, you're going to be slow. And what? Did Louis really just go bomber? He did. We've got the great bombard point. I mean, surely, like, at this stage, you could just go Imperial Age. Not like right now, but in 2 or 3 minutes. So, kind of crazy that you actually burned those Vizier points on a one-offer. It's going to take a while, but boy, do I think this guy's going to do well. Yeah, one scary thing here is, like, your opponent has now gone arbitrary. So, like, for Wham, the scary thing is that the bombard's maybe a bit hard to counter. You can't really dive onto it with 16 Knights against this many Janissary. There's a big risk he's going to get blocked on gold. Like, this is all intentional because Louis looked at the spawn and he's gone, okay, you're running out of gold. Like, you've gone arbitrary, you've gone Knights. You still haven't teched, so you haven't switched the guild hall to gold either. You are in a dangerous position. If you lose this area, you can't play Jean late game. It's pretty ballsy. I feel like most players would have just went for the Imperial. Louis is a big believer in mass siege right now. Well, I think if he doesn't play Pro Scouts, you have to be, right? Like, if you play Pro Scouts and then you go siege anyway, it feels really weird. It's actually a big part about why, like, Knights feel pretty OP right now, is people can afford to keep spamming them to the point that they can be dominant. It's being dominant. Great bombard. Knocking at the door. It's going to be torches out as well. Full commitment. And the Janissaries could repair instead. Louis is going to use the villages. And he's not waiting around. And look at the timing. The red pile's coming up on the east side, but the castle's going to drop before he gets the arbalist in placement. Sick timing by Louis. He has got some catching up to do, or rather some taking down to do, though. Because he's about to be an entire age behind. Now, militarily, he's incredibly scary for Wham to fight. The issue, though, is when you play Great Bomber and you play into Mass Janissaries, you don't really have the pacing to dive and punish. And to make matters worse, you don't really want to risk it against Red Palace. So we do have Knights raiding again. Wham. I mean, at this point, he's milked the cow so much, there's probably blood coming out. This is a big hit, though. If he can get beyond them... textiles, like Louis, I think he's dead here. These villages are gone. Club down, big hit. Janissaries are now reacting, but the eco tells no lie. 12 villages up, make it 13 for Wham. Okay, not just that, an age ahead as well. This game has flipped the table entirely. Like, this game looked as if Louis was on a collision course to just win with Great Bombard push timing. But that raid forced him all the way home. Wham's now in a pretty dictatorial position. He can look to reclaim on the north side, which he needs to do for gold. And also, because he's in Imperial Age, he can switch the guild hall over if he wants to. So gold isn't going to become a problem later in the game. Ones, if you think Wham's going to win this game. Twos, if you think Louis is. 2 TC now from Louis as well. Okay, but he's like rushing Imp while being greedy, right? Pretty crazy. One thing to keep in mind is, like, it is a noteworthy eco lead for Wham, but once again, military schools. We have 5 military schools. 5 military schools of passive production, adding, like, on average, like, what? 200 resources a minute at this stage? 150, 200, right? That's a lot. If a village, so, like, each of these military schools is worth, let's say, like, 3 villages. So that's, like, 15 more eco into his push. Other side, Wham has obviously got the discounts from consecration, which is definitely kind of keeping him in balance here, allowing him to compete a little bit. But I did just notice something really important here, folks. This is painful. He doesn't actually have the technology that would decrease the full cost. Remember, there is a tech that you need to get called Ordnance Company. It's only now coming in. Yeah, he was missing this tech. So he was only discounting the food, not the wood and the god. And there is the big surge point. Istanbul Observatory now coming in. They should rename this to Istanbul, just because of how instantly it gives you an army. Like, the production rate ramp up is pretty wild, remember. This thing increases production speed by 100% instead of the 40%. Well, I'm not really in a position to punish this. No. He gets baited on the flank. Spy hero rotating in. Do you elite them? I think you do. Your late game comp here is like Jani plus Sipahi. Spirals is quite interesting to keep scaling. I actually don't mind that. He's got almost 10 of them, and some of this interesting. If he builds a Siege Workshop, Shutter Triggers, I think, is low-key slept on right now. It's actually surprisingly effective, folks. Remember, it gives you the, what was it, 25% damage increase and more missile resistance. As in the attack speed increase. Which, by the way, like, it's very interesting, the dynamics. I think when you're playing ranged, attack speed is better than damage. But when you're playing melee, damage is better than attack speed. Because the logic is with melee, there's a lot more moving. So, like, having each instance attack harder is better. But with ranged units, the attack speed feels better because of the overkill risk. So you get shot triggers plus the attack speed meta bonus. Like, you're just gatling people down. It's pretty crazy. How much does it take to produce a Springle from the landmark? It's really, really quick. Because remember, Springles are ultra cheap now. They're only 250. So you can have like 2 Springles out instead of 1 mango on the same timing. But we do have the Great Bombard switch up now coming in. Janissaries have got their trench guns ready to gun down things. Wham has a problem here. He doesn't have late game economy yet. And he needs a big fight to get Jean to level 4. On Springwood every minute. I think it's quicker at this point because of the Istanbul, right? Yes, in Castles, like, I think it ends up being like 1 minute 5 seconds or 1 minute 9 seconds. It's really fast. And I always rate going Springles over Mangoes because Mangoes are kind of underwhelming Castle. But the other thing is, like, if you go for 1 Mango over 2 Springles, your opponent can just target that 1 Mango and kill you, right? You lose all the value straight away. By diversifying into multiple units, you can not only attack multiple targets, but also you are multiple targets to be attacked by melee units, which is meant to be the counter. So, like, I'm always a bigger fan of Springles over Mango opening. Military Academy increase it? It should do, right? No, I'm talking Istanbul would increase it. Oh, you're talking about like the Military Academy tech? It should do. Wait, shouldn't Mirai know? You prolific Ottoman spamming scum. So Wham's just kind of in an awkward position right now. He knows he needs that fight, but his economy isn't at a point where he can actually afford that fight. So what he's going to try to do is just delay the game. We got Wham's walls coming up just in the nick of time here. And he needs to get more farms. If Louis senses this for what it is, there's a great attack point for him in the next 2 minutes. He's pretty much popped. Like, this is a bit bad for what Louis is doing right now. You don't just want to stand here. When you're fully popped out like this, you want to attack. Because right now, you're missing out on 3 units. And yes, Myriad used to be like the most prolific Ottoman spammer. It's how I first came across him. I discovered Myriad when he was but a wee boy spamming Ottomans in English. I know, disgusting. God, I remember those were torturous times as well. You'd be up like against Divine DFB, you're like, oh wow, he's playing English. Oh wow, he's playing Ultimates. Oh wow, this game is 2 hours. We need bigger gates in the next DLC. Hear me out. What if the golden gate became a gate? Whoa. Snowball's now coming up from Louis. Like, anything you can do, I can wall better. Good timing as well. Needs a bit more urgency about this push, though. Wham is getting a lot of freebies out of this. Like, in terms of, like, time. The biggest freebie of all that he needs. Guildhall is generating a lot of gold. We do have the cannon switch. Yeah, this is where things get tricky. Like, the cannons can actually kite and kill the Great Bombards really easily. Remember what I said, guys. Cannons are the best siege in Imperial Age. Like, bang for buck-wise, it's very hard to beat them. I just want to emphasize, like, walling this map isn't exactly easy. Any players that are watching right now can attest to this. Like, this map, when you look at what these two have done, you're like, oh my god, this is such a campy map. Look at the way they wall. It's not really the way it typically plays out. Looks like he has discovered the Great Palace now. Red Palace is going to be a little bit of a nuisance, so you don't really want to come to the east side. In fairness, the Red Palace is kind of irrelevant. It's the gold that you need to be denying. Or, you know, hear me out. We could just literally dive into the enemy base. Squirrels are moving up, by the way. This is scary. Arbitrary, only 95 HP. The Janissaries just riddle it with bullets, man. It only takes 5,000. Okay, Guildhall down. The Great Bombards are moving up as well. Janissaries are now in range, but Vise has not been dropped by Wham. And where is Jean? Am I blind? Is she not here? No, she's coming in behind now. Uh-oh. Louis may have overextended here. Backstab's going to come through. Janissaries trying to gun it down. Great Bombard is being ignored. Janissaries are going to struggle here. The Royal Bloodline's just a little bit too strong. And it's going to be a full wipe. Wham. Bam and thank you, ma'am. Gets it when he needs it most. 27 knights remain. Janissary count has been reduced. I can't believe this guy just played mass knights like that and made it work. And a huge fight for Jean. Much needed XP. Not enough to get Mecha Jean, but has to be creeping close after that. Looks like he didn't fully move in range sometimes. He got distracted. So I think actually he only got about like half the XP he should have out of that fight. Now, definitely not the end of Louis. Passive production is going to help him resurge. He also has resources in reserve. You thought they counted knights? Yeah, they do when the Janissaries stand in front of them. But Louis kind of just tried to run before he could walk there. And we do have 6 canons. If Louis MT likes his siege that much, it's going to be hard to actually fight into a winning position with it right now. Mia Micah trolled so the Wham could learn from it. Of course. I mean, like, Wham is still barely an infant learning from the wise Mia Micah. This is not your 90 Knights game. And dude, 6 cannon isn't too much. I've told you guys already. Cannons are OP. Best siege weapon in game. Look at that. 60 base damage. Good attack speed. Instant shot. What's not to like an... Oh my... No. Louis, not like this. Castle goes down. Wait, Wham. No, come on. Okay, this is maybe a little bit greedy. Adjustable crossbars is being prepped. Spahi are going to dive in the meantime. Knight count is non-existent. He's now overextended. He's going to end up losing the cannons. He knows it as well. Tries to just run Jean in. She's not going to get level 4. No. Throws her away. What feels like prematurely. And now the cannons are going to flop. Wow. Okay, so that's like, what? 5,000 resources down the drain? I mean, he had the discount on them with the consecration, but it's still a lot of resource bank lost. Guildhall just got pulled. That was it. That was everything, guys. He has no second ace up his sleeve here of like 4,000 gold to work with. Yeah, this is actually wild. Like, he threw away so much there. He has got back out on the goal temporarily, but like in terms of what's available in this map, pretty limited. And considering you took that type of dive without having Guildhall reserves when you want to go adjustable crossbars mangoes, it feels like Wham just punted the game into the off-field. And then left himself with an open goal to be shot. What could Wham have done different here? Maybe opening the flanks with a few rams and sending the knights in might have been a better value play. Lets him throw away some units while replacing with what he really wants. I just think this brute force down the center, he kind of just got baited in. Like 6 cannons is kind of wild. Against Master Sipahi, it just felt like what Wham didn't do is prep the next wave of units. Like men-at-arms here maybe would have been the solid shout. And that's a solid shout from Jack Leo. What up? Thank you very much. Appreciate the sub, mate. There's 5 people definitely enjoy the gifted subs. Reminder, if you haven't subbed already, you want to, so you don't have to worry about those ads. Also, you know, supports a content creator. I assume you enjoy watching. Bush coming in. We've been here before. Last time it almost cost Louis the game, but this time it might just win it for him. And what is up, Happy Hungry Dude? He's hungry for an ad-free viewing experience. Appreciate the sub, mate. Welcome to Swarm. Double Great Bomber. Meanwhile, keep drop. No, this is Curse. He's gonna die. Oh my god. Oh. Janissaries are just not reasonable. No textiles. It's a massacre. A doubtful claim on the gold for Wham. And now he finds himself 20 economy down. I find myself gifted subs up. What is up, Marv? Thank you very much, you legend. Appreciate the 5 gifted. Wham is in pain now. The gold is a problem. The Guildhall is down. He's not getting anything more. He's got Jean de Blast, but there's an argument that he may have got Jean up to level 4 too late. 6 mangoes is definitely threatening. But it's 3 great bombards currently. And a lot of Sipahi. I think the issue in this fight for Wham is going to be not enough front line. Nango's at least scare him away. Sipahi. Oh, hello. Well, that looks like a freebie. He's going to go for more. The mango positioning is questionable here. So, okay, he will at least protect the rest of the siege. I feel like he lost more than he should have, though. The great bombards are now deploying. Shots coming in. Big hit there. We'll have to reset here, but now that level 4 Jean is in, it's kind of interesting. Sometimes it feels almost freeing. Because now there's nothing left for her to do with that XP. You've reached peak. So you don't, like, it's going to sound weird, but you don't really need to freak out as much anymore. Spy. Your tempting fate, son. Looks like we do have another castle on the west side in the end. Wham do complete it. He's just so low on raw economy. We have to remember at the end of the day, Louis isn't just ahead by 20 eco. It's the military schools. It's just adding so much in. I feel like Janissary should have slightly less attack speed. It's interesting you say that. My feeling is a bit different. I've said this before that I think Janissaries are slightly overtuned for Castle Age. I think they're fine in Imperial. I actually don't think they're like Giga busted. Like, sure, they have a decent attack speed, but they have fairly low base damage for a gunpowder unit compared to standard like gunpowder units, right? And then there's the health, like 105 compared to 130. The issue here is more a qualitative one of like one player has got gunpowder and the other one has got crossbows, which is reasonable. Like that should be the case, that you lose that fight on equal thing. Cost less than hand cannoneers? Sure, but they don't cost a lot less, right? Like 160 compared to 240. Like I said, I think Janissaries are fine. Because, like, also the counter argument there is you can blob them quicker than you can blob hand cannoneers. And the other thing that I think people sleep on at this stage in the game is Silk Bowstrings. Silk Bowstrings allows archers to wipe this pretty efficiently. Because Janissaries are slower and they'll get completely outranged. So yeah, I don't feel like it's an uncounterable force. It's still strong. It's going to always feel strong because it's like you have one of the best cavalry units in the game. You have this gunner unit that protects itself really well against cav. And then you've got like siege. Then you're making archers. I don't know. I think archers are a little bit slept on in the hyper late game. Silk Bowstrings is kind of crazy when you just really think about the percentile increase. Why doesn't Wham have archers? Because Arbitrary are your like bread and butter. Arbitrary are the single best unit French and John have access to. At this stage, you just want Arbitrary because archers is more about me funneling units to throw away. Like you throw archers at the enemy, and a lot of them are going to die, but like against things like Janissaries, they should be like a cost-efficient trade. When you play Jean, it's more about having the best quality army. Win the fight by just having premium units and attack speed buffing them all. Like if there was an aura, archers would kind of make more sense, but the aura is like temporary with Jean. You activate Valorous Inspiration, you buff your units for X seconds. That means you want to have the best units possible that are present for 20 seconds. I think this actually might just be the end of Wham. He's kind of crumbling now. The flank raids are going to find the castle. That's irrelevant. We do have trade attempts coming through. The Red Palace is still up, right? Like that's the thing that I think Wham is looking at. Is like, well, he hasn't removed me from there yet. But this many Great Bombards parked, I don't see an easy world for the Mangoes to approach. We do at least have him kind of scaring Louis off temporarily, but we're up to 47 Janissaries now. Great Bombards. Oh, I'm going to get the shots in. Mangoes. Oh, was that intentional? He attacked a meta. No, and the Sipahi get in. All right, that's curtains. That's all, folks. No, he's got nothing left. Gold is down to 2k remaining. The guild hall never got repaired. This is a goldless game. He can't trade either now because the army's camped. So salutes for Wham. He will not make it past the quarterfinals. That means we're going to be getting Louis MT up against Dumu on Thursday, which historically is quite a wild set. This one, I don't know. I'd rate this. Was this the pure wallism? No, this was more like an 8 out of 10 on the walls. I've seen crazier. We were tame. Need to put siege caps in the game? I don't think so. It's like ones if you think we need siege caps. Twos if you like it that way. Like the balance point is meant to be population cap, right? Because like the thing that you have to keep in mind is like even if siege seems like it's a bit too strong, that can be a good thing. And what I mean by that is what you are doing is productively pushing the game to an end state. I don't see that as a bad thing. I think it's really bad when you have like a game that feels like it's never going to end. Because like there can be games where you're like, oh my god, this game's never going to end because they just keep defending each other so well. Yeah, okay, that's granted. But when it's like, oh my god, this game is not going to end because they're never running out of resources and they just have a million units coming and no one's actually really winning the fight to a degree that matters, that's like bad game design. And it's not like pushing mass Mangoes or mass Great Bombards doesn't have risks. Like I said, the risk is population. The more of them you lean into, the worse it gets from like a defensive standpoint because it's harder to hold. Okay. Meta changed for all saves over time, but the Ottoman meta has always been Sipahi, Jans, and Great Bombards. Sort of, but like we don't. So here's the thing that once again I need to emphasize, and we have a few pro players and pro level players in the chat, so they can chip in on this and tell you what I'm talking about here. When do you really see Ottomans reach that stage of the game? Like, sure, if you're having like a low level pub game and it's like those standards like we don't attack for 20 minutes, yeah, okay, sure, you'll see it. But the higher levels, it's really freaking hard for Ottomans to survive late enough in the game to be impactful. So we have got MarineLorD versus Numudan next. I'm quickly going to update the brackets and then we'll hop in for this. Reminder that after this series, we'll be hopping into the semifinals between B and the winner of this. But yeah, like, this is why Ottomans haven't been nerfed more, by the way. Is like, Ottomans have kind of big question marks on their early game presence that are still being solved. And until they're solved and you access the broken stage of the game, there's no point rebalancing the broken stage of the game. You need to be able to see it first, to gather data to understand. By the way, guys, I'm looking to gather users. You guys are fantastic. 169. Okay, we need 100 more. We're going to stick to 69s now. If you guys haven't signed up, reminder, we are working with two. I'm very good at math. 2 different brands this month. Really cool, actually. So we are working with Opera GX. I've been using their browser now for a month. Highly recommend checking it out. It's got a really good ad blocker in there. It's got a free VPN if you want to do just basic things like pretend you're in a different country to view certain things or get different prices. Definitely very useful for that. And then it also has some helpful things in there, like the game release trackers. It has like integrations for Twitter, etc. on side tabs. Really cool little like things that you don't realize are very useful until you've actually started to use them. So if you guys want to check that out, !Opera GX, you can download it. If you download it and create an account, you'll be marked up there as one of our fine users, and that also helps encourage Opera GX to come and sponsor Age of Empires 4 again. The other one, even easy to do, guys, is !AMD. All you have to do with this one is click the link. If you click the link, it helps me out immensely because we're doing an awareness campaign with them about their new 9070 XT graphics cards. I don't have one of them, but I do have a 7900 XTX, and I can swear by this thing, the 7900 XTX is an absolute banger. I've been blown away by the performance I've been getting out of this thing. You guys have like been praising the production and feel like everything's been leveling up. That's because we went full AMD this time. So we didn't just do the CPU, we done the GPU as well, and they delivered. All right, we're going to deliver a banger of a series though. You guys ready? It's time for MarineLorD versus Numudan. Excuse me. Blimey. In fact, let me update the title of that as well, because it should be Opera GX and AMD in there. All right. How have I still not heard back from my influencer that needs to deliver a video like 2 hours ago? I'm starting to feel like some people are just allergic to money. All right. Are you guys allergic to crap games? Good. You're in the right place then. What is it with Mongol picks on Gorge? One and all, we are back for another quarterfinals. That's right. This series immediately going to be followed up by semifinals up against B. Who is worthy? MarineLorD or Numudan? That's what we're here to find out. So far, the Mongols, guys, like, just double check here. I'm correct in that they haven't lost on Gorge this week. I think that's correct. Like, if I check the win percentages on the statistics for this week of Midweek Muster, I feel like they're going to have almost the highest win rate. Dude, the 100% win rate right now. That's wild. Like prior to the series, they're at 3 wins, 0 losses. Like, can they make it 4 this? They've been played 4 times, banned twice. This is crazy. Second place is Malians, by the way. That one's not too surprising. People just kind of waked up to that like a jolt to the system with the garrison. But Mongols has just been so subtle. Not really one you would have expected for Gorge as well. I feel like historically they almost just felt like a filler pick on this map. What's impressive is in a Pro Scouts meta just how impactful they're proving on this particular map. And yeah, looking at the resources, could be a good one for him as well. Gold on the north side plus the berries. We haven't talked about Numudan yet. He went for Ottomans. And then we have got the military school beginning. In fact, it's not just the beginning with military school. It's a Rax as well. He's actively producing. That's interesting. So Numu, I've seen a few Mongol players counter this. It can be really frustrating. The Ottomans can outspam you. You don't want to play along Dark Age now because along Dark Age equals Imam point, and Imam point destroys you. Let's say, for example, MarineLorD went up to 12 spearmen, and Numudan went up to 10, and played into Imam. He will win every single time with that engagement. And then what ends up happening is you lose your Uvu and potentially your Rax. So you're just negative on military presence of feudal. So MarineLorD, credit to him, has to be very happy with this. Like at this point, Numudan is overinvested and hasn't got anything out of it. In fact, my worry is Numu, because he's paranoid about being outnumbered if he runs across the field, he's camping home. Yeah, his rotation was ideal to scout the aggro. It was not ideal to scout the response. So he's still going to start realizing something's not right here. Like, if there was going to be an attack point, you would have seen it by now. And now he needs to rush the other side of the map. This is tricky, though. I said he can burn down the Rax, burn down the Uvu. Look at the positioning. Rax is going to be safe. Uvu is going to be exposed. But there's a world in which MarineLorD sneaks out and just repairs this. So, got to be very careful of your Numu, because you haven't invested enough to get the Vizier point. Cheap haul-wise, he's going to be better off than MarineLorD. But Numudan just needs to reach the next stage. I'm hoping we're looking at a Madrasa build. I think a lot of people are sleeping on Madrasa still. Going for the Sultani Trade Network just feels quite greedy here. Deerstone now on the way. Gold is a bit exposed. MarineLorD, like, ideally, getting enough for potentially, like, rushing Steeled Arrow is sick here. He might have to back away early, though. He's tempted. He needs 2 more drop-offs. And it looks like Numudan is actually freaking out. Yeah, he backs away. So the reason why he's backing away is, like, it's an even spear fight. Even if you have a 1 spear advantage, the problem is the Khan is whittling away at you. He can take out the injured. To make matters worse, you're now attacking into your opponent's production. So, like, he'll have new troops here straight away. You wouldn't have new troops here for another 40 seconds. It's just not winnable like this. And okay, Numu does know what's up. Madrasa's on the way. This is pro scouts from MarineLorD. I wondered. Also, can we just praise MarineLorD for recalibrating his gold income? I was watching a laser the other day, and a laser was like, "Oh, how do you do like this build?" And then he was like checking MarineLorD's replay. He's like, "MarineLorD, why do you always have like so much gold floated before your feudal age?" So, like, dude, a laser is so comical. It's almost like he's flaming you while asking questions. But this time around, MarineLorD should be fairly efficient, right? He hasn't gathered enough gold just yet for pro scouts. He could consider going Keshiks, but it was slower timing. So, likely we're going to be seeing stable. Ooh, hold on. But this is still pro scouts. Like, the gold number doesn't make sense for blacksmith tech. I don't think he's going semi-fast castle either. Spear clash coming in. Not ideal for MarineLorD there. That was subpar micro. Yeah, kind of crazy. He has hardened spearmen, so he should win this over time. But I feel like Numudan actually got a really good defense there. We'll be forced to invest in the outpost. MarineLorD on the way. This kind of sucks for him. You've opened spears. Your opponent's going archers. You probably know it, and you kind of want to go for Zapahi. But I feel as if Numu's going to be forced into archers instead. And archers is favorable for Mongols due to the Khan Hunter. Okay, and then we go. Pro Scouts on the way. Stables coming in. MarineLorD, does he just go Magadai here? Magadai are quite surprising on Gorge, actually. Because you can come around on the flank and punt a Falcon in and snipe without being in TC range. Like, actually, like, 2 to 4 Magadai is really, really annoying on Gorge. And then also, if Numudan is playing, like, one of those weird Ottoman Pro Scout builds, which we've been seeing a bit more of, you neuter him there because you can just chase down the scouts. Numu will be getting the Sipahi. What Vizier points do we have from Numu so far? Because he should have had one. I think he went Anatolian. It looks like it. Still got 11 sheep. Yeah, I think this is Anatolian. And yeah, dude, I will not hear Magadai be slandered. They are OP. Have you not read Reddit threads before? Reddit never lies to me, and they have clearly emphasized that they are OP. Reddit also did say that I suck as a caster. Once again, they're never wrong. Does Numu realize it's pro scouts? The way he's playing doesn't feel like someone who realizes he's up against pro scouts. Magadai 100% OP in Imp. I think they're kind of okay in Castle too. It's just all about Yam. Like, the thing that makes Magadai OP is Yam. Legit, when I watch people play Magadai and they aren't building up outpost networks, I cry. Because it's just like, you look at it and you go, you're trying to lose the game right now. Because once you have Yam, nothing can touch you. You know, like, you guys have all experienced it before, right? You're playing, like, Magadai, you're moving really slow, and then you come back towards your base, near the Deer Stone. And then all of a sudden, the music kicks in. Green Hill Zone from Sonic in the background in your head. You just can't unsee it at that stage. I mean, look at this guy right here. I mean, he's a scout, so it's different. It's like... Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Yes, Yam's surprisingly very strong tech. You guys remember it used to actually buff Siege? God, that was a toxic time. In Age of Springald with Yam aura affecting Siege. What was their movement speed? Wasn't it like 1 tile a second? Things were zooming. MarineLorD decided not to play aggressive? No, because he saw this Sapahi. And he's getting what he wants. Like, Pro Scouts is paying off. We do have Numudan trying to block some, but because of the spawn, it's almost impossible to block all. So he'll play Castle Age. We've been seeing a lot more step readout. It comes down to whether you want to rush Imperial Age. If you want to play all in Castle, Kurotai is going to be better for scaling these archers. But his army is so small already, I think we're just going to be seeing step readout. And Nimu, of course, did at least win the race to Castle. He went for the Imam point. MarineLorD, this is where you kind of wish you actually had like 2 or 3 Magadai. Because blocking the Imams is huge. Other reason you want to go step readout isn't just the size of your army, it's the fact that your opponent just got a huge eco inflation. He'll have 2 relics quickly coming home. He's going to have more passive production buildings in. You actually need to buff your economy. Anyone else been noticing a switch here? We used to be getting Kurotai all the time, but I'd say in like the last 3 or 4 weeks, it's hard pivoted the other way. A little bit of clash here. Imams are still going to be giving the burst heal. Yeah, but Numu's not playing for the relics as aggressively as you'd like to see here. I think MarineLorD's in a kind of surprisingly good position at the moment, anyway, for a guy who's still in feudal. He's now going to get pushed away. But this is only the 2nd relic, remember. Really needs to find that Sapahi snipe, though. Right now, Numudan's just doing a better job of microing the fights. Warlord's going to come out as well, so that'll force him away. People only just got used to not playing trade. I don't think it was that. I just think a lot of people played Deerstone into Kurotai. It was a very powerful aura timing. But I think what changed was the state of food economy. Pro Scouts didn't fit or align with that logic anymore. Because your opponent, like, when you play Kurotai Deerstone, you're looking to mass archers. And against Pro Scouts, that's like pretty hard to do. Because your opponent can prep mass horsemen or go castle and get loads of knights. So I think like that dynamic really changed the outlook for Mongols, and that's why we've seen a switch now into step readout. MarineLorD, I'm kind of shocked by the outcome of this fight. It felt as if Numudan should have been able to outplay him there, but the Lancers never went onto the archers. No, and the Spearmen just kind of remained unanswered. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, those spears were never upgraded. Oh my No, no, okay, yeah, he does have feudal. Dude, I was about to have a heart attack there. Those look like Dark Age Spearmen, they done so little. MarineLorD now rushing relics himself. Numu, this just got completely discombobulated, and it's kind of his own fault with the way that fight went. I don't know if Knights was really the answer he needed here. You know, you already had a Rax, and yeah, this is what I was expecting. Like, with that age-up advantage, men-at-arms, right? Just play slowly towards the 2 relics, take control. He gave MarineLorD the tools to counter him. And now to make matters worse, you're building men-at-arms delayed into crossbows. Yeah, this is bad. Kurotai all in with no trades, just Ooga Booga? Sort of. I think Kurotai feels like a meme with Keshiks, because you never catch up. The fight's already over. I've heard people theorycraft Kurotai with Magadai, but I also think that's a meme. Because the problem with Magadai is, like, if you're using them optimally, they're moving around the map a lot. And if they move around the map a lot, Kurotai's not there. There are certain situations where Kurotai Magadai is really strong, but it's when you're, like, stuck in your base. So I'd say, like, if you were going to do Kurotai Magadai, it's for the fast Imperial build. But the problem is, if you want to do a fast Imperial Age, you kind of need step readout. So Numu, we do have a lot of Lancers now. Springles could still actually be the creme de la creme for him in this fight, because MarineLorD's leaning pretty hard in the spears. I don't like that Numudan wasted time on this. This is the really bad component of his build. He'd be 2 extra Springles up here. And think about the timing of that. Like, that means he actually could have came out and approached the relics. Now he's way too late. So it's going to end up being 3-2 in favor of MarineLorD. Dare I say Imperial Age? Is it time? I don't think MarineLorD is going to go greedy here. He has a notable military lead. And he's going to trend even better now. We still have the Pro Scouts dragging back remaining deer. Most of it's been taken now. Numu's going to be able to secure the final one. If he goes for fast imp, he's going to have to stop off for quite a few pastures. Yeah, and those are now coming in. Yeah, MarineLorD's, he's never greedy. He doesn't, like, stockpile up, you know, like, an extra 100 gold for no reason. Or, like, 1,000 wood, and then just like, oh, I guess I'll use this for farms. You know, MarineLorD is definitely not a greedy player. It's not like last year he was like, I'm just going to get first place in all these tournaments so I get all the money. Never would do something greedy like that. No, no, no. And to suggest otherwise would be pure slander. Game is calming down for a moment, but we do have Sprinal placements coming in. These things are so freaking toxic. It looks like MarineLorD definitely wants to fight, though. Like, you could tell if he was going to go Imperial Age, all you'd have to do is check his base and look for outposts. Right now, I see 1. 1? Like, just... Okay, there's 3 in total. So there are some more out here. Yeah, he's building them on the gold. But this isn't about going, like, fast imp. This is just because you're going to have your economy really far away. Because usually when you want to go fast imp here, the efficient way for Mongols to do that is to blow, like, 3 or 4 Springdom placements on your gold. And then cap. Numudan's army just looks so pathetically small. You also have him adding in Janissary? Because he really hates the card? Yeah, the Janissary is just kind of a bait. He's expecting, what, Keshiks here? Surely not. I don't know why you'd ever want to build Keshiks into Ottomans. That's like a death sentence. It's a play that can work if you do it hyper early, because feudal. Deer versus no deer army here? For real. Hey, whoa, chill. He's got Madrissa. It's infinite food. Infinite food. Nothing beats infinite food. Okay, yeah, it's kind of underwhelming. I don't know, man. This is looking rough. MarineLorD's going for the Imperial now. The reason why is like Numudan's not doing anything. He's just camping. He's gone 2 TC. Oh, jeez. What was the maths on Cargonet? It's like, is it 600 resources on average per minute? Which is just like really, really high at this stage of the game. That's like 20% extra economy. And there it is, Cargonet coming in. Okay, so you know where Cargonet is really OP, guys? When you have Silver Tree. Because then you can get the Deerstone Khan Hunters without having Deerstone. I legit think he's just going to queue up hand cannons. Like, why wouldn't you here? Your opponent's going Janissaries, they'll be out range because you have the Khan Hunter. Sapahi's a good idea, but Numu, but there's already just so many spears. This build has just been taking over big time. It's funny, actually, now that I think about it, because we had MarineLorD in the chat the other day talking about this particular build, saying, like, he's not really sure of the counter. If you don't play really aggressive, you just lose. Like, when you see your opponents doing the fast imp Mongol build, you have to attack him. If you sit back, you just lose. And Numudan might be about to just lose. He's doing the right thing. He has to attack. The good news is there's not many Semifinal placements. The bad news is he might actually walk over to where most of them are, which would be the Far Out Gold. Why is Mongol Fast Imp so strong? Because of the amount of units it gets you. Like I said, it's about 600 resources per minute, which at this stage equates to about 15 extra villages. That is 25% of your raw economy count. And those units that come out are already elited up. They're already late game units. How's Numudan's economy so bad? Pro Scouts versus no Pro Scouts. 2 TC versus 1. Makes sense. And RNG is shining upon him. I even like the Warrior Monks here. The plus armor is going to be pretty important. Numu looks like he's posturing towards the step readout. MarineLorD will get an early warning about it. He's waiting though, because he's got cannon emplacement coming in. Wait, not here though, right? No. Okay, so elsewhere. He will just forfeit the gold. I believe the cannon emplacement, yeah, was underneath the TC, so he's paranoid that he was going to get dove. I can't help but feel like Numudan is just moments away from a loss here. He stopped the step readout, but he still hasn't really solved his problems. Like, remember, the Cargonet is adding in a premium army. We even have Nest of Bees coming in now, which against, like, Mass Springald is pretty good saturation. MarineLorD is going to be able to fight in the Yam. This is bad news for Numu. Means that MarineLorD can kite the fight. He's already got 31 upgraded elite crossbowmen. Bombard as well. Yeah, he can't win the siege war. Numu's gonna have to back off. I think his play now is Imperial Age. My worry is, like, what is the state of your army compared to MarineLorD's with that Imperial play? You can see what MLord is doing. He's blowing. He's at 68 economy. That leaves a lot of wiggle room for more military. Now that Spiral's pierce target should in placements too. No. Jeez, why? Why do you want this so badly? Spirit emplacements are already really, really good. They're like, if I had to tier buildings, I would put Spirit emplacements solid A tier, easily. I'm like border of thinking, do they go low S tier? They are good. Really good. They do not need to be buffed. You have a fairer argument for them being nerfed. MarineLorD. He's posturing, man. Look at the military state. He knows Numudan needs an age up now. He's going to force him to reinvest. Flash coming in. And there's going to be the attack speed arrow getting activated here. Has got the extra range as well. Nest of Bees shots coming in on the Mangoes, getting them low. The Bombard shot to follow up and kill it. And the front lines are just melting, but I'm more concerned about the state of the back line here. The Nesta B is uncontested. Nothing to take it out. Spirals don't count that thing anymore. And he's losing way too many troops here. Janissaries and Spirals on top of each other. Numudan, I don't think this is the micro. He needed a wider spread. He stuck everything on one location and gave maximum value to this one knob for the Mongols. And we'll give 1 point over to MarineLorD. Oof. I don't think I'm trying to think if I've ever seen one Nesta B do that much. That right there is like the Nesta B of the year. It done more than any. So, game on the board. Game 2 is going to be Lipany. Do not write Numu out yet. He got Chinese. Against Ayu as well. Ooh. Okay, we might have a tight series here. What's up, Fuwawa-chan? Thank you very much. Glad you enjoy it. Thank you, thank you. Got to make sure you tell everyone where they can catch the banging and casts if you enjoy them. Because we've still got more series to come, remember. After this, we are going to have winner of this going up against B. And then tomorrow, we're going to kick off with Dim and Louis into the grand finals. When is White Stupid better than Carganet? I'd say when you're at like 100 plus economy, White Stupid can feel good. Because it really helps inflate like your late game economy. And also, the whole idea is like, if you think the game is going to be hyper long, you can get loads of stone emplacements going. But like in the current game state, it ends so swiftly, I think Mongols benefit way more from Carganet. This man is wielding kryptonite against the Supermans of Age of Empires 4. One and all, welcome back to Numudan versus MarineLorD. Game number 2, MLorD with an early lead with a Mongol win. That is now Mongols at 100% win rate. This Civ, however, doing reasonable, kind of struggling a little bit more. 3 wins, 2 losses. China, meanwhile, is sitting at 6 wins, 3 losses. And not just that, when I say that this is the Kryptonite Civ, I'm not exaggerating, folks. Numudan, last time we watched this man play China in the Midweek Musters, he forced a tilt GG out of Beastie on Frisian Marshes. He just left. Beastie was like, I'm not doing this, because Numudan camped in the corner, didn't come out for 30 plus minutes, and still was somehow competing. Let's see how MarineLorD wants to try and approach this one. He's playing a tempo-based Civ up against a greedy defensive Civ. And a greedy defensive player. Yeah, Numu might be one of the most polarizing players in AoE 4 comp right now. Sometimes when we watch this guy, he plays a very, very aggressive line. Like, I think we can agree at this point that his Byzantines is probably the most aggressive Byzantines we have on average in Midweek Muster. And then, polar opposite, you see him play China. And he just doesn't move. So, MarineLorD, how does he want to react to this? We are going to have Growth Wing coming in. 2 on gold. I don't think this is the Pro Scouts build this time. It's definitely not being rushed efficiently. Wait, you watched a Lipany match where all 4 deer packs spawned on top of it? No, surely not. Oh, so wait, when you say on top of each other, do you mean like one here, and like one here, one here? Like to the midpoints? That's kind of wild still, if so. Lipany is just such a weird map. The version of Lipany we use as more balanced guys, we use the EGC Lipany. So we don't get the Giga busted spawns as much. We also don't get one player just having the safest spawn imaginable. Peaceful beginnings. How does MarineLorD really want to approach this? Like I said, the Pro Scouts, now that he's got foreign gold, I could kind of see it. I think it's more likely we're seeing like FC, but that does mean you're forfeiting a lot of deer over. Which is why I thought he might try to play Pro Scouts. Keep in mind you'd be playing Pro Scouts against one of the best Pro Scout civs in the game. Meanwhile for Nimu, obviously going to be a little bit slow because he went for the no Imperial Official beginning. And he's going to now start inflating on the taxmen. Plenty of tax to drag home here. Rak's going to be coming out as well. And yeah, MarineLorD's doing it. We have pro scouts. Okay. I guess you just can't not. Do I need to go on a rant again about pro scouts? I think we know my feelings on it at this stage. Pro scouts is not in a reasonable state. We do very rarely see like pro scouts lose to non-pro scouts, but most of the time the feeling is like peer pressure. I think there's the best way I can describe it. It's like, oh my god, he pro scouted. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to pro scout now. What's the rant? The rant is about like pro scouts being too good. And I think it's polarizing. I have some members of my community that agree wholly and some that like defend it to the ends of that. Sure, pro scouts is like an interactive point. You fight each other over it. I think that's cool. What I don't think is cool is how free it feels. Like, okay, the easiest way I can go about explaining pro scouts to you and what the problem is, I want you to think back to like the last 200 pro scouts games. Take a little bit of a moment here. How many times did pro scouts not pay off? How many games did you come up with in your brain? Maybe 1, 2? Out of 200? That's not right. Because the problem is pro scouts, it only costs you 400 resources, but if you get 1 deer pack, it pays for itself already. That makes it worth it. And that is fundamentally the problem. It also linearizes the complexities of AoE4, because like people have highlighted, oh, at least it's not the sheep issue. It kind of is. It's a more interactive sheep issue, but if I like get a good deer pack spawn, and also we're both playing pro scouts, but I'm a better pro scouting civ, I'm going to get more deer, so you still have the sheep issue. You just have the sheep issue in a different skin. How would I balance pro scouts? I would make it so that the scouts come home slower. I think that is the easiest thing. Notably slower. Scouts need to be more vulnerable when they're pro scouting. That's the problem. Like, they're not... Like, pro scouts... They should just change the name of scouts when they research it. They're no longer scouts. They're pro deer gatherers. And the other thing that you do simultaneously while nerfing the retrieval speed is you just add different food types to the map. Deer pack should have more food, but there's no pro scouts. That could be interesting, but like I think that dynamic can be introduced by just having different food types. You can still have pro scouts. This is a thing that I think is underrated by AoE4. Guys, look at the map right now. We are essentially using every single food mechanic we have in AoE4. Does this not feel a little bit limited? Boar, deer, berries, sheep. And then you get farms later. Why not have different food types? That whole point of like having, you know, some that you can't pull back. Imagine you have elephants out here. They're worth like 1,000 food each, but you can't pull them back, right? They come in packs of 2. Or like you have loads of little chicken, which you could pull back, but let's say like the chickens are only 50 or 100 food each, and there's a lot of them, right? Enough that you'd be like, you know, there'd be 15 chickens here. And the thing is, once again, you don't need to litter the map. Some maps can have these things, some don't need to. So you could have a map that has elephants but doesn't have the boar. Or you could have a map that has no berries but has chicken. Orchards, yeah, I've talked about like orchards is an interesting idea where you could essentially have certain trees that you gather a little bit of food from when you chop trees as well. Like almost like you have apple trees would be cool. But there's so many cool ideas. We can take some from existing Age of games and add new types as well. But like, I think that's where you get much more interesting map design instead of us trying to create really quirky maps that some players don't like playing because it's just not like their standard game at all or whatever. So we do have the Desert Raider strat from MarineLorD. This is all about trying to block pro scouts while gathering. Numu is leaning pretty hard into feudal aggression though. I'm kind of surprised by this. Chicken Nu scaling upwards. MarineLorD meanwhile is already on his way though. Dervish coming in 1 minute and 20. Yeah. Now, what's really important here, and credit to him, so many Ibid players would kill themselves by forgetting Blacksmith. MarineLorD is a smart cookie. the amount of games I've seen IBA players lose because at 10 minutes in, they don't have blacksmith techs is ridiculous. You're against Chikanu, it's mandatory. What's ballsy is the fact that he goes Steel Arrow before Undermesh. But he will have both, and I think that's important. We could actually see like a Golem defense here. It looks like instead he's going to lean Camel Lancers because he's already got Archer scaling. But there's definitely options. MarineLorD, I think, is in a decent position. Numudan is going to start scaling past him with Song. But the age is the issue. Numudan is going to be stuck behind. Replenishing berries. So one thing I've said for Japan, like, and you know, maybe I'm crazy for this. I think this is like a very smart idea. But you know what? It's like blowing your own trumpet, right? I think Japan, a civ that has really bad food issues in early game, like really bad economy issues in early game. Their economy sucks. That's why they suck, right? Like their feudal economy is bad. What if you could pay to spawn berries near a house? Make it reasonable, like, I don't know, 100 gold to get 250 food. Or maybe 75 gold. I think that would be an interesting dynamic. That gets you your replenishing berries. Actually, no, sorry. I said make it stone instead of gold. Because then it's like you have to choose between your daimios or food. That's a cool dynamic. And yeah, like other things that we've talked about before on this channel, like neutral farms that you can maybe use would be cool. Okay, here's another sick one for you. Imagine if the bunch of sheep were tethered to a neutral mill. And to get those sheep, you had to destroy the mill. That's a very different dynamic on where the food tempo comes from. But it's very interactive. Well, Tej, phone me. You sponsor my tournaments. Maybe you want a design consultant? So Nimu with the pressure in, he has got Castle Gun behind this. But MarineLorD is already out on the map with relics. This is really bad. Nimu's going for Clock Tower. No surprise there. I think Numudan is content with this idea of blobbing and playing a slow game, at which Clock Tower will feel quite impactful. But I don't think MarineLorD's going to give him that. I wouldn't be surprised if he rushes for second TC soon. You can peel the Camel Lancers and raid, and then just try to greed behind. What, like getting the sheep after killing is really similar to deer? Yes, no, it's a different mechanic. Right, so like, you can layer the cake. Like imagine if, for example, it was a mill that spawned with a palisade wall around it and had sheep. That's very different dynamic than Pro Scouts, actually. Because I could scale military to get food, instead of scaling scouts to get food. Three relics already home, MarineLorD. How does he feel about this going Imperial? I think it's dangerous. You can play scale, and you can, like, out-bulk the Chinese around, like, 25-30 with free TC. We have seen that build before. But I think more likely he's going to be looking to contest the mid-map. Because there's a lot of food influence on the map. Ayabids are really good for these berries. You want to try to find your way towards them. We even have Mamluk's Bravery, so yeah, definitely aggressive intentions. No movement on stone either. Here should be safe food, lower gather rate, food on map, high rate. Exactly. So, you know, and some people don't like the comparison to StarCraft, but, like, you kind of got to compare to StarCraft. StarCraft is... Can we just, like, call it what it is? It's the most successful RTS in the history of RTSs. That's not an exaggeration, right? Like, the sales proof. And I think one very positive thing it had is the ebb and flow of economy. As the game went on, you move your economy further and further out. I feel like we have a lot of different elements in AoE4 that allows you to keep your economy safe. Is it though outside of South Korea? I'm pretty sure outside of Korea, it's still the most popular. Like if you look at like overall sales, I feel like StarCraft wins. Anyone who's going to try to argue that there's been an RTS that had a bigger, like Apex, had a bigger peak than StarCraft, pointed to me because I feel like you've been misinformed. Like from a competitive, like from a viewing standpoint, like nothing has come close to StarCraft. casual, there's some that maybe kind of put a dent in that, but still. And yeah, there you go. MarineLorD comes in with a comment. We had 400k people watching MLG. I do, by the way, still feel like StarCraft gets a bit too much credit based on its legacy. I will say that much. But by the way, if you guys ever want to see an RTS rebuild to that, do you know what you do? Participation. Like what the Garrison done with the AoE 2 and AoE 4 amateur and like pro events, etc. was very smart. The reason why StarCraft ever got to the point where it had 400,000 people watching MLG finals is because of the process in which MLG executed. One of the big things we've lost over the years with esports is the presence of participation. These big fat leagues where you pay someone 200k a year and they just love life like a celebrity, like we've pretty much just gone in the opposite direction of where we need for growth. Celebritifying like esports is wrong. You need people to participate before they are inclined to watch, right? Like the reason why StarCraft has held on so many years is because a lot of legacy players became legacy viewers. Nice little raid in here, by the way, MarineLorD. Once again, like we said, he doesn't want this to turn into a full macro game. He wants to find some pressure. It's 2TC from Numudan. We knew he was going to do this. Like I said, if you give this man China, he will basically make sure it's the year of the turtle. By the way, I still think we should poke MarineLorD into making a LAN with General Mates as well. That's another thing. All right, I like calling it for what it is. I reckon like General Mates is a perfect example of that participation thing. If they hosted a LAN in France, I think you'd have hundreds of people signing up to play through the brackets. Not putting all the pressure on him, but like this is an example I mean where like the way we move forward with RTS is like, it's so much more important for RTS as well. Like this kind of elite cast system can maybe work a little bit better for FPSs that have grown to the scale point and hold the scale point. But like with RTSs, because the audience is so much smaller than other genres, I feel like you need to kind of create these environments where you can get people butts in seats playing. So a bit of a chill pill here. MarineLorD, he's on his way into Imperial. Now this wing is insane. What do you think, MarineLorD? Is this like the single best wing in Imperial Age? Military wing reinforcement pays for itself within like 6 minutes. You get 630 resources a minute in terms of Desert Raider production. And also, if you can reach the hyper late game, Desert Raiders are one of the kings. They're one of the best units you can get. Gamba wing? Yeah, Gamba wing is great for your opponent. I think someone's been watching too many Faye replays. Gamba wing is weird to me. I feel like Gamba wing is worse the longer the game goes on. Gamba wing's relevance is feudal / castle. Back before it got nerfed, you could argue Imperial. But now I feel like you either play at feudal castle or not at all, right? And yeah, well, Adabegs are insane in Imperial because like percentile HP scaling is crazy later in the game. The push coming out. Numudan is stuck an age behind, but he's looking to catch up. It's going to be the granary transition first. This is... Oh my dick. Oh god. This is horrible. Alright, MarineLorD. Rate his granary spawn. Wait, why didn't he just build it here? This is perfect, no? What? Okay. I'm so confused right now. I mean, he spread his economy wider. He took a worse position. I don't understand the granary. The stone will be the third granary? I mean, sure, but like, you have to gather 2,400 stone. Like, this is perfect. You could have just deleted the mill and the mining camp and you've got all this room. Bold choice from Numu. MarineLorD is going to have to move away. And yeah, he has a highlight. Like, one of the weaknesses of Desert Raiders here, remember, Desert Raiders do have the range tag, so Nesta Bees keep relevance. But Manjaniques go kind of hard. When you scale Manjaniques in the hyper late game with the incendiary shots, you kind of Nesta Bees it the other way. It's not going to be easy because you are up against the frustration of, oh my god, he has got 50% more health. But like overall, it's a contestable fight. Nice little cheeky raid in. I see Age of Noob has turned up to try and make me do push-ups. Why? Yeah. Please. What are you playing now, Age of Noob? I haven't checked the channel recently. You must have something you're hyped for. Care about my health. Ugh. I'll do it in a sec while I'll cough my guts up. We have to wait for this game to be over. Dude, I think that's the worst thing. Whenever I get ill, it's like the residual cough. It just doesn't leave me for weeks. Freaking nightmare. So Mass Manjaniques. Apology is going to be on the way. Incinerators has already been researched. These things are kind of insane. Just a casual 16 damage bow attack. Looks like torches are going to be out. Has got the Dervish AoE heal. The Scud launch as well. I always love how scary these look, and then like, oh, okay, done like no damage. But against a castle, it's adding up fast here. Nesbies are going to arrive, but it's trickle damage. You need the kills. And speaking of that trickle damage, it's adding up. Even with textiles, the villager repair crew just can't keep up with this. The Scud launch is real, and the castle is down. He can reload the shots and go for the Nesbies as well, but instead he's going to be backing away. Nimu did go for the Great Wall Gatehouse, but in a questionable location here. Yeah, there was just so much to question about the granaries in this game. Like the positioning, but also the defense strategy. Typically, you put Great Wall Gatehouse here because this is the most vital resource in the late game for you. Your granary is your best proposal as the game goes on. Manchaniques are now looking for trade out. Honestly? Like, would Vincere just have been better? Well, he's going to have to forehead the fight with the archers. Nestabees are getting sniped down gradually by the Manchaniques, but the villager repair crew trying to keep him alive here. They are stacked up. If he gets this hit, this could be big. Shots. Big wallop. Nice hit there. Sick. MarineLorD takes away any economy lead Numudan had built up. And now the villager pull to try and clear the way, but most of them are going to get massacred by the remaining troopers here. Okay, so MarineLorD, he loses a lot of military for this push. But the damage done to the economy is totally worth it. Numudan down to just 74 eco. Pretty much no real military of his own either. We'll have to back away, but like ultimately he's got more Desert Raiders on the way, additional archers, and more Manjaniques to be built. We do now have the bombard switch. This is where things get a bit more tricky for MLord. But due to the lack of like front line, Desert Raiders can actually start to kind of carry these fights a little bit. Definitely a unit you don't want to sleep on. Its ability to melee in onto the Nesta Bees is pretty big. Aim to say that I carry the scene. I don't know about that, but thank you. Appreciate the support. We out here on the grind. Day in, day out. Dying from land flues. Flexing the fact that we've cast like every single Age of Empires game, bar 3. But last thing I heard, 3 is not real, so it doesn't count. Yeah, Silk Bowstrings is pretty interesting here. Remember, it's slightly less impactful on mounted archers, but still. Like, it's going to take you up to over 5 tower range, so you'll outrange things like crossbows, etc. It's also very important against Nesta Bees because you want to be able to, like, spread. Staggered formations awkward because you feel like you won't have all units attacking. It's one of the few interactions where, like, Silk Bowstrings keeps a lot of value when you're still, like, you know, deep in range of your opponent. Because normally you're like, oh, well, if I'm using Silk Bowstrings, I want to be on the edge. Against Knobs, you just kind of want to spread out in range. I believe, yeah, we have 2 TC now. We must be getting close, right? Nah, 24 more structures. If you can get the attack speed, it's kind of nuts here. I don't think it's something that MarineLorD's going to rush. It's not worth, like, panic rushing into. But organically in the late game, it is going to happen. Remember what I said about IBIDS? IBIDS is a very, very polarizing civ. They seem like they should be quite weak in the late game. Like, economically, they don't have much of an upside. Militarily, like, why would you pick them over ABBA? But this is the one exception. Like, it's Desert Raiders. You know, there's not really many units that can brag 3 different technologies buffing them so much. Right? Because you get biology, you get Cinder arrows, you get silk bowstrings. Then you also have got the armor, which I imagine MarineLorD will be getting soon. Remember, the way the IBIDs work is kind of in reverse to how camels usually work for Abbasids. With Abbasids, the camels give armor to the nearby units. With IBIDs, nearby infantry will give +3 armor to Desert Raiders. And we're at it again, dude. It's once again 5 Manjaniques. Like, at this point, Numudan's just going, bro, please. Like, can you stop this? MarineLorD's like, no, you should have built secret gate wall, great gate wall house here. I'm gonna call it that. It's now the Great Gate Wall House. You an idiot, you forgot to build it, you're going to die. I could actually just picture MarineLorD saying exactly that. It's just awkward. Like, genuinely, I have to keep bringing back to this Great Wall Gatehouse. Like, what did this do? And you could argue it secured 8k Vayne, right? Like 4+4. But placing a Great Wall Gatehouse over here would have secured the 4k. It would have given you the food. Like, one of the biggest issues in this game for Numudan is he's struggling to actually reach raw military mass and flood. Which, at this stage in the game, should be a breeze for Chinese with Granary. But sadly, one of his granaries is faux pas. It is a stone outcropping. Middle Sacred Site? You don't care about the Middle Sacred Site. You could argue that Numudan was worried he was going to get bum rushed on the east side, so by placing the Great Wall Gatehouse there, he forces this rotation, which feels awkward. But, like, if I'm MarineLorD, I'm happy about this. Yeah, the rotation's awkward, but I'm rotating onto your farms, and it's more easy than it's meant to be. Yo, what's up, Nomad? Age of Tanks. I mean, the Desert Raiders are pretty strong. Tanks the desert. Appreciate the sub, mate. Welcome back. 9 months is appropriate. The MarineLorD is about to birth a big fight here. Incendiary shots. Switching over to the Canadian now. The villagers are stacking up. Bombard's getting low. They're trying to go for the snipes, but the Mango's going to bait them in even deeper. The Desert Raiders are starting to spread out. And I don't feel like I'm looking at 40 spearmen. No, half of them aren't here. I'm speechless right now. Like, he's just missing military. What are they doing? It's 6 spears left over, so that'll be enough to just about break through, but there must be a missed rally here. Where the hell? Okay, yeah, they were just coming across. They took ages. 18 now on the front line. Has at least got the bombards and the Nest of Beast still alive. MarineLorD now with a switch, though. We've got hand cannoneers and horsemen on the way. Has he got the economy for mass horsemen? I don't think it's stable. His food eco is kind of questionable. MarineLorD is only 6 farms in. So this is not a long-term play. He's looking for a big win and a shutter. I actually think I prefer that MarineLorD's doing this. Some people think this is a bit of a throw, but do you really just want to set up your own farms and compete with Chinese farms? No. Like, that's a losing battle every day of the week. You're much better off just trying to stop his farms entirely. MarineLorD is going to have to vacate the area. Gold-wise, he has got some reserves, though. 2k over here. And he snuck out for the 8k. Yeah, he's here for the berries, but he'll stay for the gold. So MarineLorD definitely doesn't need to shy away from siege, hand cannons, etc. And speaking of siege, it's now 5 trebs. Yeah, the trebs have been very subtle in their impact here. Static defenses is just not part of the strategy for Numudan. It's not feasible. He's going to try to build more castles, but this just feels like wasted stone. The reason he's building them is it does buy time. And time will allow him to bulk up to be able to flood additional spearmen. He needs a lot of spears, though. This is ridiculous. Bad fight for him. Look at the red bodies. forced to retreat there. The Nesta B is just not able to attack back. And that's worrisome. MarineLorD now with a pristine counter. It's crazy actually what he's doing here, guys. Like, this should be a losing fight for him. Scaling hand cannoneers against China, like, that's a death sentence. China just does it better. They got Nesta Bs in the meantime, but then they can get into pyrotechnics for the better range. But MarineLorD is just a mile ahead of him. I don't know, Numudan just, like, there seems to be something missing here. We don't have him scaling into the right type of military. He's still relying on Nesta Bs at a stage in the game where they start to lose their power. Adjustable crossbars is there. Like, pre-adjustable crossbars, Numudan's favored. Now with it in, Nesta Bs can't really carry. Keep drop now, come, wait. MarineLorD? Wakey, wakey. Eggs and bakey. Get a waft of it. Villagers will be able to garrison side. Numudan has a few too many here, but honestly, at this point, he is wiping the sweat from his brow. He should have been dead there. Likely, he would have still got the castle up, but the horseman attack straight away. It's like minus 10, 15 villagers. And an awkward rotation now if MarineLorD wants to deal with it. I don't think he's going to go all the way over there. Instead, the Trebs are going to go back towards the farms. So remember what I said about Numudan and why you kind of just don't want to let him have China. MarineLorD's doing a really good job of controlling the game, but this also has to be a little bit vexing. It feels like when you watch Numudan play China, I don't want to say he doesn't do anything, but it kind of just feels like he sits there and forces you to come to him. So yeah, like he doesn't do anything. He's like, you have to make a move because I'm China and I have the better economy. And then you roll your eyes. Like, really? Can we not just, like, play an active game? Mangoes! Is that active enough for you? Reload's coming in. The Nesta Beast didn't actually clear him. Splinters are starting to be achieved, but the Mango shot's coming again! Big wall up there! And that should be enough to break through what remains. MarineLorD still has got the hand cannoneers. Nesta B count down to just 2. Make it 3. He's keeping this one alive. But the cost is high. And the hand cannoneers just do not give a crap. He's going to force him back. We'll have to reset now. Looks like the second wave of spears is going to save Numudan. Clock Tower just coming in clutch. This is what I mean about why Numudan wants to play this way. It just feels so frustratingly difficult to kill any of China's siege. That being said, MarineLorD, although he lost a lot of units, he kept the hand cannoneers alive. That's the critical component. And really necessary, because he can't afford to replace both right now. He's being forced into the farm transition. A transition that he's been trying to avoid for the last 30 minutes. So Numudan's flowing so much resource because he's trying to basically rely on siege. He wants just enough spears to keep his opponent at bay, and then he wants siege to carry him. Numudan needs to be very careful about this, though. This is an overextension. Horsemen, they're going to go for the sandwich. Mango shots, they track! Sick hit. Backstab's coming through. A nice spread with the hand cannoneers. MarineLorD on point with the micro. Mango's also spread. He learned from the last fight, remember. Last time, he lost because the Mangoes died too quick. Now, the Bombards are still going to clean house. 378 HP is kind of undeniable. This has to be getting frustrating. Like, MarineLorD is actually microing this correctly, but it still doesn't matter. It's so obnoxious when you play against Chinese clock tower. We do have a reblob. He's, well, 9, man? Okay. Why not make it 10? I mean, 10's a really nice round number. 9 just feels like you're cheapskating it, to be honest with you. He's going to have to stand his ground here. Looks like the spinman line has been thinned. And Ram did clear the way, so the gold will not be accessible for Numudan. Honestly, gold shouldn't really be a problem in this game. He's just throwing out trash units. I do wonder if this is kind of costing Numudan more than he's gaining, though. Yeah, dude, he's going full... All right, we just have mecha. It's full mecha. 6 bombards, 3 Nesta Bs. My only worry is, like, Numudan... Is he going to learn the lesson MarineLorD did? MarineLorD in that last fight spread out, so his Mangoes couldn't just get wiped. But Numu is the one hiding the choke point. So if he forgets to spread wide, which is very difficult to do with limited space, he could just get wiped by just crossbars. Golems can work really well here. Golems don't actually melt to Nesta Bees. Nesta Bees, remember, 25% of their damage is locked behind attacking range units. And Golems have double strike, so they clear spears really quickly and melt siege. So I actually like this switch from MarineLorD. It's going to have to back up the meantime. Numudan with the pursuit is going to take advantage of that. At last, Numudan has the goal. It doesn't matter, guys. He's not going to use it. If he went south right now, he could end the game. MarineLorD has, like, what? I'd say about 25 farms here? 30? Sorry, more. It's 45. 45 farms, because he's got some over here as well. Like, all of his food economy is in the corner. Numu doesn't know this, remember. He hasn't checked. I mean, who would put the farms in the corner? I mean, in fairness, I could kind of believe the farms would be down here. I'm a little bit shocked Numu doesn't check, because here's the logic. MarineLorD has been pushing west side the entire game. Well, that's smart then. To build your farms here where your army is, you're already in position to defend. I wonder if Numudan was suspecting farms in the back of the main base, and thus he doesn't want to overextend. We do have the Hankan coming now, but it's against 11 mangoes, dude. I can't back this. What? That Stealth Forest is a death sentence. He doesn't see anything. Meanwhile, push on the north side. Barbican gets taken out. Great Wall Gatehouse is going to get disintegrated again. He's won the siege war. I'm sorry, what was that about Nesta Bees OP? Have you met Manjanix? Because, like, if we're watching the same game right now, these are the busted looking things. Like, now that we're in Imperial Age with adjustable crossbars, these are the uncontestable kings. And the problem is Numudan has waited way too long now to go hand cannoneers. He's building hand cannoneers at the point in the game that it could only be considered self-griefing. And bad news, he discovers it. But he discovers it only with a handful of spearmen and too late. That's going to be rough. MarineLorD will want to send a few troops down to deal with that. But honestly, dodged a bullet. Manjanate's cheap with Golden Age. Agreed. Like, look at the price on these things. You're only paying 320 wood, 160 gold. And we're on Lipany. There's a lot of wood here. I imagine we're almost at Golden Age 5. Yeah, we've got it. So you also, these Desert Raiders are going to get a big juicer to their attack speed now. So much siege. Okay, so Numudan is missing a really key thing here, guys. Like, have a look at Numudan's stuff and see if you can figure out what he's missing. Don't say a chance of winning. That's rude. Manjanix, I'll tell you after the fight. It's a big face bomb when you realize it. Bombards are insanely tanky. The Manjanix are actually struggling to clear the way, but they're starting to hit the villages as well. Repair crew in trouble. We've been here before. And this time, there's not enough front line. Golems are going to get in the double strike. Quick to clear the way. The villagers cannot hold it anymore. Nesta Bees are going to be going down. Numudan is about to lose control of his farms and lose the game. And I'm looking for the answer. No one said it. Numudan is missing Yuan. Where is it? At this point in the game, you're playing mass spearmen and trying to go hand cannoneers. Yuan is huge here for the Dodgers. Even the horsemen. Never got it. No, I don't think he has a chance in hell of winning this game. MarineLorD firmly in the driving seat has completely shuttered the farms. And I'll have you know it's 121 villages, thank you very much, but soon to be more. In he goes. Guys, chill. It's like only 6 ranged armor and 11 melee armor. They're killable. Just get your shivs out. You can kill them. So you're going to take 219 shots. Yeah, there's just nowhere to go. He's trying to come in to recover it, but the Manjanix is still alive. New wave of Desert Raiders comes in as well. And I believe we're going to see MarineLorD going 2-0 up. And looking back at this game, I think we know the point of contention to talk about. What was this granary layout? MLorD too powerful? OP. I think we nerf him, guys. We take his keyboard away when he plays semifinals if he's going to get there. Okay. So, there is still hope for Numu. Okay, I lied. There was hope for Numu. Look at the draft. What do you think is the worst matchup Numudan could get next? You guys, like, let's see if anyone gets it. If you looked at this, you're like, that would completely ruin his series. HRE Biz? I don't think that's the worst one, right? Fatblop sees it. HRE English is pretty bad. I'll give you that one. It's English versus... No. English JD is actually okay, guys. Because, like, English, like, it's not ideal, but, like, I don't think it's as bad as Malians. He got English Malians in a Pro Scouts meta. All right. This is turning into an ugly series. Oof. All right, let's get ready to go. Excuse me. This lad just cannot catch a break. Game number 3. Welcome back to the channel, one and all. English up against Malians on a Pro Scouts map. So we're just doing the Abbey of Kings Horseman build, right? Right. I think that's maybe the one way you can make this work. You can tower rush. Oh, God. All right, there's scraping the bottom of the barrel, and there's realizing there's no bottom of the barrel left. Like, at this point, you're scraping the floor. This is pretty rough, folks. Malian English historically has been a very Malian-favored matchup. There was a little bit of time where English looked really good with the 2TC meta. But now that we're in a Pro Scouts meta, I think English have to play Pro Scouts to feel good. You can do this against Malians, by the way. It's a micro-intensive matchup, but the whole goal is that you can get into the Abbey of Kings and then Mass Horsemen. And the cool thing about doing that is you're then going to force Malians onto Donzos. And Lombo's just MVP at that stage. So yeah, Numi maybe even goes for like a no Pro Scouts all aggro build. That would be pretty sick here. One of the weaknesses of Sacred Grove is like it forces you to be present in the mid game. There's just not much safety here. Even the back tree line is fairly exposed quite quickly. What do you guys think? Are we going to get a game 4? Like, Numudan has at least got to get on the board, right? This has been a rough one for him. I mean, the Chinese versus Iber loss has to be burning in his mind right now. Because I feel like that one was the brutal detail of this series. MarineLorD played it really well, but it's also just Numudan kind of left an open goal waiting to be struck. English sucks too much on land. Oof. Don't worry, children. Soon, Pro Scouts will be nerfed. And then, English will be mid at best. Yeah, I don't see England, like, immediately going to the top of the pack once it gets fixed. I think they'll be, like, okay-ish, but not crazy. Is there anything else Numu could do but Abbey of Kings Mass Horseman? 2TC here is a death sentence. I think 2TC plays way too slow against for Rim. So, you guys come here often? Well, you know, seeing as we're gonna, like, just witness a man dying in a few minutes, now is the perfect time to remind people to download the Opera GX browser. We're working with them this month, and the cool thing about using that Opera GX is that Numudan could have come up with like this crazy crafty 2TC strategy, and no one would have known it was him because what he could have done is used Opera GX's free built-in VPN to create an Xbox account in Botswana, and then no one would have known that he was the Botswanian 2TC player that could beat the Malians. But instead, Numudan played this English TC meta on this account all last year, and MarineLorD is fully aware of it. Okay, so I'm going to have a look at the matchup for the current patch, like of English versus Malians. Conk, top level. Malians versus English is a 61% win rate for Malians, and I think that's generous to English. Probably some people just not doing like pro scouts, trying different things. But, like, even if we go back to the November 19th patch, Malians versus English, 66% win rate. It's consistently biased, and it is genuinely because of the pro scouts. And what is up? The future is ours. Well, another month of your future is not going to have to feature ads. Appreciate the sub, mate. Welcome back to the Swarm. So instead of like just saying this is doom and gloom and screwed, let's talk about where he could drop this TC to make things good. Or deer, might actually genuinely just be your best option. I don't think you can just play it condensed next to the gold because that will allow pro scouts to win. So this could control the central ramp and it could slow things down, and then it sets you up for a white tower drop on the big tree line. Like ideally, this is the TC. I have a weird feeling though that he's going to build it at home. Okay, MarineLorD, we need you to ego chow. If you could just build your own TC as well, that'd be great. I mean, in fairness, let the deer spot. In theory, cool, but the problem is then where does your like white tower go? So doing this slows down your opponent's deer timing, forces them wider into a more exposed location, but most importantly, sets you up nicely for a white tower drop to secure the central pass. If you don't do that, Malian Faruma Flood can kill you. So, like, I think Numudan is right with this positioning. And the rough part is going to be, we've seen Malian scouts time and time again do not care about secondary TCs. They will dive and take. Nice short bows there. Numudan not going to be able to deny the scout fully, though. Second pit mine already. Do we call this a MarineLorD spawn? If he had been against any aggro Seth, so like what did Numudan have Order of the Dragon? Maybe, not so much. Japanese, maybe. Then this would be like a curse spawn. But this is the ideal game for double gold on top of each other. How does MarineLorD always do it? Don't love the spot because of the Stealth Forest? The Stealth Forest is really far away. I'd agree with you if you built the TC here, because then you can get smuggled. But like, look at the distance, look at the vision. But the TC pretty much sees all that it would see. This Stealth Forest isn't impacting anything. If the third gold was nearby? Yeah, but it's all leading one way, right? You just keep coming out. Life is good. Not even a single mountainous piece in the way. This guy. This guy. And we do have the scouts in the way. So what he can do is he can scale scouts to get the first deer pack. And then when you have like 6 scouts, you just go in and snatch half the deer here. So Numudan's going to be like stuck with not much value here is the problem that I see. He's not building spears. Yeah, Rax has been dropped, but this is a little bit slow. Is he legit going back for the horseman build we talked about? I think with the TC drop on the deer, you're going to be flowing a thin line. Wait, we do have the spears on the way, so this is good. MarineLorD, I don't think he cares. He's just going to do a Fulani build, isn't he? Yeah, it's turned into a macro game. I think there would have been a meritable argument for MarineLorD going for Rimba because your opponent on a 4 TC like this. But at the same time, his Fulani timing can be so aggressive that he can offset the whole value of the TC. How do you feel about trying to make all the deer die in the same spot, then 4 short walls? Oh, dude, you've been listening to B too much in chat. All right. I'm going to tell you how it really is. That strategy, what you really need to do, guys, is you need to walk out, you shove the deer over to the relic, kill the deer, and then wall in the relic and the deer. That's the value play. And then, with that much APM, you realize you can probably just beat everyone in every RTS. So you just go play StarCraft as well. Rimba would destroy English? Agreed. But like, you could just play Sofa here. Because your opponent's gone for a pretty wide TC. So now things are awkward. Because like, if you're Numudan, you wanted to build the white tower here. You're going to have to build the white tower here. And the issue with that play, where's your safe wood? against Mass Sofa. It doesn't exist, right? Like, Numudan's strategy here revolves around the idea that he'll be able to wall them out. And I don't think MarineLorD's going to let him. We even have him prepping Sofa already, which is beautiful. These things scale incredibly well. They're good harasses now with the buffs, and you know you're going to want them in Castle. So it's kind of like when people build Palace Guard in Feudal. And what is up? Fablot building up to 100 subs there. 99 subs now gifted. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the ongoing support. And also, if the scouts can pick up the deer through the palisades, then you have to call yourself a noob. You just need to wall better. That's like when people do the triangles, you know? And they're like, oh no, I built the triangle wall too close to the relic. What I've done, I hate myself. That's how the song goes now. MarineLorD's just getting so much off the map. So I'm starting to remember why I am grateful we at least don't have the English TC meta again, right? In the last 2 years, I feel like the English 2TC meta is probably the most boring meta we had. Right? Is ABBA 2TC, 3TC meta more boring? I feel like they're closely matched. We've definitely had historically worse metas than that still, at its peak. And this is why I've said, like, I don't want Pro Scouts to be nerfed into irrelevance. I just want it to be brought in line, so it's not every game. I still think Pro Scouts is a positive element in AoE4. When balanced correctly. And this is not going to feel fair at all. Grand Filani in the way, and the white tower is so far forward. I genuinely think MarineLorD could just sneak down the sides here. I'm trying to think if this is, like, in some ways the worst white tower you could have dropped. Because it does protect most of the flank and gives you full vision. But the trade-off here is, like, when you come for these tree lines, you're not going to be protected at all. He's still going to have to wall here. You would have went free TC, you would have died. I'm going to be blunt on that one. Your ass would have been dead. Like, y'all imagine yourself to be 50 Cent just taking the 11 shots and living. No. You'd be dead after one. Like, the free TC, the food income strain alone would have killed you. After tech up, Sofas are going to be able to raid in. They are not even veteran yet. The out of time is worth it here. This is crazy. Villagers trying to find a way to safety. No wheelbarrow even makes it awkward. Numudan will eventually mop this up, but the idle time is a sting he can't afford. And look at all the important techs. We've got ranged armor as well as the veteran seats on the way. Wouldn't be surprised if MarineLorD is dropping a mosque right now. And there it is. He's got full map control. It makes sense. In fact, I'm not a big fan of Numudan's walls here. This is like when you go to divorce someone, but you misunderstand what it means to, like, give them the house. You're like, oh, like, that's a tax write-off, and, like, that means I get everything else, right? No, they'll still get 50% of the other stuff. He's like, oh, yeah, you could get the relics, because if you get the relics, I get to live? I don't know. This feels horrible. 4 relic gaming plus Fulani. And these walls are still not up yet. So Numu needs to counter raid now. He's trying to go for the relics. Not a bad idea. He should be able to get the central one plus the relic behind, so it should be a 3-2 split. He needs to skew these flanks quick, though. MarineLorD is coming back again. And there's still a giant gap. I mean, you could just run by. The spearman will actually struggle to keep up. Instead, he sends archers. No. And he's standing ground as well. Numudan, why do you hate your spearman so much? Alright, this is like a wake-up call for defensive players. This is not the meta to wall so much. It just takes so long. Like, you know, when I see someone play scaffolding like this and say they're going to build a wall, It sounds more ambitious and delusional than when Trump said it. It's just not believable. It just takes way too long. Is this guy the AoE 1490? I like to think of myself more as a Sherman tank, or maybe a Crusader. I mean, I want to do low elo cast. We've talked about this before. It's just, there's not really... The audience hasn't matured to a point in AoE 4 where they care about low rank games. And also, the low rank gamers haven't matured to a point that they play them well yet. It'll come with time. We'll check a raid again. I just... Like, you look at it, and you're like, Numudan's 20 ahead. Great! Oh. Oh. Oh my god, MarineLorD, please. If you do not clear your plate, you do not get dessert. He's got so much tea still. And the center is gonna get denied. That was the first relic attempt. Wait, how is that the first relic attempt? He had this monastery like a minute ago. Oh no. I mean, he's at least finally gonna get the wall up, but at this stage, surely this is gonna turn into 4 relics. He's fording with knights. Numu, if he can force the attack speed aura, can win this fight. And will I cover in the DLC news? Yeah, sure. When we get DLC news, I cover it. We done a little bit yesterday. I think that video is up, or will be going up shortly. 7th class. This is maybe premature from MarineLorD. He needs the second wave, and there it is. Oh, this is the worst feeling. Numu's like, I'm doing it. I'm beating him. I'm beating the stupid little chip. Why is the double the sofa coming in? It's such a deceitful element. He forces him to fight over it so long that he becomes convinced it's a win. And then just crushes his soul. Farms are now being set up behind. So Numudan, free farm cluster's not bad, right? But I don't like what he's thinking. I could just go Imperial Age Herder. Every single English player ever. We're getting news trickle every day. I know. The problem with news trickle every day is like, to make a video on it every day. How to put this? I will bluntly say, if someone is posting a video every day, they're probably pulling your leg to get past 8 minutes of content so they can run mid-rolls. You kind of like, I don't know, I feel like the content we've got the last 2 or 3 days is like, it makes sense after 2 or 3 days that you make one content piece. Does that make sense? But the problem is I know people are going to be rushing to be first out with the news. This is so many sofa now. Numu going Imperial Age is going to kill him. This reeks of a death sentence right now. He'll have to go Botshire. People haven't really cared about Wingard recently. I don't think that's a good thing, though. I think Wingard is important. Warlord's at least going to slow MarineLorD down temporarily, but not long. And this Botshire needs to be... Okay, he wants to die. That is insane. Wingard. Your farms are unguarded. They really are, by the way. Like, the White Tower barely touches them. There's a mass sofa coming in, and you choose the greedy landmark? Absolutely wild. Villagers are going to get chipped trying to get back on the east side, but this sofa wave... It's going to feel like someone's throwing a 3-piece sofa set at you. Dive in. Stable is kind of irrelevant. You want to be looking for worker kills right now. Footmen can work. They get bonus against Cav. Usually Wingard Raiders is the best. The whole idea is you just want to get numbers. But the problem is you need good economy to afford Wingard Raiders. And the farm's already shut down. He's gathering, but he won't be gathering long. Got to vacate the area. Knights haven't been upgraded yet. And there you go. Raiders are on the way. But at this stage, that's all your economy, man. We people can't afford food. Have you guys seen the prices of food in England? I had to buy my daughter 2 birthday cakes. They were £7 each, and they weren't even good quality. We can't afford to eat in this country. Not when these goddamn Malians keep coming over and murdering us. Okay, just Jesus. That was meant to be a meme. That may have been taken seriously. It's a lot of sofa. Numudan's entire eco lead is just gone. Worse still, he's going to be behind on raw eco count. This is brutal. And by the way, like, that's not even all the sofa. By the way, he also took that relic. By the way, there's no shame in tapping out here. Oy, oy, oy. So what we can take away from this, guys, is that Ingerland sucks. Dun, 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 dun. Ouch. So wait, is there news today? That's not a bad idea. Should we like stick the news at the start of a cast and then follow through? I don't know. I don't know if that works for our channel because we're a lot smaller. I mean, we've got 10 minutes until MarineLorD versus B begins, right? So reminder, we are now doing that set next. But they're scheduled for, I believe, in 10 minutes time. So if someone's got the links, we could look at the news for today if it's already been posted. One sec. I'm just going to quickly update this as well. And no, Emma, I don't know what that is. Being asked where a thermometer is, I'm like, do you think I use thermometers? Okay, so reminder, by the way, that top set, B versus MarineLorD, is today. That's going to be in just a few minutes. The other set, Dumu versus Louis MT, will happen before Grand Finals tomorrow. And that's not the latest information, that Age of Empires one. Is the latest just on their Twitter page, I'm guessing? It's probably just on their Twitter page, right? One second. Let me see about pulling it up. Twitter. Shows achievements. Oh, is that like... There's no way achievements is the news, right? Memes? Give me a sec. Let me pull that across. No news yet. Okay. Like, yeah, but the achievement stuff was yesterday, right? Not today? Or is the achievement stuff the stuff today? That's what I'm asking. So the achievement stuff is, like, has just been added. Oh, yes. Okay, yesterday. Okay. So, like, what we can do then is we'll look to go over these deets here and whatever new they add, which I imagine will be added in, like, an hour-ish. So, like, what we can do is we will go over that after semifinals. So, next up, we've got semifinals. And so we've only got like 5 minutes, right? Let me see. I'll check if they're ready. MarineLorD at B. Let me know when you boys are ready to draft. Cast and a laser game. Oh boy. If we can find him. You know what, guys? Okay. We can look at a laser game, but here's the catch. Exclamation mark Opera GX. I want to see you added to that number. Download it, create an account for free, and in return, I'll give you a laser game. Okay? I know a bunch of you are holding out on me. 100, like, what was that? 100, was it 69? Nice. With how many of you come through here, we could easily crack 250. Get in there. It's a free way to support the channel. It really actually does help, guys. It allows us to negotiate more pay from them, get them involved again in the future of the channel. So, a win-win. So, exclamation mark Opera GX. It's a really secure browser. Basically, it uses Chromium, which is what all the major browsers use. So, it is no less secure than, you know, Firefox, Chrome, etc. But it has some cool gamified features in it. It has some really helpful built-in things. I like the embeds as well for things like Twitter, Instagram, all your little side things. A helpful ad blocker. And I think a lot of people appreciate it's actually got a VPN in there. Because a lot of people usually want a VPN, not for like the major stuff that like the paid ones brag. They just kind of want it for the basics. And what I mean by that is the VPN service has some things in there such as at a basic level, like it can do kind of what you get out of, you know, Nord and Surfshark or whatever. But like the basic thing that a lot of us want is the ability to just watch certain things from different countries, as well as be able to get better prices on games and other products, which it does both of. Okay. I don't know if we'll have full time for an laser game, by the way. Maybe? H3 Ottomans, that could be quick. That's one hot PC. Ah, but it's not hot. You can't see it right now, but that's 37 degrees even when we run it full. Check down below. Exclamation mark PC. We do have an incredible PC. Top of the line. Okay, so... let me reset everything in the background as well. Right, I'll keep an eye on our background chat for when the boys are ready. Did I get a haircut recently? I got a haircut before Germany, yes. So a few weeks back. Can't afford haircuts that regularly. Do you know how expensive haircuts are? Woo! One and all. It's a laser watch time. Welcome back to the channel. We're learning alongside a laser as he figures out the HRE. This guy, by the way, was freaking hilarious. We'll go 2x speed to catch up because we're just like a minute away from live. But this guy, he had MarineLorD in his chat the other day. And he's like, MarineLorD, why do you gather with 4 on gold? You always end up with way too much gold when you tech up. Dude hasn't even like won any S-tier tournaments, and he's already there reverse coaching on some of the very best Age of Empires we'll have. I found it so hilarious. But what's this matchup? He's up against a guy called Esliz. Let's check his rank. Okay, Esliz isn't too bad. He's top 500 in the world. If you guys are unfamiliar with Laser, by the way, this is a renowned name from StarCraft 2. He done phenomenally well with Stormgate when it first came out. I think he done okay in Zero Space, but very talented RTS player is the takeaway here. He's been learning Age of Empires 4. I think he's like 5 weeks into his training. Still got a long way to go, but I love the commitment. This guy has been grinding day in, day out. So it feels like maybe he's here to stay. I don't know, though. We'll see. There's rumors, there's rumblings about like the final game for Esports World Cup. I do genuinely wonder if it gets announced that StarCraft 2 is going to be there, will he actually hang around? My feelings is that he'll just go back. And Arkin, it's not too bad. He gets the berries in the wood. Berry really isn't that important. This should just be Pro Scouts. We are on Lepony. Pretty much any map you're on HRE is going to be thinking about Pro Scouts. Miniramp Madrissa on the other side. And Esliz. Ooh. Okay, 22 sheep is really, really good. Plus the Madrissa, we could get an all-in timing from Otto. Lightly looking at opening with Sipahi. He has already got the Spearman. These Spearmen would be great for Deer Shove. But instead, is he just keeping them at home? Yeah, but this is like a completely pointless military school. Why did he build this? He hasn't used it, guys. So the value in the military school is that you're able to pump these guys out and start herding the deer back. Like, that is the value play. That's the whole point of it. They're just sitting here. Okay, so I think we've got 1 more minute of catch up. He's finally moving out, but this is like a waste. When you have two spears, is enough. 3 spears is kind of crazy. And he's going to move out for the deer anyway. Okay, this is getting a bit wild. I mean, it is one way of denying the deer, but like usually you could have had this shoved in. Other side of laser is going archer spears. This is fine. Like you've seen the spearman, you want to react to that, so archers makes a lot of sense. Spearman marching drill is going to be really good against Sipahi. And he has also got the potential for horseman because remember he went stables to pro scouts. Like actually, I guess in a way, this is like the perfect meta for a laser to have started playing AV4 in. Because with the pro scouts meta in full swing, you're kind of in a more micro-intensive meta right now. I think a lot of StarCraft pros will find that more compelling. Because it's something to do with your early game. Right? Like that high APM feels like it can be put to good use when you're moving out and playing for the scouts. So we are fully caught up rather to live. Let's see if the boy's going to be quick enough because we should be getting a draft shortly between MarineLorD and B. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Basically, we're checking in on this one while we're waiting for our next comp set in Midweek Masters. People are like, yo, a laser. When is he going to play Midweek Master? I think we've got some ways to go. Even sort of, like, was quite admitting of this. He's just like, you know, it's been a long time since I've actually been tuned into the meta. Don't expect me to rush back. I'd say, like, don't rush these guys. The reality is they have got a lot of catching up to do. And that catching up is about to be exacerbated by the arrival of new civs, which is going to make it even harder to try and compete. What do you think of the caster overlays used in the Garrison LAN? They're cool, but they are insanely taxing. You need a 2PC setup. Legit, I'm not even exaggerating. There's a 2PC setup to capture things like Vizier points. My feeling is like it's not worth it. I mean, I don't really have a good second PC on standby. I've got a GigaChad 1 PC, but sadly, Age of Empires 4 doesn't let you run multiple instances of the game at once. So you'd have to have a second PC. As for a deer counter, I don't really even know if that's entirely possible with the way the system's designed. There might be something you scrape on the back-end API, but I don't think I've seen anyone do such a thing. So Laser's got a pretty big army right now. This fast castle choice by Ottomans is a bit dangerous. I like what Laser's doing. He's wrapping around the gold. You want to try to shut this. He's also kind of like one hand in the cookie jar, one hand on the steering wheel, right? He's not actually that far away from his own tech timing. This is kind of crazy, though. He's going to go for siege engineering. Okay, and I'm really surprised by Islis here. Going stables feels kind of a death sentence here. Men at arms is your way out. It's your only way out. Because if you play lancers, your opponent already has spears. Now, Laser does have a problem here. This wraparound in the back is really difficult. You're so out of position with this. The good news is Atri is probably the best infantry civ at doing this due to marching drills. Otto got all the sheep. He got a lot of sheep. He also went Anatolian Hills, so he got an extra 10. So yeah, like he's at 28 right now, but 10 of those came from a Vizier point. Honestly, like Elaza's playing this really smartly. He's going aggro still, but he's aiming for the tech up. So he's looking for damage to punish the age up while not falling too far behind himself. This is the correct call. Steel Arrow is going to be big here. Undermesh, unfortunately for Laser, is going to be mirrored on the timing. Ram is going to look to clear the way on the outpost. Okay, but Islis, he got a decent amount of gold. That was greedy. I don't think the mosque was the correct choice here. He has no gold. He can't afford more men at arms. Torch is coming in. It's the only gold he has access to right now. You've already got Horseman Patrol on the west side. Laser kind of just gifted that potential win here. That one Imam may have just cost Islis the game. Ram's going to move in to knock on that as well. And Laser needs to slow down a little bit. This dive is not entirely necessary. He's kind of throwing away his military lead. Like, there are men at arms. Remember, the best thing you can do here is kite them. You want to try to fin the Lancers, force them to come out, kill them with the spears, and then deal with the MAA afterwards. Because the A-click ball here is just kind of hurting him. We do have more troops on the south side, so he's still keeping him contained. A laser should be up in Castle Age at like 13 minutes here. Ram. No, I don't think it's going to get the kill. It'll get repaired. Important as well. Really expensive to lose anything at this stage for Isliz. Like, he's floating a fine line. I do think a laser just kind of gifted Isliz away back into this game, though. I should have been dead. We might end up having to cut out this one at this rate. I think the draft is beginning for MarineLorD B. Yeah, I think Laser focused too much on military here. He's at least going to deny the imams. That's good. He's also now mismacroing. What? Bro, he's definitely been getting coached by MarineLorD. Why does he have 1,500 wood? What? All right, let's just add in like a dozen farms, baby. Archer ranges as well is a little bit surprising, but I mean, he's trying to answer the men-at-arms. But he needs to tech first. Like, the gold gathering has been questionable. Okay, so he's finally fixed that issue. This is standard Regnets. 14 pulled across. I feel like he's kind of punted his lead into the E for a bit here. So Isliz is going to get some breathing room. Military schools are going to start being added in now, and on top of that, there's still actually a lot of deer on the map. Yeah, no, like a laser didn't take everything away. I guess in some ways that's the blessing of going for this farm transition. It almost feels like to a certain degree it's needed. It's like, if a laser's reviewing this game afterwards, I think he'll know that this was a mistake. This dive-in was... You can pressure the gold, but diving the TC, like, so many players, I think, from StarCraft, when they come across, are going to learn this the hard way. Diving the TC is not easy to do with feudal armies. You can throw away an entire lead if you're feudal when you do that. Nestle's now, like, in a reasonable position. The men-at-arms count is not, like, scarily out of control. A laser will be able to address that. Relic's situation is interesting as well. Not much actually gained so far for Isliz, but he should be able to make it a 3-2 split. A laser, of course, will still get more gold via the passive gen of Regnets. Has got a decent amount of farms in. I'd love to see him just add in another 10. I don't feel like you want to be doing anything else with wood right now. Anyone feel like a laser's going to make this a fast imp? His macro is looking very imp-focused. And in fairness to him, like, Isliz isn't actually pressuring at all. No, he's slowed down entirely. What? I mean, you can't race Imperial against HRE, right? I do see this quite a lot from Ottoman players, where they just get Castle and they're like, all right, add in all the military schools. I wonder if Isliz instead would have benefited more from just adding in more military bloat and going. Yeah, Laser's just chill pill. Even setting up the additional gold, so likely going to be seeing Palace of Swabia. I'm not too surprised by this. I think this is still, to this day, the most easy way for people to learn HRE. You just basically blob greed and go Imperial. That being said, we are getting more crossbows again. Now, Isla seems to be suspicious. He has got the Sapahi coming. A laser, this might be like the biggest fumble coming if he fights in the center. So, like, what a laser is doing makes sense if you're playing just kind of an open schematic map, like Dry Arabia. But Lipany's weird. Lipany on ladder is really weird. Like, you're up against what you should expect to be Springalds, because Ottomans, most players have toggled over to that these days, into a choke point. This comp can just get shredded by Springalds. So I think a laser needs to be very, very careful about what he does next. If he pumped Men at Arms and went upgrades, he could win. He's looking for the car play. Like, he saw Men at Arms, he wants to build crossbows. Like, in his mind, based on what he's seen, I actually don't disagree with Laser's thought process. He's actually just taking the most basic, logical approach to it. And 2TC behind. Okay, guys, we might end up not seeing this full game at this rate. Because I believe that MarineLorD and B are about to start their first game. So we might actually have to hop out of this in a sec. Best time for almonds? I kind of like that we're seeing almond players. I dig it. It's really nice and refreshing to see the CF have some relevance. Yeah, Palace Swiper on the way. Eslis was definitely given more runway than he deserved here. Laser, it kind of feels like he was paranoid he was going to be attacked. And we have him trying to sneak the deer. Adorably so. Janissary, yeah, trying to steal a deer from Janissaries is bold. I'll give him that. That's... on the measurements of ambition, that's high. Really high. What? Bruh. If you thought the Janissaries were ambitious, he challenges the TC as well. Aleso is very aggressively postured, by the way. I don't know if I'd advise being here right now with tech upcoming, but the good news is when you play HRE, they're very forgiving for this. You can just run away. Did you see? He just waits like, come on, come on. You. Over here, come on. Just step up, just a tinsy bit, just a tiny bit. Alaze's eyeballs are about to pop out of his skull. He's like, nope. This is definition bad fight. Spy, a little bit of A-click here from Islis. Has got more on the way. I actually think Islis could do some serious damage here. The siege is completely unanswered. He's gold gathering on the front side. Laser doesn't have a better option right now. He just needs to catch up with Springles. They're almost in range. Janissaries are shredding regardless. We do have a cannon placement on the way. Oh, me oh my. Okay, guys, we're not going to have enough time for this whole game. We're going to have to get ready for MarineLorD versus B. Because that cannon emplacement is going to force us away. Maybe? You need like 20 plus worker kills here. Because Palace of Swabi just replaces all the losses so quickly. Like, look, he's being dove and he's queued up 10 more villagers. Welcome to Swabi Life. This is still the most absurd Imperial landmark in the game. This list is going to go deeper. Alright, looks like Laser just getting wiped. This is kind of just GG. He just doesn't have a standing army. And the cannon can't actually protect you. Like, as long as Islis just moves a tiny bit south, this is game. Damn, what a timing. Laser has no gathering right now. I do think Islis just needs to move past. He's... Oh, God, what? Alright, this game should be over, but Islis just seems to be allergic to avoiding cannon emplacements right now. He ran away from one and into the other. He's gonna get wiped. And we're gonna have to, like, end the recording and get ready for MarineLorD versus B. Sorry, guys, but, like, we're out of time. It's Laser's fault. He didn't end the game quick enough. Because I think MarineLorD... Is it spectatable? There we go. Oh, okay. We had like, I mean, dude, like it wouldn't, the game wouldn't have been over quick enough, guys. Sorry, but like it genuinely wouldn't have been. Like we had to get ready for this game. But what I can do now as a result of that, and show you the draft. Ta-da! I'm going to run 2 minutes ads now, so you guys don't have to worry about them, okay? So, running the ads now. Sorry, guys. I know it wasn't a full cast, but... Spoiler, he lost. Okay, so, like, yeah, I think, like, well, we would have been 5 minutes in the past. We would have been late to this, which I think people would have been more upset. I don't know. I felt like he should have GG'd already, right? So, like, it's fine. Oh, that sucks. That maybe would have been a cool one to put on the channel. I don't know. Like, to me, it felt like a... I don't know. Would that have been cool on the channel? I'm unconvinced. Yeah, like, I think we would have been running it tight, and we would have missed, like, the first 5 or 10 minutes of this game. I know how particular people are about their games being on time. All right, so let me put predictions up. Sorry, excuse me. MarineLorD versus B. Get ready for G1. You guys should end up with like 45 seconds to see the map before we're in. So yeah, oh yeah, we were talking about like the production standards. Virtual machine, I guess you kind of could have, but like those aren't cheap. To run like a video game in the background with net access at all times, that's not cheap. You gotta make more money first before we spend more money. Chill. Chill. Okay. I think, have we updated everything? Yes, semifinals, MarineLorD. Be fantastico. And have they released the new news yet? I'm guessing probably not. Let's also toggle score on. Oh. Dude, I just want my throat to feel like 100% again. It just feels like it's gonna... I can just feel it's going to be like 2 or 3 more weeks of it not being there. All right, let's get ready. One and all, that is an outrage. Look at it, get some gamba across. We are here in the semi-finals of Midweek Muster. A reigning champion, MarineLorD, on the Delhi, going up against B on Order of the Dragon. Is this the first going we've had of like B playing OTD here in quite a while? I think it might be. Looking at the statistics, because obviously we have this as a weekly and we can pull up statistics. I think Order of the Dragon has struggled a little. Yeah, OTD 42.9% win rate. Like, not the best of times. Delhi is right next to them at 42.9 as well. So both of these civs kind of having similar issues. I have been seeing quite a few Delhi picks here, but things like the Ottomans, the Mongols, etc. have been finding great success on Gorge. Order of the Dragon is going to be another pro scout oriented civ, so it should be advantageous for B to open towards that. One thing I have noticed that feels a bit weird about playing Delhi's OTD is the Ghazi. So the whole logic of OTD is make a transition into a unit type, double impact from your initial unit, big lead. The problem is, like, your opponent can kind of see you go Horseman and mirror Ghazi and not just be completely outclassed, right? Because it's not like 2 Horsemen versus 1 type logic. Ghazi are actually like a premium Horseman. So I have seen that detail trip up quite a lot of Order of the Dragon players. Where they can scoop up and recover is Spearman with a good spawn. Gorge is very hard to get that type of spawn, though. And unfortunately, he has got Deer Split on his side and then double Deer one side MarineLorD. What would have been ideal for him is if all the deer had spawned on one side of the map. Outside that, is like any exposure points. MarineLorD has got like 4 berries. That might matter a little bit later in the game. I wonder what B envisions his win condition as. I feel like OTD, still to this day, even when we're just seeing people say, oh wow, we underestimated this, we've been figuring it out, still remains a civ that kind of feels, I don't want to say fully underexplored, but still seems to have so much to offer or discover. And it's going to be Arkan. Okay, that's surprising. This. So if you guys haven't watched B recently on HRE, this guy is obsessed with mime work. Even he, on the dragon, says Arkan too good. In fairness, it's a decent spawn. He gets the gold, he clips the berries, and he gets the tree line. It does cost him efficiency of like 1 tile, so he'll have to add in a lumber camp, but overall pretty nice. And with 2 on gold, with this timing, it looks like it's going to be Pro Scouts. What's it going to take for us to get back to Tower of Victory? Anyone actually miss TOV at this point? Like, it's okay. We're not going to judge you. If there's anyone in chat who genuinely misses Tower of Victory, just say. I think it's, it was a very oppressive meta, is what I'll say. It forced you to be so present in Feudal. Like, it was so overwhelming with the timing on Sacred Sites. I feel like if they changed something about the Sacred Site timer, I wouldn't mind TOV coming back into meta. I don't know if I'd say Dome of Faith is better. I felt like Delhi and the way they play the game is very polarizing to people in general. There's either this all-in Sacred Site win condition, which annoys people, or we reach the OP elephant territory, which I get where people are coming from. I was watching State play earlier today, and he was just completely confused. He's like, what am I meant to do against these elephants? I think Core was there, like, saying, build, like, spears can do it, and I was like, dude, spears are a bait. You have to build crossbows against war elephants. You have to build horsemen against tower elephants. And even then, some of those matchups can be a complete mess. But I think a lot of people just aren't enjoying that factor because, like, whenever you have a unique unit, if that unique unit feels oppressive, you're just looking and saying, I don't want this matchup at all. It's not like when we have a meta where archers are OP. Everyone, bar GG, can build archers. So the concept of like them being a broken unit, you might hate it. Like we're pro scouts right now. You might hate the meta, but at least people are like, oh, although certain civs do it better, we can all do pro scouts. Not every civ can do elephants. Yeah, I was in the chat at the time. So Core like said horsemen, and then he said spears should work as well. And then State was like losing minds. Like I had spears, they done nothing. So looks like B is just trying to stop a deer shove-in. I like this. MarineLorD wants a freebie. It's so close. It's actually a nice counterplay to these fast pro scout civs. Is just shove the initial deer in and remove it from the chessboard. Won't be able to do so. So good read by B. Pro scouts are already in the way. We do have a double spear beginner. Yeah, he's trying to keep him away from Ghazi. Remember what we said? Like if Delhi get to B Ghazi, they are in control of this matchup. Anytime you can stop a Delhi player going Ghazi, you feel ahead. So we'll force the archer reaction. This is quite interesting from B. Like switching into men at arms. So you stop your opponent going Ghazi, and now NMAA deal with the archers. This is really expensive, but like I kind of dig what B is doing. He's trying to be as cost efficient with his transitions as possible. He's building a building and then getting everything out of said building. The stables doesn't necessarily have to be about horsemen. It can down the line if your opponent goes too hard on archers. For now, it's just going to be about the pro scouts. All right, what was the final Gamba? 85% for MarineLorD. See, here's the interesting thing about B. In the finals, he did get completely swept by MarineLorD, but I don't feel like that was like fresh on the day B. It didn't feel like fresh on the day B to me. I have a feeling that this semifinals is going to be a lot closer than grand finals last week. And we do have the Ghazi switch we talked about. Because MA Spear are going to arrive. MarineLorD kind of locked out with the gold spawn in a bad way for once. Forward gold is going to be really frustrating due to the men arms. Problem here for B is because he delayed going to the horseman, this one dude has to do everything. He's Optimus priming this in the second Transformers movie. He may look cool fighting, but inevitably he's going to get the crap kicked out of him. So we'll have to back away. This is going to be a chase down now. Ugh. Scout's going to be lost, but I think MarineLorD's happy with that. Yeah, because he'll still get the gilded swimman kill, and then he can kill the men at arms. Okay, this is a bit worrisome. B, it's always the awkward issue when you play men at arms like this. I praised him for how cool it was he was min-maxing the building, but the problem is if you posture that aggressively, and you can't keep up the pressure, you throw away everything. Horseman is now going to ride, but it's triple Ghazi. And look at what MarineLorD's trying to do. He's just trying to stick on top of him to body block, so it's not efficient on the attacks from B. So we'll be able to run away with 37 HP. Your Horseman is just flooding into ponies now. MarineLorD is going to scout that quite quickly, though. The biggest worry I have, and this is why it's good that B took out the scout, is like MarineLorD's getting close to the base. If he sees it's just flawlessly Horseman and nothing else, he can actually mirror Ghazi and win. Deadly got every eco tech at 630. Wow, what an amazing sim. How... I mean, I'm flummoxed, guys. Like, how do I do this build order with Delhi? Okay, so let me just check the guide, because I did write down notes last time watching a pro player do this with Delhi. Okay, so, yeah, build Dome of Faith. Queue up Scholars. Okay. Select Lumber Camp, drag face across keyboard. Select Mill, drag face across keyboard. Okay. Select Mining Camp and drag face across keyboard. There's a lot of face dragging in this build. Hey, but, you know, if it's the efficient way... Honestly, Delhi is so obnoxious. Another thing that MarineLorD done here was the extra mills to get the efficient timing on Pro Scouts. I don't know, man. Bees just look stuck. That opening pressure play just didn't do enough. He hasn't got all his deer home yet. MarineLorD's going to get plenty. He's also getting access to the berries. Sacred Sight's getting locked as well. He's at least going to have Horsemen to deny that, but remember, this is difficult. You're going to be spreading Finn to try and stop the Scholars. Other obnoxious thing is these things are so tanky. 130 HP just goes really hard. Horsemen will at least get away in time. With double Sacred Sight plus Pro Scouts, this could turn into a castle race where MarineLorD wins. Ellie doesn't care about getting denied gold, Ellie? They care a little bit. So the value play on denying gold is that you slow down the Scholar scale. And why that's important, it's the same reason it used to be really important to snipe the initial Scholar with Tower of Victory builds. If you kill that Scholar, you ruin their whole plan. Because they rely on the gold trickle to generate more Scholars. Without it, you're missing a key component on your scalability. Fight's going to pivot east side, but I think MarineLorD's happy with this. He's secured the other two Sacred Sites. He's drawn attention here. He's going castle. B. This is rough. We talked about the Horseman issue. You don't want to be forced to do it. Because here's the thing right now. B's entire comp can get countered by Mass Ghazi. Men-at-Arms suffer from the bonus damage Ghazi get. Horseman can mirror out against it. And the problem with this comp that B's building, you don't really want to vet up Horseman here. Men-at-Arms, sure. MarineLorD just being obnoxious to the Scholar as well. Not ideal on the targeted healing, but good enough here. Behind this, he'll try for the decap. I think B should be able to get this. MarineLorD won't rush for this defense. He's kind of light on the Ghazi here right now. Yeah, because he has a group flank raiding. Honestly, like, MarineLorD, though, has to be in a very happy position with the way this game's playing now. B has to keep investing every little ounce of food he has into military to compete. Because if he lets the free Sacred Sites sit there for 2 minutes, it feels like GG. You're just too far behind. Yeah, and this is like in some ways, the best point in the game for OTD economy. The reason is actually, like, Order the Dragon don't do farms that well. The big issue you have as Order the Dragon is your villagers gather faster, ergo they have to drop off more frequently. So this is a big part of why Order the Dragons look good right now is the Pro Scouts meta. Pro Scouts meta means that your villagers are standing still, dropping off, gathering again. There's no movement involved. That's huge. Don't lose efficiency. You actually feel like you're 28% faster. But the Pro Scouts isn't going to last much longer. Right? By like 14 minutes, it's going to be out. Then your advantage is gone. Your advantage might already be evaporating here. House of Learning already on the way for MLord. He blobbed hard into Horseman. Upsides, your opponent hasn't gone Spears. Downsides, with like 9 Scholars, he could rush the Ghazi upgrade. And also, you can just dodge the fight until it's upgraded. He still has Sacred Sites as well. Scholars should be moving in a position. The classic MarineLorD grab. One of these relics is not feasible. The other 4 seem quite attainable. I think he'll settle for 3, though. Need less farms for all the vills? Sure, so it's more like wood efficient. But the movement speed is still a problem. Like, you just spend so much time running back and forth as OTD. Dive coming in towards the outpost. MarineLorD is giving a lot away here. I think B knows what's up. Tech up complete, clash on the way. Bloomery coming in 40 seconds. He will just keep retreating. You don't really want the fight. You could kind of take it here because your opponent wouldn't be able to breach quickly. But no veterans in the Ghazi. Instead, it's going to be a queue up on the Lancers. Scholars can be pulled to heal if need be. This feels like a dive doomed to failure. Eventually. For now, though, he'll win the initial engagement. It's the Lancer follow-up that scares me. MarineLorD, he's got the efficient production. He's pumping these guys out every 18 seconds. So what looked like initially a really good fight, wiping the Ghazi, is now problematic for B. He needs to find a way of overwhelming the Lancers, one by one. Scholars pull for the heal. B, he knows he needs to push through here. He needs to work at kills. Lancer count is down to 2. He's actually doing a really good job of targeting down. No way. There's no freaking way this works. Warlord's coming out now. B. Uh-oh. He has to panic run. No! He was so close. But the Warlords everywhere. Horseman diving in. This is B just saying to hell with it. Does at least get the Horseman away, but he is donezo. Military count, non-existent. Burgrave on the way, but it's Relic's already home. Lancer Flood on the way. MarineLorD, what a sick defense there. It looked like he was done. At first, that engagement looked really good for MarineLorD because B wasn't getting the full power of his melee. But then MarineLorD backed up too much here, let the Horseman line spread out. Then the Lancers come out. B does a great job there as well. Remember, Horsemen have very high base damage as Gilded, so he's able to swarm and overwhelm. The Scholar heal's not good enough. But then, those Warlords, making him skip out on several attacks there, gave the momentum swing to MarineLorD. B will now follow up into Castle Age, but from a very disadvantageous position. That dive did at least kill 6 workers, but it wasn't worth it for the Relic losses. Behind this, we still had 2 Sacred Sites locked in at all times for Delhi. This is insane gold gen for Mass Lancers. What a freaking turnaround. And this is someone I never like to see. Gilded Knights, like, yeah, you kind of need a unit that isn't going to die. But at the same time, Gilded Knights, I don't think I'm going to say the word is you can ignore them, but you can just kind of shrug them off very casually with Mass Lancers. And what is up, Lash? Thank you for the raid, mate. Hope you had a good stream. Thank you, thank you. Welcome, one and all. Just in time for the semifinals. Villagers now. Oh, God, B. Say a prayer. A moment of silence for the villagers that were. He even runs back into the Lancer to try and escape quicker. The problem here is, like, if you're MarineLorD, just use the converted men-at-arms and then run past. It shivs out. B knows he's dead. His own people have turned on him. Oh, an aggressively fast start to the series, but I gotta give B credit. He made this a little uncomfortable for MarineLorD. But props to the Frenchman. Kept his calm, kept his cool. And we stuck B in the cooler for game number 1. It's just like they're just not able to kill these Lancers. I think he just needed Spears straight away. Maybe Spears would have actually given him a stay of execution, but he's 14 workers down. He just goes straight for the injured Gilded. If I was MarineLorD, maybe I'm just BM for this, I would just all chat typed, I have 5 relics, by the way. You know, good guy MarineLord's got to let him know, you know? Got to be polite about this. Oh, good news for B fans. Series will definitely be far from over. I checked the draft. He got Jean, he got French, he's got a lot of power still to kick with, but so far, it's MarineLorD off to a dominant start. Wow, that was a sick card. Okay, so game number 1, we had Delhi versus Oder. Waiting for the Delhi. So draft-wise, we didn't get a chance to talk about much, but B does have the English, which is pretty strong. I think you want to leave Holy Island until later in the game series, though. Sacred Grove could make a lot of sense when you've got French yaw. Probably MarineLorD's going to react with, what, China there? And then you want, like, Lipany for IU/Byzantines. Dry Arabia can be Biz. I think he's keeping Mongols for the Holy Island game. Like, that's my worry, is, like, if B can't get rid of the Mongol pick, we've seen actually how Mongols can destroy English still. So game 2, he actually goes to Holy Island. What? Puto? That's crazy. I wasn't expecting him to take this as the second game. I mean, MarineLorD still has Japanese as well. All right, minute of ads, guys, so we can get into game. Oh, reminder, by the way, download Opera GX. It's a browser that believes in your favorite gaming content creators. So if you guys want to support the channel and you want a free way of doing so, download via that link and then create an account for free. That lets them know that I sent you, and then that increases the probability that they're going to come back and sponsor us more in the future. So take advantage of that, YouTubers and Twitchers alike. Really cool browser. Let me know what you guys think if anyone's downloaded it so far, what you like so much about it. I've been enjoying my Space Marines theme. I also enjoy the fact that I've got a nice ad blocker built in. And I've already used the VPN like 2 or 3 times, actually, for certain viewing patterns and avoiding annoying things. Reason why ML didn't pump... Oh my god, dude. Chat won't zoom. Didn't pump out 1 to 2 War Elephants. I think he was just a little bit limited on food and gold, and it's slow to come out. He's probably thinking about the follow-up play. Like, he felt he could confidently defend. Testing, you ready to go? Did someone ask for English to win? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. There's a possibility here. One and all, welcome back to the channel for game number 2 of our semi-finals between B and MarineLorD. MarineLorD currently leading early on, but I feel like we've still got some length to go in this set. B has been an absolute thorn in the side of many gamers on this map. We've seen Beastie struggle with this as well. Japanese versus English. A matchup where B just feels very comfortable. He's very crafty in his approach, guys, because usually you're expecting English just to lean all on water and win. But what I really love about the way that B's been playing English on Holy Island is how he pivots and makes it about land sometimes. It's interesting because, in theory, English should want to play water due to Admiralty. It's like the easiest win, right? Just get extra range with B. But time and time again, we've seen B go for these all-in land aggros. Mixed success rate to be expected, but very thrilling to watch. And actually, I know like some people are already getting ready to click off because like, oh my god, water, but guys, chill. Reminder, Holy Island, I think, is genuinely the best water map we have in Age of Empires. The reason is that the playstyles, like at the highest level, it's developed to the point where water win doesn't equal game win. We've seen plenty of comebacks on land. What I think this matchup now with Japan water nerfed, you have to deny the docks straight away. I think this matchup is substantially harder for Japan now, because not only is your fishing eco nerfed in terms of inflating it, right, because the discount's lower, but remember, the English also get discount. That discount applies across the board. It's not just fishing boats. What that means is that England can just out-bloat you if it's only about water. And what we've been seeing from English players is actually a really solid timing into, say, Lombos here, which blocks out Shinobi entirely. So dynamic is usually, at the moment, has been quite often either council hall beginning or an archery range follow-up. And then other side, Japanese are going to be looking at Shinobi into Horsemen. But I think Japanese have been struggling a little bit with that because of the hit to the food inflation. Because fishing boats cost a lot more now, they used to be like 45 wood instead of 56, the timings aren't as clean as they once were. So, MarineLorD opening up, he's just trying to harass the villager. He was checking if B's nearby. This is really important, because if this villager gets a little bit low, you're going to have to pull them back due to the Shinobi risk. That's bad, because that's a lot of out of time, and it can mean that you miss out on your second dock. So, like, if you ever, like, find yourself playing Holy Island, which you should sign up for KPMMs, by the way. We do them weekly, and all the signups are welcome. Always focus on protecting this villager, because getting it low is akin to laying it down. And he's going to start getting chipped down. B wants to see what's happening on the other side. He wants to know if MarineLorD is going for a fast feudal build or if B can be greedy himself. But you're going to have to pull this village at home, I think. "12 years later." MarineLorD's like, "Look at me swing my bateau, my baguette. I will kill you, bateau." 27 more hits to go, guys. There we go. So he's going to have to forfeit it. Other side, the harassment only just began. MarineLorD hasn't started his tech up, though. He went double greed. Yeah, so this has a really cool detail. Do you see what B done here? He's stuck on one dock. He realized MarineLorD's being greedy. So B's going to try to control the flow of things. Means that the king can actually come out pretty quick here. The moment MarineLorD sees that tech up, he's going to have to halt any dock production here. And I feel like he wanted to go up to maybe like 9 to 10 fishing boats at least with double dock. Other thing that you're going to get from this from B, it's all about the archery ship timing. MarineLorD's probably going to have to pull 9 to build up the coca in time. Because remember, it's going to be, what, 25 seconds to produce the galley? He should have the resources straight away. And then it's going to take him probably about like another 25 seconds to get across. So not much wiggle room from MarineLorD. And the first war junk would take 30 seconds to spawn. Okay, MarineLorD actually a lot cleaner on his timing here. Well played. He's going to walk his villager home, but I feel like MarineLorD, because he actually read this before the tech up completed, much better position. B, as a result, has to pull a fresh villager. So very defensive second dock. For good reason, if you build them next to each other, there's a risk the Shinobi Rush will block both. And MarineLorD, realizing that he's behind, does end up pulling additional villagers. So 10 now building into the landmark. King will be coming out in T-minus 30 seconds. Okay, what was the predictions like? 84% for MarineLorD. I'd say that's a little bit surprising. I wouldn't have written it off as like that skewed. I wonder how many people actually reset their points if they could. Archer ship is surprising by MarineLorD. Then again, B. Was this like a fake out? He didn't rush the archer ship. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, he goes Springald, so he's actually going to allow MarineLorD to come to him. The thought process here is actually like scaling Springalds is really good for English because of the eventual play into Admiralty. Like if you can get the advantage on Springald count, you keep the advantage because you just outrange your opponent. Whereas like getting mass archer ships would be weird. Knight is going to arrive. Nice body block. I love that. That was sick, MarineLorD. Now the Shinobi can actually win the fight. He needs a second ally, but I don't think he's got one on the way. Okay, this is... Yeah, he's going to have to back off. But remember, both of these boys do heal. A little bit surprising. MarineLorD, because he prioritized the Springald ship, didn't have the kill there. Second Shinobi could have actually mopped that up. I wonder, is B considering land aggro? He is. We have archer range. So this makes a lot of sense for the spawn. When you're looking at Holy Island, one key detail you're going to scout straight away. Forward, backward. Backward, very difficult for longbows to harass, but not impossible against the Japanese because usually the gold spawns very forward. Forward tree line is the jackpot because of the king. So the king can dive in, like he's doing now to get vision, and then the longbows will snipe over. MarineLorD, aware of what's going to happen though, does have horsemen being queued up. The king regens way faster than the Shinobi. Sure, but the Shinobi regen regardless of whether they're fighting or not. Remember, they have in-combat healing. Whereas the king requires combat to have stopped. Water side. Oh. Oh. One dead. Wait. Potato aim. What's going on with the junk ship? What? He doesn't quite get the follow-up. And somehow the war junk got away there. What was that potato aimer? Definitely not a gamer there. I can't believe that. The archer ship missed so many times. B. Seemingly doing some weird little stutter step shenanigans, forcing the block shots. MarineLorD dodging death. That could have been a critical hit. Remember, when you got this many fishing boats, let's say you hit like 8, 9 with the demo, there's not enough safety for all of them in the docks. And MarineLorD's trying to fix that. He's going to get condensed free got going. B, meanwhile, is going to keep up the pressure. More demos on the way. Is peeling back the injured Springolds. And we do have Longbow play on land, but he realizes what's happening here. He's going to switch into the racks before leaving. Okay. So, remember what we said about, like, raiding the front tree line? Just as good for MarineLorD. This is tricky. I think B didn't want MarineLorD to get to Horseman this quick. And the reason is simple. We mentioned that Japan have been nerfed on water because their fishing inflates a little bit slower due to the discount being lower. But the advantage in this matchup is that English shortbows suck against Horsemen. The villagers can't protect themselves. So Horseman is like the MVP. Demo shenanigans. The cute idea, not going to work out. Almost loses the Springald ship, so he's going to have to man the sails and leave. MarineLorD's doing a really good job of defending. This really plays into his mantra. MarineLorD has been on record saying this before, where he thinks at the highest level, being a defender is an advantage. Because you get an opportunity to react to what your opponent's doing. And that reaction is in your purview, in your area. Right? So, like, for example, if you're defending, then that means you have production towards your end. And if you're defending, it means that, like, your counter player is going to arrive at the fight sooner. So it just kind of feels like MarineLorD is doing exactly what he wants to do here. Which is he's trying to force B to overextend, make mistakes. But credit to him, man. I think B's done a great job. He's peeling back each injured ship all the way to repair. Admiralty could be coming in the next 2 minutes. He has a big enough Springald lead to justify it. Looks like we are getting outposts trying to be rushed up. MarineLorD realizing that was a little bit late, though. We'll have to back away. This could be the distraction point. B. He needs to draw attention on the sea and then go for the dive. Unfortunately for him, MarineLorD is prepping Yumi. Really important here. It's a quick sweeper against the Spearman. Still no Admiralty either. So Horsemen are going to wrap on the back here. Longbows are going to get wiped. Okay, so this is a pretty good trade. B is just trying to burn through the Yumi so the Spearman lasts a little bit longer. But MarineLorD, quite a lot of ponies. We've got to back off before losing them. Has a new wave of Yumi to scare. Waterside. Oh my god, he caught him. Great timing, MarineLorD. Now looking like he's in control on both land and sea. I'm a bit worried for B. Like, you can't really justify Admiralty now. No, he was looking for a small win in that fight that extends his lead by, like, 1 Springald ship. Because then you can just play into Admiralty for the extra range. Now you can't justify it. It's way too expensive at 500 resources in a game where you feel like you're down. Not just that. And also the one finding worker kills as well. Fishing boat count is also looking pretty good for him. It's 11 fishing boats to 15 now. Another awkward thing, actually, about this 4 tree line, kind of feels harder to make these longbow raids happen the deeper it gets, because the king's going to have to go much wider and deeper. And sometimes vision gets a bit clowny in tree lines. Love the wall, by the way. This is a really sick wall. Because the longbows earlier would need to have gone, like, here to get a rotation. So it means that MarineLorD can just camp one side. Because in an ideal world, what B gets to do is hit here, hit here. Like, you just keep dancing back and forth because the logic is MarineLorD won't have vision everywhere. And then while you're fighting in water, he's going to hemorrhage eco. MLord, just a great job so far in this game. Now he's going to be moving the villagers to the backside. Remember what we said about longbows in this matchup? Forward tree line, great. Back tree line, get me out. You hate to see it. Because longbows are terrible at rotating fully around a base. It's just too risky. We've seen it so many times on land where English just lose a game because of it. He has got Undermesh coming. MarineLorD is just kind of a step ahead, though. Steel Tower is already there, Undermesh in the way. Dare I say we head towards Daimyo soon? He has been spending the resources on Arislits for some of the docks. But I actually think like the Daimyo goes pretty hard here. For either. Like the Horseman will benefit immensely, but so will the Yumi. And he's definitely blobbing a high Yumi count. MarineLorD is also starting to macro towards castle. There's a really sick play here where you scale 25 to 35 Yuumi and then you go castle. The veterancy can just wipe your opponent out. Because remember, these are marching drills, archers essentially. There's no running away from them. Not with infantry blob. Good micro as well. Targets down the spears. The horsemen are going to keep pursuing. They want the archers. Yuumi following up. The king is going to get sniped out. And that's going to be army wipe. There's no way you can resist this. And on water, he's not actually doing anything. Alright, this is borderline GGing now. MarineLorD is getting ready for castle. Daimyo is going to be there. Yuumi count looks good. I think you just prioritize veterancy on Yuumi and dive the economy, because look at the tree line. The Yuumi will chase this. Like, wheelbarrow won't get you away. Damn. Is MarineLorD just trying to clear my bank account? It's starting to feel that way. I mean, B has got a good enough sprint count now to go for Admiralty. Yeah, he's got it. Okay. So maybe there's some hope here. If he gets the timing right on the dive. But it's going to be difficult. MarineLorD has added in additional arrow slings. Yeah, and the problem is, like, Admiralty seems good in theory. It's pretty strong. The problem, though, is when you're approaching static defenses, range is nice, but you want to be tanky as well. And that's going to be the issue. Like, the Admiralty at least protects you from the demo dive out, which could wipe you. But what it doesn't protect you from is just dying to emplacements. And MarineLorD is just going to keep backing up. Remember, he's got a second arrow slit here as well. Villager's going to get sniped. B is way too close. He knows it as well. He's going to have to back away. He's trying to force the recommitment from MarineLorD. Meanwhile, Yuumi on land are going to be diving around the back. They do not have veterancy yet. Flowing Gate drop is going to be confirmed going in the stables. So straight away into Mount Samurai. No interest in the Yuumi upgrade. Okay, I think B can kind of like wipe the sweat from his brow. That's actually ideal. If this had been immediate Yuumi upgrade, I don't think he has an answer. But Mount Samurai is kind of slow to pump now. And also, you can answer it from an age behind with spears. I think B's going to try to pull away from water. He's been probably the most impressive player at it so far. It may not always get him the win, but he's so consistent in his ability to get away from the water problem. Like, I don't want to be here anymore. In fact, I don't want to say this is going to be a King's Palace game. I think you could get King's Palace, but B has been pretty consistent with White Tower on this map. So I'd be very surprised by it. Looks like B knows what's coming next. We do have spears. And there's still a decent number of Yuumi though, and they are going to be diving in. Remember what we said, you can't run away from these guys, they're faster. Village is just all running and scrambling over to the west side. MarineLorD actually, funnily enough, doesn't go for the kills. Textiles, I think, was the problem there. MarineLorD didn't want to like risk losing the remaining Yuumi when he sees swimming. But he's going to be pushing on water now. Looks like you got the Sprinkle Crews. You also got the Armored Hulls. B, you can't win water now. He needs a big demo Hail Mary to reset things here. He still doesn't have the gold. No, because he reinvested in demos, it slows him down. MarineLorD has to be swelling with confidence right now. Mount Samurai is starting to arrive. Villagers will vacate the area. So MarineLorD, he doesn't want to distract himself too much. He's focused on this, so he has pulled the Navy back. Spinman count isn't great so far, only 6. And Yuumi sniping from the other side. He's just ignoring the men-at-arms. So what MarineLorD is trying to do here is actually twist B's hand into King's Palace. Because he knows if he forces King's Palace, he can't, like, he won't be stopped from diving. In fact, he's already prepping Onimusha for that reason. Unfortunately for him, B is a stoic figure and shows his resilience. It is going to be the White Tower. Very defensive White Tower, but a necessary one here to stop the flood. So right now, MarineLorD is reacting to what he sees, which is the blob of men-at-arms. You can't really address MAA and Spearmen simultaneously, but if you get enough Mount Samurai, Spears will still lose. The whole idea is like Onimusha can kite the fights. B is in like an awkward position where I want to say like crossbows is probably your goal here. You might have bigger problems on the water side. Demos, they were actually waiting. So we'll end up losing one. MarineLorD actually reacting quick enough there. Demo heavily injured. I don't expect that to be able to do any damage here. I mean, this is a good fight from B, considering that he's behind on water on tech. Like, he has Admiralty, but he's missing anything else. If he can maintain Spiral count and find his way to this cruise, then MarineLorD's in trouble again. But I feel like B is just hemorrhaging too much on land here. Is B going to try for that trebuchet timing? He has to mass infantry first, but time and time again, we've seen him just try to find his way down the center. I wouldn't expect it unless we see Stone Gathering. He's going to get the outpost up, just extending the aura. Meanwhile, MarineLorD's taking a more raid-oriented approach. Mount Samurai plus the Onimusha. Cute idea on the tree line, just unfortunately for him, premature. However, B is going to have to go to those trees soon. And I don't like what the fortune cookie is reading. It just says that you're dead. That's not very creative fortune cookie, man. It's like you just crack it open and you're dead. B is posturing for it again. He's got the extra range now. So MarineLorD's probably going to have to lean into mass demos to try and clear this. It's very hard to win this fight no matter how good your micro is due to range difference. Landside. Onimusha. Going in for the crush. Men at arms. No armor clad. They're just getting melted. B is at least trying to trade out with the few longbows he has onto that backline Onimusha, but the men at arms cost feels so high here. 4 remain, more Mad Samurai coming in. Spearmen have been held in reserve, though. Okay, that's crafty. Yeah, B, he threw away what was seen as the most valuable unit to keep this alive. The problem now is, like, if MarineLorD just micros, he still wins. Because although Onimusha don't beat Spearmen cleanly, they don't get hit by them with micro. And yeah, while this has been going on, MarineLorD is at 5 relics. How about we make it 6? Yeah, fun little fact about Holy Island. It's not always guaranteed, but this map can spawn with 6 relics, courtesy of 1 on the island. It kind of just feels like B is being grinded past his win conditions into a phase of the game where he's just not going to be comfortable at all. Like, all those advantages we talked about have just been kind of evaporating. You know, Admiralty. It's still there, but at this point, water feels like a stalemate. And land matters more. So, like, on land, you didn't go for 2TC. You're now being forced into Lombos. Your opponent is going Onimusha, so in theory, good, right? But, like, what really stops MarineLorD from switching Samurai? Samurai just kind of rocks pretty hard here, so B has to flirt a really weird line between crossbow Lombo. And he's doing so blind. Meanwhile, water side, MarineLorD, no chill pill. For good reason, he's close to pop. Not Samurai, I'll go for the raid in. And that tree line has to vacate the area. Remember, B, he needs this wood. There's barely anything left over here. And if MarineLorD forces a double down on water, B is going to need every ounce of wood he can get to man the fleet. Wait. Whoa. Oh, that's sick! We have docks on the neutral island. I love this. He's capturing the sacred site. This can be 6 relics. He's going to build the Shinto as well. Oh, this is so tilting. B knows it as well. If these docks go up, the healing aura is going to be in favor of MarineLorD. There we go. That's why. Naval arrow slits on the way. Meanwhile, on land, Mount Samurai go for the dive in onto the villages. We'll cull a few. And the lead continues to build here. Not just that, MarineLorD is getting ready for Imperial. Please. This one villager, make him build a Castle of the Crow here. I mean, in fairness, that is kind of viable. Because if you Castle the Crow here, you can trade with this. We learned this on Holy On the other day. Funny thing about Castle the Crow, when there's water in the way, your trade caravan will basically convert between a boat and land. It's very comical. It reminds me of Rise of Nations. Unfortunately, we're not going to see it this game. What a normie. Boo. The Tanagashima Daka Smith. That's the official name now. For when you need more Daka. A little bit of poke on each side. But he's not able to get in with the demos. And unfortunately, the screen placements are going to keep the men at arms at bay. Azutsu melting the ships? I don't think you do it for the Azutsu. Not on ships anyway, because like it's so difficult to actually reach them. Remember, this is very deep water. He could just play into Revoltaquin actually. Like your opponent's going massive men at arms. Hand cannoneers also makes a lot of sense. Demo pull on each side is ambitious. Pretty much just an A click to death. And now we have the strike to the jugular. Shipwrights and swivel cannons coming in. I think B knows the game is over at this stage. Even if he blocks this gold vein, it's 6 relics and 2 sacred sites. His passive gold gen is 680 a minute. And Onamusha just got their Giga upgrades. Elite mode activated. It's going to be 2-0. He at risk of elimination. There's no more room for mistakes here. He's going to have to make it a reverse sweep if he wants to make the finals of Midweek Muster 18. And this way, oh dude, the timing could not be worse. Swivel cannon. Which is also very tilting for your demo ship play, by the way. No. This feels so much worse because your demos have pulled ahead of the fleet, so they just get sniped entirely. Meanwhile, land army has been completely mopped up, and B will be forced to concede on the water. Elite on the mission looks sick. Dude, all Japanese elite units look sick. Adorned in their fancy armor, they're all really big fancy pants. All right, so game number 2, that is going to be win for Japan up against English. Excuse me. So 2-0. I think the boys should already be hopping in for the next game. How long have we got? 2 minutes. Okay, that's good. I need to quickly send an email anyway. Oh, by the way, guys, perfect time. 2 minutes. That's more than enough time to download Opera GX and create a free account. Let them know that I sent you. Exclamation mark Opera GX in chat. Remember, we are working with them this month. We're doing a final push towards the end of the month to see if we can get renewed for another month afterwards. Your participation does help, and it's completely free. All you have to do is download via my link and make sure you create an account, and that lets them know that I sent you. And who knows, maybe they'll up it on the renewal, and then we can put more money into tournaments. So, go ahead and do it now. You've got time. And I need to quickly send... Fantastic. I'll run a minute of ads now. Rice beats wheat? How dare you? As a British man, I cannot allow that. Does it though? Maybe? I'm torn. One sec. I think we switch over now. Thought it was in the other scene. I don't know. I like rice as well. Well, this is the thing, like, being British. Like, we think we're all about the wheat, but then again, like, we made the tikka masala a national dish. So I guess we're about the rice as well. Mixed bag, yo. All right, I think we're good to go. Let me get predictions running. Come on, B. Not a 3-0, mate. Oh, sorry. Oh, blimey. I just can't get rid of this cough. 1-0 this week is cursed. Look at it. Look at all the 3-0s. Only Louis MT and Wham was able to go, and that wasn't even a 5-game series. The boys need to deliver. We need our entertainment. Let's see if B can turn it around. G3, we head into good old Sacred Grove. This is the map that we created that is kind of free-laned. Pretty cool map, very open, very exposed. Good sign for B that he picked Jean then. Jean, a very aggressive civ. Meanwhile, MarineLorD will look to play a more defensive line here. We have got the Chinese. Powerful pick for the map, though, from the Pro Scouts perspective. Remember, the way this map spawns, you get double deer, essentially on the central rotilla. That's important. Means that you can kind of play aggressive to deny. And then you have deer on the flank. You're looking for a new browser. You know, that's a good idea. Maybe we should make some recommendations. Do you guys know any good... I heard there's this really cool one called Opera GX that we're working with right now. And if you press ! Opera GX, a link will pop up. And you can download it and create an account. And enjoy a browser that supports gaming content creators. Wow. Oh, also, anyone saying Mozilla, I've got a comical detail for you. They're basically funded by Google. So if you're like, are they free of the shackles of an overlord master who owns the company? No. You're cute. You're a funny one. But they're not. I think we talked about this before as well, why they do that, by the way. It's basically so that when a government comes in and says, you're anti-competitive, blah, 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 you're like, no, we're not. Look, we fund our competition. And if they ever do something that's better than what, like, Google does, they can always just, like, you know, twist the arm because they control the purse strings. Okay, so Sheep Hall is looking fairly even right now. Looking at the spawn, B, is there anything you can exploit here? The gold is pretty far away on the secondary, but that's not going to matter for a long time. Actually, dare I say it, MarineLorD just got the MarineLorD spawn. Yeah, he did. Like, look at their positioning. He gets gold, berries, tree. This is jackpot. This might be like the best Imperial Academy option I've seen on this map so far. You couldn't ask for more of this. So he's just going to be able to maximize taxation as the game goes on. He's got plenty of room to also build military production around here. Like, overall, MarineLorD has got to have a smirk on his face right now. He might even be doing that, like, you know, that laughing noise he does, you know. You can ask for the stone. Dude, you don't want the stone. You don't want to... You want to know why you don't want the stone? It's like being a caffeine addict and being like... Maybe I shouldn't have that many Red Bull cans. No, that's a bad example. We want Red Bull cans. It's like being an addict and be like, maybe it's a good idea to not have like that pipe in front of me. It's too tempting. If you go 2TC here, you die. You don't actually want the stone anytime soon. So like, you don't want this. It's the dark side temptation. So... School of Cavalry come on the other side. We should be looking at your standard timing for Pro Scouts. 3 on gold. Actually, like, is this a little bit lean from B? He switches Jean off the School of Cavalry as well. I think timing should be kind of okay. He's probably going to have to use Jean to gather a little bit of gold, unfortunately. But because he needs to catch up to get into Pro Scouts and the Knight, it makes sense. All right, how did you guys gamble in the end, by the way? 87% from Reed. Okay, how are the odds just getting worse for him? This poor guy. All right, let's do a corner check. I was inspired by Dave apparently does this with his chat all the time. And I was like, great. We're going to change the corners on our map. All right, so left side corner. Oh, I kind of like that. Dude, I want Regicide. That's like the perfect little hidey hole. You can even get an outpost up there. This looks kind of normy. Pretty boring. East side is... Wait, it's pretty much just the same as the other corner. All right, that's a scam. I asked for unique ones here. I'm going to fire car you. And then south side, dude, that's not even like... Does that even count as a corner? All right, mark my words. Jean is going to get pinned here by mass fire lancers at 46 minutes. Okay? Mark it in your calendar. The winner is this. I don't know. I kind of like... I would love to see maps that spawn intentionally in this kind of design. Like thin kind of walkways. Almost like I'm watching Lord of the Rings as they scale the mountain, you know? Very thin little causeways that you go along. Okay, so we are going to get stables into racks. Everything as expected. MarineLorD, he did choose the greedy option. There's usually two paths here. You either go racks first, you go stables first. And the difference there is like if you're friend. But he read perfectly. Like, look what B done. We said B's build looked a bit questionable, and now it makes sense. Like, he didn't build a single knight. This is insanely greedy, so MarineLorD's reaction was perfect. He didn't take the bait. Instead, he's going to take your goodies. John in melee form has been activated. So the spearmen are going to suffer a little bit, but remember, MarineLorD is taking from B's side, and vice versa. But the difference here is that B is going much further to do so. He's wrapping around the tree line. MarineLorD is linear down the center. So he should be a little bit ahead on the deer gather timing. Wasn't there a forest map with those paths released? Black Forest is different though. I'm talking about like just having these thin kind of cliff sides that you can run along. But, you know, something I've been really begging for is I really want to see AoE 4 have destructible cliff sides. So imagine you had like these thin causeway paths, but if you attacked this enough, you could break them. I think that'd be really cool. And then just imagine the things you can do with the map. It's like, imagine this map, but instead you had a thin cliff down the center, and you could break that to move through quicker. That is a very intriguing game design choice to me. The problem is, like, the only way we can do it right now is, like, how you tried it with things like on Pigeon's Valley, where you'd basically have stone outcroppings blocking routes. But that just feels like a really lame way to clear the way. This is a bit rough, though. I get what MarineLorD's trying to do by slowing down the deer gathering, but you're just feeding Jean. He has been good on the micro of minimizing the amount of XP she gets, but you're not doing enough damage to follow up with a kill now. I think he might be trying soon, though. We do have horsemen arriving. You can't run away from her. She's just faster by default, and if you run away, she charges after you. No cleaves, at least, is the good news, but the bad news is MarineLorD is still trickling. I don't like this. Knight's now arriving as well to make matters even worse. A lot of XP in the pocket for B. And now you can just walk away. Like, you see 5 spearmen, this is now a bad fight. Oh. Gee, wouldn't it be a shame if you just ran quicker? Wait, he's going to go for it, isn't he? He's got Cleave and Divine Restoration. The Cleave was underwhelming. Divine Restoration is now going to get pumped. And Jean, I think she may have overstayed her welcome here. Okay, so we'll go for the Consecrate before flopping dead. That's big. MarineLorD, he needed this kill as well, because if you don't kill her, you're going to screw yourself on the timing. But when she's dead, she doesn't generate XP. Oh, wait. B! B! You son of a B! What a sick body block there. He slows down the approach. Gets the recharge. And the Knights are just out of range. The Spearman charge ran out. Jean, it looks like she's still going to die. So close as well. If he just got one more hit in with the Knights, it's going to be an immediate buyback. But MarineLorD, he's not going to be baited by this. It's not going to be a long feudal. Check the macro. Castle Age just around the corner for the Chinese. Exactly what you want to see here. Well, not what we want to see. We want a 5-game series. So my worry now is that B's going to bait himself into a full investment. Right? Like, the logic now is like, oh, that's a lot of XP. Let's kill it. The problem is, even if MarineLorD loses these initial units, Castle Age will be just around the corner. So you'll have answers to Melee Jean. Melee Jean is advantageous when your opponent's stuck Feudal Age. so difficult to force China to stay feudal age. MarineLorD, I think he realizes that it's not worth the reinvestment, so Imperial Palace on the way. B isn't too far behind his own tech timing. I don't know if you want to play Guildhall. Guildhall can feel a little bit funky against China because you're playing into like the late game against one of the most powerful civs there. But the problem that people have realized with Royal Institute is Royal Institute puts you on a linear path for an all-in. You have no flex to play the later phase of the game, so it's a timing attack. And the problem with that is China is infamously one of the best defensive civs in the game. So timing attacks can be a bit of a struggle against them. And you're up against a player that I would say, statistically, is a defensive player. MarineLorD likes to pretend that he's all about aggro. He's only really about aggro to get an initial advantage. Once he has an advantage, he likes to take a chill pill. I don't think there's going to be any time to chill here. Chivalry's also going to be really late. He has to take the fight prematurely. And Lancers are out. This is bad. Spearman upgrade coming in 20 seconds. Jean is about to get pinned. Archers are arriving. Could be a saving grace for B. But there's the veterancy that he's been fearing. Just one touch is all they really need against those knights. Lancer not quite able to finish off Jean, so it will be a successful retreat. B in the meantime, scouts have nothing left to do. This is rough. Like, the archers just aren't clearing quick enough. Divine Restoration has to be pumped basically to heal the archers. He does at least get some value on the knights, but with Chivalry there, it shouldn't have been needed for them. MarineLorD micro is weak. That's because he's busy, like, standing on his chair and doing, like, victory laps at the room as he's winning the series. Like, what are you on about, dude? So something that I think goes under the radar in people's brains a lot when they make comments like that is that there are situations where someone just does bad micro, and we'll call it out when that's the case. But there's also cases where a person looks like they're doing bad micro, but actually what's happening is their opponent is just microing really well. You know, the kind of classic when someone does something well, even if you've done something reasonably, you look bad by comparison. And for MarineLorD, like, he doesn't even need to be ahead on micro, because he's already ahead on age. So tech upcoming. B has decided not to go for the all-in. No surprise here. Like, the Lancers would beat him. He'd be waiting too long for Royal Bloodlines. So he has to now basically defend himself for several minutes. My worry is MarineLorD can now just play relics. And in fact, he's already swiftly on his way towards them. Jean needs to be careful. Lancers are turning onto her. Villagers are going to get forced off the gold. B, he doesn't have much gold to work with. It's going to be snipe on Jean. Immediate buyback coming in. He needs that level 3 ASAP here. The spearmen are just clearing house, though. The knight's hanging around just a little bit too long. Loses a third of him. Jean almost dead again. Body blocks almost actually betraying him, but now it's going to be a turn and burn onto the Golders. And Lancers once again micro on point. Yeah, tell me again how he's not microing. MarineLorD with just 3 Lancers left gets the dieback on Jean. And now, B is in trouble. Behind on raw work account, MarineLorD is going to back off temporarily, but remember, he's got big advantages coming his way. He's playing for relics. B does not have a threatening knight count. Jean is still not level 3. Now, 13 minutes, that's usually not a big deal. Like, you know, Jean usually looking at like 15, 16 minutes. Reasonable, 18 minutes, acceptable. But in a game where your opponent's already Castle Age, this is a nightmare. And it's going to get much worse. MarineLorD, after getting that huge win, is now switching into the crossbows. The crossbowman will answer Jean in melee level 3 form. Range form would be harder to kill, but melee form, although you get range damage reduction, the crossbow's bonus damage applies to you. So it offsets the damage mitigation. D is going to have to find a way to clear the spears, so it looks like he's going into archers. We have got Pumbaa on the way. And a Barbican at that. Now remember, guys, MarineLorD's micro is 1 out of 10, so he's going to lose 3 spearmen, 2 crossbows, and a villager to this. Oh my god, MarineLorD! All right, he's 10 out of 10 micro. Okay, that wasn't a really fair fight, though, guys. Like, can we stop bullying the wildlife? Oh, careful. Terran players are going to have strong micro. I mean, all they have to do is, like, click and click and click. I still remember being in uni and having to facepalm every time a game design student, someone who's going to be a game designer, would say, there's no skill in FPSs, all you do is click. And I was like, oh my god. Can you not just essentially filter any game down to that? Like, what? What it really was is he sucked at FPSs. Rice beats wheat again? I mean, we have to see a farm first for that to be factually true. Clicking's overrated? True. Like, I just like to A and then click. Easy. No football, no skill in football, you just click? Yeah, dude. Like, there's no skill in being a scientist. You just write in a book. And then publish it and get paid, you know? There's no skill in being like a GP doctor. You just look at people. I can look at people, but when I look at people, I get reported to the police. Why does a doctor not get reported to the police, huh? They even touch. What else can we do? That's true. Actually, there's no skill in casting. All I do is say things. Oh my god, B's winning the game. See, like, and then 5 minutes from now when he loses the game, like, it was so close. See, easy. Yeah, how does he keep getting 5 relics? Oh, good news for B is there's not a 6th on this map. The bad news is, like, almost everything else about this game right now. I mean, he can win this fight, but it's because MarineLorD's getting ready for a farm transition. He's got 1,200 wood. We know what this means for MarineLorD. He didn't pay attention to his villagers, and he wants to build farms now. That's the meme. Yeah, like, there's no skill in being, like, a pro player. You just click things really fast. I can click things really fast. Like, you ready? Ready, guys? Got him. APM through the roof. That's slow click? How dare you? Fight me in Cookie Clicker. Okay, like, chat, be real though, like, alright, no cap, be honest though. If you're watching someone and you can hear them typing and clicking really fast, and you haven't looked at their gameplay yet, do you almost subconsciously think they were a better player? I'm curious. Like, one's if that's the case. Two's if you see through the meaningless APM. Rice coming in. B. He has got a good archer count here. My worry is MarineLorD, if he just goes for like a standard Nesta B, he's not even a clock tower one. He can stop this entirely. And you're seeing what I was talking about the crossbows. She's almost dead already. Divine Restoration has to be pumped prematurely. This is dangerous now for B. Approaching the base like this can easily backfire. And Sean's dead. She's gone. Okay, it's going to be melee onto them. Archers right now are overkilling the individual spears. The Lancers are muddying the fight as well. He doesn't want to engage with the limited knights he has, but has no choice here. Sends him in. This is game. MarineLorD behind this is 2 TC versus 1. He's got 2 Sacred Sites. It's 5 relics when the old man remembers to drop it off. And B has nothing. It is going to be a clean 3-0. MarineLorD, undeniable, has not dropped a single game this week to make it all the way to the finals. And now it's going to be up to either Dumu or Louis to threaten him. And the worrisome part is B has been one of the most consistently threatening players in the midweek musters. Yeah, he got brushed aside in such an irrelevant fashion here in this series. It's kind of a struggle to find a point where B felt like truly ahead. Maybe game 2 there were fragments of opportunities from Holy Island. But overall, This is just being clean M, Chad. You promised Phalanxes at 46 minutes? Oh, dude, and that's a shame. I perfectly predicted the future. But, like, turns out it would have happened at 46 minutes. But because we're not going to make it 46 minutes, I cannot be proved wrong. It's too hard to keep JD alive? No, dude, you just need to, like, click harder and faster. I mean, I say that, like, satirically, but I am that type of MOBA player. So, like, if you guys ever watch me play, click, 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 click. I would not handle Indian server very well. Click delay. Oof. End me. Well, I think it's time to end me. It's cute these Gungjon's riders, in theory, pretty good here against mass crossbows, but there's just so many spears. Yeah, looks like another 3-0 for MarineLorD, unless B can pull off like the most insane hold I would have seen all year. He also doesn't have that many farms, like his income is terrible. He's 10 farms and that's it. Meanwhile, MarineLorD already 2 granaries down, 12 farms in. He's gonna scale a lot better. And also, just look at the constriction. MarineLorD's just done a good job of preventing options. He knows exactly where B is sitting right now. And he knows exactly where to hit to push him over the edge. 3-0. Let me know what you guys think of the series. MarineLorD, do we have a problem now? Is this guy just going to dominate? Or maybe, just maybe, I don't know if you guys heard, but a certain Spaniard has returned to competitive play. We might have Lucifer on to challenge MarineLorD next week. But this week, the question I have for you, can Dimu or Louis do it? Let me know in the comments. I'll catch you in the next one. Excuse me. Da 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 da. Free. Oh, oh, no. That was J'ai de la destruction. Petit biceps go really strong. Oui, oui. Well played, Mr. MarineLorD. Okay, do we have a new information drop today? Because someone was saying there should be a new one. Have we got a new info drop? Did we get one in? I don't see anything new on the blog page. Right? I don't think we got a new info drop. Boo! Yet. Why don't we have a new info drop? 1 second. Oh, House Lancaster? Wasn't that yesterday's info drop? I thought that was yesterday's. Oh no, I'm trying to remember my password. Ugh. 1 sec. I needed to relog in something. Let's have a look. Dude, I hate when you get those verification code things and then it doesn't actually like send a verification code. And then you wait like 2 or 3 minutes and then you've like requested two more codes and then they all come through together. Bruh. Oh, wait. No! Oh, my puto. Okay, let's try again. Because I just realized I never signed in on my Twitter or on my browser. Nothing today, but there's still 3 unique units. Okay, wait, 3 unique units for Lancaster? Is that true? And they haven't revealed the Imperial Age of thingy yet, have they? They haven't revealed the Imperial choices for Knights Templar. So they're actually missing quite a lot. Oh my god, can I please? Okay, like, X, you suck. It's not even giving me my login. Like, bruh. Alright, what else? I'm gonna have to fix that later. Food nearly ready? Okay. Okay, should we just speculate a bit on the achievements then, I guess? So, we don't have any additional new info. Let me move the chat over there. Okay, so we're going to do this a little bit different. I'm going to attach this onto one of our casts we upload. So we did get some new info released around achievements that gives us a little bit of a preview into different things. Now, this is interesting. Knights Templar to kick off. One of the achievements, Journey to the Sacred Land, as the Knights Templar have 50 pilgrims reach a sacred site. That is intriguing. I envisioned that we were going to get some sort of system comparative to trade where you have to stop off at fortresses. It seems like they're going a different way, where I think what they're going to be doing with this pilgrim system is you have to pilgrimage out to sacred sites and then return, and you get resource gold generation based on the distance similar to trade. Very different dynamic, though. This is going to be hit or miss. I think there's going to be certain maps that could theoretically make Knights Templar OP because they still need to fix certain maps like Highview, where the sacred sites are way too defensive. Outside that, we've got Trebuchet emplacements, apparently want to destroy buildings. Let's be honest, Donna is going to return and embody this, just dropping castles next to enemy bases. Okay, so this is interesting to me. We talked about the Hospitalier getting a healing element, because remember, they are one of the feudal choices you can make. This is pretty much confirmation. Heal allied units by 500 health with the Hospitalier. So we are going to get the ability to heal in Feudal Age for Knights Templar. I've got a feeling this might be quite powerful. If the Knights Hospitalier are going to be horseback in particular, oh my god, please no. I think we've got already too much cavalry monks, and they're all, in their own way, pretty kick-busted. But then, obviously, another thing we've got is Feeding the Rich, generate 2,000 gold with a Pilgrim loan at the market. Now, that's interesting. I am wondering how this is going to function. Like, my instant thought was a little bit like Heroes of Might and Magic system with the Elementalists, where you can basically get your gold earlier in the week, but then sacrifice getting the gold each day. I think we're going to get something like that, where basically you take out a huge slew of gold, but in return, you cripple your income in some way for X minutes. Excuse me, I'm still coughing. Okay, so we have confirmation of apparent Hospitalier infantry. That's at least good balance then. I like that. But I wonder if these are actually going to be good combat fighters. I've got a feeling the Hospitalier are going to be capable of fighting as well, which is going to be pretty crazy, having a healer boy that can also fight. It's kind of like the Warrior Monk in Age Early. Next up is House of Lancaster. We get a little bit about the Yeoman's synchronized shots, so we've been kind of theory crafting what this is. I think this is going to be a targeted ability AoE, or it's going to be a little bit like the old cannon shot for the Royal Cannons, where you just basically next shot goes out in a splash. I prefer the targeted personally. I want to have a little bit more control. I am a bit disappointed though. I was hoping the Yeoman's synchronized shot was going to be a vector-based targeting system, which is kind of like you could click and drag across the ground and then scatter arrows. But I think we're getting an AoE shot here with the Yeoman. I'm still wondering what the role of Yeoman is going to be. My feeling is that this is likely going to be a heavily armored unit type counter, as opposed to Lombos that are light infantry, to give it a differential compared to normal Lombos. Otherwise, you're just copy and pasting. What is interesting, though, is like that means we will have a lot of heavy anti-armor type units for House of Lancaster, because Yeomans would be anti-armor in theory, but then also the two-handed hammer boys surely have to be anti-armor. On top of that, we are getting confirmation that the manas are going to generate gold. I imagine it's just going to be gold, and I have a feeling the trade-off is going to be they generate gold out of manas, but they do not get enclosure. Makes a lot of sense there as a differential point. You don't really want to give English two forms of gold gen in the late game. It would make them busted. One really big revelation here is the fact that there is going to be 4 Lords of Lancaster available, and it's possible to get them all out at once. Now, we already have confirmation of 2 of them. We did see the two-handed sword-wielding infantry unit as well as a horseback knight. I imagine the final ones are probably going to be an archer form and possibly a gunpowder form. The other way they could go is having like almost some sort of siege lord. I'm imagining there's going to be logical buffs here where, for example, you might get the knight one just be a healer. The melee mode, I'd expect it to be like some sort of armor aura. If we do get a siege lord, maybe like kind of an attack speed buffer there. And then like an archer form would make a lot of sense for either attack or range. Finally, we have just got a little bit more confirmation of the name of the unit. The two-handed unit is going to be called the Earl's Guard. They're the ones that we saw throwing daggers before. I'm curious to see how these daggers function, if they're a toggleable ability. Once again, it would be kind of interesting that way, but you're going to get a lot of overkill, a lot of micromanagement. But I think for some people, they'll prefer that than the Donzo effect, where you just A-click the wrong thing. But that, guys, is going to be all. We just have some confirmation about where the different historical battles are going to be taking place. But no more details so far today. Let me know what you guys are thinking. We still haven't seen the revelation of what's coming for the Imperial Age when it comes to the Knights Templar. I feel like we are going to be seeing Lithuanians, Venetians, and something else. Because the issue is, although we have Genoans, the boats that we've been seeing in the trailer still don't align for the Genoan flag. So there's still one more to fill in there. I'm trying to think where we could go. Maybe we get something a little bit closer to the Middle East. You could be seeing one of the island-type state Knights Templar civilizations coming in there. But let me know what you think in the comments. I'm going to hop into the video now because I'm going to add this at the beginning. Maybe we'll try to do it for the additional days just because these are tidbit information. It's not really enough for a whole video of its own. And enjoy the games. All right, there we go. Boom. Okay. That, guys, I think is going to be us coming to a close. That clicking was impressive. You should go pro. Clicking's annoying. I'm not a dog. Oi. Hey. Click the opera link. Why have you not done it? All right. Anyway, guys, reminder, we are going to be kicking off tomorrow. Let me just double check because tomorrow we are going to have our other semi-finals. Reminder that we've still got 1 day left of Midweek Muster 18. We're going to be starting off with Dumu versus Louis MT. That series is going to start at 2 p.m. UK time. So be sure to tune in here at that time or 3 p.m. CET, whichever one makes more sense to your brain. And then after that, winner will go up against MarineLorD. So we have got potentially 12 games happening tomorrow. I'll pay out the predictions now. I'm going to go die in a hole somewhere. YouTube, loving you but leaving you. For Twitch, we're going to find someone to raid. But remember, guys, tune in tomorrow at 2 p.m. UK time when we'll have the other semifinals. And we'll conclude KPMM 18. See if MarineLorD is just the unstoppable 100%